did not take the time that it was supposed to take from JKIA. You saw the scenes that you saw at Kasarani. And indeed, if officers really had not, and no way of justifying violence, but if some of these actions were not taken yesterday, there was a possibility that that body was not going to be viewed, or rather there was going to be chaos that was going to degenerate into something else. And I think today they're not taking any chances. As we had shown earlier in the morning, there's a formation of officers inside the stadium, and that what you would call the normal field or the racing place, and then inside again where the terraces are, there's also a formation of another officers, and it's a blend of police officers. It's GSU, prisons officers, the NYS, which is a disciplined force. Also, we have also our Ngao officers also. Again, keeping looking at what really the situation looks like, and that means then the security situation is quite managed compared to yesterday. Again, you would notice that we have also a crowd that in some way has tried to be decent. It is not like the crowd we had yesterday. There's a kind of decency in terms of a crowd that has stand up today for mourning, and that's what you would say the security situation is. There is no risk being taken so far, and when you see a KDF blend with the rest of the officers, it tells you that security is tight. Mm-hmm.
Actually, I was about to ask you about the crowd that we are seeing. People are like right to even begin. They are comparing to how it was like yesterday at JKIA. The telltale signs. What can you tell from what you are seeing right now compared to what was happening yesterday at JKIA before the body even arrived in the country?
Yesterday there were obvious breaches because when you have people attempting to breach the wall of a presidential pavilion, that is in itself a breach of security. But then again yesterday, I think I wouldn't say a lapse in terms of our security forces. I would just say they're trying to be lenient, because even at the presidential pavilion, there were only 2 walls of security officers, and that was...
Yes. Basi mtazamaji tu tunazidi hapa kuzungumza na...
Asante sana kwaya yetu, tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Tunapoendelea, nataka nimkaribishe MC mwenzetu ambaye tutakuwa tunafanya kazi na yeye. Huyu ndio alikuwa anakaribisha baba. Kwa hivyo jeshi ya baba, nataka tumkaribishe MC Mdomo Bagi. Karibu Bagi.
Asante. Wananchi wapendwa, kwa sababu hafla hii inapeperushwa kote duniani, mimi naomba kama wewe ni jeshi ya baba, simama popote ulipo, ili wapiga picha wapate kuhakikisha kwa dunia nzima kwamba hii ni jeshi ya baba. Peperusha bendera na kofia, sema baba, 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 baba.
Well, if you're just joining us, those are the views from Nyayo Stadium. Of course, the crowd is already trickling in slowly, of course, to ensure that there's order in that particular stadium so that everybody can get a chance to view the body of the late Prime Minister, that is Raila Odinga. Earlier on, there was a public viewing. I wouldn't call it a public viewing, but a viewing session that was heading in Parliament, spearheaded by President William Ruto, and both speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate, that is Moses Masika Wetangula and Jeffer Amason Kingi, a host of leaders, governors, as well as members of parliament who got a chance to once again view the body. Remember, this exercise started yesterday at Kasarani, albeit a little bit late, not planned to be held in Kasarani. That particular exercise earlier on that was supposed to kickstart in parliament was supposed to happen yesterday. Nonetheless, they have gotten the chance to view the body. That is the aerial view of Nyayo Stadium. People are coming in slowly. That particular tent you're seeing on the middle of the pitch, that is where the body will be situated. Members of the cloth, both men and women, will be in that particular tent, especially from the Anglican Church, to spearhead this particular exercise or a state funeral for the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. You do remember this were the wishes of the former ODM leader Raila Odinga and the Member of Parliament who served in Langata as well as in Kibra, but the legislators have already converged there. That is the main dais where the leaders, MPs, governors and senators as well as other high-ranking government officials are currently seated. You have just heard from Nancy Okware. Any moment from now, we do expect the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga as well as President William Ruto arriving at that particular stadium. The Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki as well. But you can see that is the aerial view of Nyayo Stadium starting to fill up, given that the capacity is just slightly over 20,000 capacity. They're just cheering the crowd, making them energetic. They're already walking in slowly. But I had already cut Tom short before I introduced Nancy Okware. Tom, you're giving us a differential between Raila Odinga in the country and overseas.
Yes, I think locally he had a lot of, this nationally you can see from yesterday, it has a huge national support. And that has got its advantages and disadvantages, because the sort of expectation that he has from this group of supporters is slightly different from the expectation that he has from his supporters abroad. I used to run the ODM International Network. So this is a network of supporters of ODM internationally, right? But these are mainly more exposed career or student people. So they would come with an agenda or discussions in terms of how do we push the economy forward, how do we get the systems up and running, what are the issues that the diaspora community face. When it comes to Kenya, it's local politics, How does ODM run against UDA or KANU? So it's one person that has to attend to very intellectual issues when he's outside the country and very organized matters. But when he's in the country, it's raw politics, and the expectations are totally different. And I was always impressed at his ability to transform, to change from Raila, the technocrat, the academician, to Raila, the raw street politician. Yes. So I think, and that's what makes him great. That's what has made him great. And one thing that I need to say again is, he always talked about quick burial. But now, with more insight, he was aware of his power in terms of support base and how they have, and how this, if his body is kept for a long time, how this might affect the country in terms of governance and economic activity. So one of the reasons I think he had to plan to exit quickly is to allow the country to move forward, which is a good thing. And the mere fact that he was aware of the kind of power that he wields and didn't misuse that, didn't use it negatively for the country, that's a great thing. Yes.
And in terms, Kevin, in terms of moving forward, because not so many people have come to terms that Raila Odinga is no more, they will get an opportunity to view the body of the former premier. But moving forward, do you think we'll move forward as a country?
To be honest, Hashim, it's going to be quite a difficult transition to move forward, particularly looking at a number of things, but one of it is, as I said earlier on, the place of Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga in the government. So you're talking about a broad-based government that internally within the political party called ODM is seemingly also struggling with some of the leaders there accepting that they're actually in the broad-based government, whereas a number of the leadership of the political party believe that they're in government. And I sometimes think that that's partly why, other than his the elderly nature and the closeness that he enjoyed with Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, so his elder brother Oburu Oginga has been named as an acting party leader, so that he's able to help the party to consolidate itself, help and therefore present a very strong view and opinion and of course recommendations in terms of what the broad-based government needs to do. And I think that's part of our strategy to be able to move forward. For the wider network of the fanatics and followers and lovers of Baba, Lego, Raila Amolo Odinga, it's going to be a very difficult space, because remember, there are already conversations around who is this mentee, who is this person that is going to take over, and be able to fit in the shoes of Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. And that is a question whose answer I am not sure whether we will be able to ever get, because it is very, very difficult to fit into the shoes of Baba. And that is because he's a gentleman who would call for a holiday, a national holiday, even when there were no gazetted holidays. He decides that tomorrow is a holiday, and that's what it is, And I don't think in this country there's anyone, other than now the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, who has to gazette only national and, prescribed days that are holidays. So it is very difficult for the followership of Jacom to be able to move forward, because they have to be able to see a leader who can be able to present their voices and their feelings like Tinga did. And I don't think that we have, other than, of course, people who think that Mheshimiwa Babu Owino can be able to fit into that. It is still not possible to fit into the shoes of Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. So moving on for his followers is going to be one of the biggest things that they have to do, which is why I agree with you that they have to be given time and space to finally see and believe that this is Baba and that he has passed on. And you saw yesterday where even some of the followers were even lying on the casket, and they were saying we have to celebrate him finally. And that is part of moving on. It's part of letting go, because if it is not done that way, we will have people camping every day at Kangoka Jaramogi in Bondo, and every day from the day of the burial, people will be trooping there to go and still believe that Baba has actually died and that he has been buried. So the state has to allow this aspect of moving on to be done. In terms of national politics for the country ahead of 2027, I think that's one of the biggest political conversations that we'll also be having, especially looking at some of the public statements that Baba spoke about. I remember in one among the few of the statements that he made, he said that, who told you that ODM will not have a candidate in 2027?
Yes,
so
actually that was even the last event.
Yes, that was the last public event that he had. So the party has also to be keen, because that might probably be seen as a wish that the party fields a presidential candidate in 2027. So again, how they pick up those pieces and consolidate themselves to be able to look at how to move on and actually identify a candidate and present that candidate to the people for 2027. And if Kenyans probably look at the engagements between President William Ruto and Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, and they say, for instance, that we want to give Baba, those zile ni kura za machozi, sympathy votes, whether that will add anything to whoever the party picks up as a presidential candidate. So Hashim, lots of things that we look forward to, particularly insofar as moving on is concerned, and because I didn't want to talk about it, but of course even part of the moving on is the winners and the losers. There are people who have been perennially handlifted by Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, despite the nominations that happen. But But some people believe that unless Baba says that you are, you cannot be. So there are going to be people who will lose because of this loss, people who will never be elected again, from the gubernatorial levels all the way to the MC levels. There are also those who will be of the opinion that yes, now we have an opportunity because we didn't have what it took to be lifted by Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga in terms of holding our hands and saying, Kevin Osido Tosha, but now I can face the people just as I am. And if I am good at what I do, I am good at meeting the ground and kusikiza ground, then you probably have chances of being elected. So there are lots of things that will have to happen in terms of moving forward. And I believe that the institutions of governance, from governance and leadership perspective, will do their role to ensure that Kenya and Kenyans move on. The party has to do enough to be able to also consolidate the membership and the network that the party has across the country. Remember that there are people who believed in ODM because of Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, but not because of the party. But anyway, the party is the person. So again, how they consolidate those numbers and that network and that kind of movement and mobilization, I think is going to be some of the lessons that the party really has to think through. Yeah.
And you can make your contribution.
Yes. This is very interesting what he says. People are forgetting one thing. His Excellency, the President of the Republic, was once the Deputy Party Leader of ODM.
Yes.
The Chief Cabinet Secretary, Wycliffe Mudavadi, was Deputy Party Leader of ODM. Raila Odinga was Secretary General of KANU. William Ruto was Secretary General of KANU,
yes,
and Mudavadi was Deputy Party Leader of KANU. So if you look at that space, if the 10-point agenda is implemented, what builds the foundation of the broad base, what stops UDA, ODM, and KANU coming together? What stops? Nothing.
Nothing, yes.
People. So we must not see Raila's demise as a way of now creating new tensions in the country. Both of them, Raila's fought for unity, fought for stability, and this is the opportunity to create stability that is long-lasting going forward for the country. And this would only be possible if ODM, UDA, KANU, and WIPA converge together. I say this from very insightful knowledge. Because look at it this way. Raila had an handshake with Uhuru Kenyatta. Why? Because they'd worked together. He has an handshake with Ruto. Why? Well, as a matter of fact, Ruto was even in ODM before Raila. So if you look at all this, there is nothing. These are ideological sisters. The differences that have existed have been very personal. But in terms of ideology, these are ideological sisters. So I think, if you ask me from where I sit, I think the best thing that can happen to this country today is if ODM, UDA, WIPA, and KANU came together, because, as I mentioned here, off the ground, I don't think there is no historical evidence that electoral democracy has transitioned any country from poverty to prosperity. Zero. So we must understand that most of the problems that we have in this country are systematic. It's because we have faulty systems. So by converging ODM, UDA, KANU, and WIPA, we get closer to having one major political party that can create stability, and if it's progressive, that can create prosperity for the country. Look at all the countries that have transitioned, Singapore, Malaysia, even the CCP of China. Those are the huge parties that have been able to transition their people and their economies from poverty to prosperity. There are templates that already exist. So we cannot go after things that have not worked elsewhere. There's no evidence that electoral democracy alone, by having thousands of many parties, has transitioned any country from prosperity to prosperity. It doesn't exist. So I think this is the right time, and this is something that the President understood, Raila understood, Mudavadi understands. His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka has been in the system since he was 30s. He understands that too. So I think it's the right time for them to converge, come together, and give this country a proper direction.
And by the way, I'm just looking forward to probably seeing how our other political leaders are going to eulogize Baba, particularly people like the former Deputy President, Rigiji, the people like Mheshimiwa Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka.
He's back in the country and currently in the stadium, yes.
I think he had to cut short his trip, right?
Yes.
So looking forward to how this moving on is also going to look like. And
Very
especially, because I think that is really part of cementing that kind of unity that we are looking forward to. And Ashim, one interesting thing that I'm just wondering, we have seen this trend of the president appointing the wives of former senior leaders who have passed on. We saw the wife of the former ABC chairman, Bukati, being appointed somewhere. We saw the wife of the wife of Mheshimiwa Dalmas Otieno being given an advisory position. And I wouldn't be surprised if Mama Ida actually made it to the cabinet, because she is interested, and I wouldn't be surprised as part of also bringing in
this year choir
into very strong political decision-making platforms. But I think these are just my own personal views and thoughts. But I wouldn't be surprised.
I'll give you a chance to I'm seeing you're itching to respond. You can respond now.
I have nothing against these appointments. We have to be conscious of the fact that the world is transitioning very fast. Today, if you ask me, if I had the opportunity to advise Ruto, I would tell him, fire any cabinet minister, PS, that is above 50. Because they cannot offer the younger generation what they would need in the future. You will need to have a younger generation in this system to architect their future. So anything, these things about reward, come on, for what? And, don't get me wrong. I think for us to move forward, this is very interesting because Ruto is the first president of Kenya to be born within the Republic of Kenya. Nobody knows this. All others were born were first subjects of the colonial government. So Ruto is the first post-Republican president of Kenya. So he should steer this country for the people who are born within the Republic. And most of them are very young. So he should get a lot of them, and the older generation should take more advisory, elderly role in creating and nurturing the stability. But in terms of operational matters of the country, governance issues should give to the young. Should put more agencies, more millennials in government, right? So that they can now then chart and craft and architect their future.
And what you're seeing on your screen is the Prime Cabinet Secretary already there, including the Governor of Nairobi, Johnson Sakaja, meaning any moment from now, the Deputy President as well as the President of the Republic of Kenya will be arriving there any moment from now. The body of the former Premier was currently lying in state at Parliament buildings where leaders, including President William Ruto, had a chance to at least view the body of the ODM leader. The family members are also present in that particular exercise, and any moment from now the head of state, as you can see, also the people have already entered the stadium awaiting now the president and the body of the former premier. What we can conclusively tell you is that the body has already left Parliament. The procession has started, making its way all the way to Nyayo Stadium, where the people have converged to bid their farewell to the ODM leader Raila Odinga. There you have it, a convoy. This must be a high-ranking government official who is currently arriving there. The people who are mandated to greet them and receive them is the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, as well as the host governor of Nairobi, that is Johnson Sakaja. The president had the opportunity, of course, to talk about the legacy and what Raila Odinga meant to the people of Kenya. You can see those are live images from Nyayo Stadium. There you have it. The former head of state, President Uhuru Kenyatta, has arrived yesterday. He was present from JKIA all the way to viewing the body in Kasarani. He has given time to the ODM leader, who he called many a times a friend. You do remember the famous handshake at the footsteps of Harambee House here in Nairobi back in the years 2017-2018 after the 2017 general election. They have been buddies for a number of years. Now you can see other high-ranking government officials have now started to trickling in. Any moment from now, that means any moment from now, the event will kickstart. The speakers, as you can see, that is Jeff Amason Kingi arriving. They were with President William Ruto at the National Assembly where the body of the ODM leader Raila Odinga was lying in state. Also to confirm to you, the Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka cancelled his UK trip. He has arrived at that particular stadium. You remember, he has been the running mate of the ODM leader Raila Odinga up to 2022, where the former premier, of course, and the party organs decided Martha Karua will be the running mate of the ODM leader Raila Odinga in the 2022 general election. So politically, it's a journey they have walked together. You even heard from Tom a little bit earlier on that these are people who have worked together since they were in their 20s, and now they are statesmen in this particular country. They have even served to the highest ranking offices in our country. So meaning any moment from now, the DP will be arriving. But Tom, I want to go back to you. We were talking about in terms of people coming to terms. Have you come to terms that Raila, your friend, is normal?
Yesterday it was more difficult. Mm-hmm. When it happened, it was more difficult. And when it was the arrival, when the plane was landing, was very, very emotional. None of my friends, none
there
of my...
you have it, the DP has arrived. Yes.
Yes, none of my friends, whom I know are very close to Raila, was able to pick a phone call. Everybody was probably close, crying somewhere. And I think as things went, the body was taken to Kasarani. I was at Lee funeral yesterday. I think then we were able to internalize this, because at some point we have to think about what next. This has happened, but what next? And, you know, concerning, for example, the succession, I don't think we are a political hereditary society. Neither the Luo is, nor does the nation. I think leaders will emerge. I hope that the transitioning should happen in such a way that the new crop of leadership are much younger, right? The younger generation should now emerge, you know, come out strongly, tell us what they think, tell us what they think the future would look like. You know, it's not just enough just to say, I'm supporting Ruto, I'm supporting Raila, I'm supporting this. No, tell us, what is it that you... How do you want to construct your future, right? I mean, anybody that is probably 45 is well established, that they have not so much well, they have advisory role to give, but in terms of constructing what would be beneficial to a generation which is not yet born, you will need to be closer to transitions in technology, in finance, in global politics and all that. So the young people have got more energy to do that, and they should be able to come out now and say what they want. Say what they want the future to be like.
And then you have it, there you have it, Mama Ida Odinga. The family has arrived, of course, in a solemn attitude. They have arrived here. They have arrived at Nyayo Stadium, and of course you can see the family still distraught, coming to terms with what has happened, and following the announcement of President William Ruto at State House in Nairobi on Wednesday, the Safina Party leader Jimmy Wanjigi, of course, escorting the family. Also a man who has worked with the ODM leader Raila Odinga, now currently being escorted. The stage is set. The who is currently in that particular stadium. So any moment from now, the head of state including Mama Rachel Ruto and the First Family, are set to arrive, including the body of the former Premier, that is Raila Odinga, will be arriving any moment from now, given that it was initially following after Lee Funeral Home, where it was being preserved. It was taken to Parliament, where it was lying in state, where the leaders were having an opportunity to, of course, view the body. Among the dignitaries there, you have the Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen, the Head of Public Service Felix Koskei, the Public Service Cabinet Secretary, that is Geoffrey Roku. You can also see behind them the Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Migoso Gamba, the PS for Interior, that is Raymond Omolo, and a host of other government officials, including the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, as well as the Governor of Nairobi, Johnson Sakaja, who have been designated to, of course, cover and, of course, invite the people who are coming into that particular stadium, especially dignitaries here in the country and beyond, given that the Deputy President, that is Professor Kithure Kindiki, affirmed yesterday will be having a host of dignitaries, not just in the East African region, the African continent, but the country at large, but the world at large, I should say, will be flocking here to the Nyayo Stadium, of course, to bid their farewell to Raila Odinga. Also, security apparatus led by, especially from the KDF, the CDF General himself, Kahariri is here, the Vice CDF from the military brigade, even the National Police Service, from the IG, that is the IG Douglas Kanja, also DCI boss Amin Mohammed, who are assuring security in and around that particular stadium, given that this is a state funeral, so it means all actors in the government are playing a critical hand to ensure that it goes smoothly. Some of the ODM party officials and leaders, you can see there, adorned even the orange colors of the ODM leader. And if you're just joining us, when the ODM leader Raila Odinga's body was lying in state, a scarf of ODM adorned in orange color was placed upon his body, signifying, given that he is the ODM leader, signifying how crucial he was not only to the party but to the country at large. The governors are arriving slowly. Dignitaries are coming in thick and fast. We're keeping abreast with whatever is happening in Nyayo Stadium, so you don't want to miss what is happening there, given that we have given you a 360 view degree. There you have it, the casket now on the road. It is coming to Nyayo Stadium. You can see the military, especially the military police, working hand in hand with other cadres within KDF, including the National Police Service. Very elite forces are currently protecting that particular body. Even earlier on, you've heard from Tom clearly stating that the security forces, how they were overwhelmed by mourners yesterday. Even some of them got a chance to touch that particular casket as and when it was leaving the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. The procession there is starting, and it will go slowly. And be assured, rest assured, that the route that particular casket will be taken, many people are currently standing on those streets awaiting to see the casket that is currently hosting the ODM leader Raila Odinga back at Nyayo Stadium. Government officials are still arriving. Even the Chief Justice Martha Koome, the DCJ, are currently there as well, just to pay their last respect to the ODM leader Raila Odinga. There you can see a convoy. When you see such a convoy coming in slowly, it's meaning that it is here. It is closer to that particular stadium, given that from the Parliament buildings to Nyayo Stadium, it's not a little bit far. It's a short stretch, and of course, given that the president is using that particular route, you expect the security forces to clear that particular road to ensure there is a smooth transition between Parliament and and there you have it, President William Ruto has arrived at Nyayo Stadium, of course being greeted by the CDF General there, Kahariri, Prime Cabinet Secretary, including Mama Rachel Ruto. The First Family has arrived at Nyayo Stadium, meaning you will see the body coming in slowly in that particular stadium. We're waiting to see if it will do the normal rounds so that the people can celebrate the man Raila Odinga was to many. The president as well as the DP are currently being guided to where they will be sitting on the main dais. Security has been beefed up in and around not just Nyayo Stadium but the capital to ensure there is smooth transition between one program to the next. You saw what happened yesterday. The government has ensured that they have pulled all the stops to ensure that the program today is followed to the letter, given that the great people of Nairobi will be having a chance to view. And of course, we know not just Nairobi residents who will be viewing that particular body. We know so many people who have trekked from various parts of the country to come to the capital to have their view of the ODM leader Raila Odinga. You know, this is the last time we'll get to see him in Nairobi before he's flown all the way to Kisumu, so that the great people of Kisumu and Siaya can get a chance to view the body of the leader Raila Odinga. The leaders are currently being shown where they're supposed to sit, given that the president has arrived. So the ceremony will be starting shortly. The cabinet secretary is there, even Dorcas Oduor. There you have it. The Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who cancelled his trip, is already here to give his last respect to the ODM leader Raila Odinga, who they have worked with over the years, especially spanning to 3 decades now on the political realm. I know Tom was saying a little bit earlier on that Raila has not just fathered many political mentees but other leaders as well in various capacities. But at the end of the day, he mentored a lot of leaders. Yes, and those crop of leaders are currently there. And that's why they're still shocked and cannot believe that the day has come. But it seems God has loved Raila more than we loved him.
Say more than half of the people seated there were mentored by him.
Yes.
From Mudavadi to President Ruto to all of them have worked with him in some way or the other and benefited from his thinking and his political experience and genius. So I think it leaves a good legacy in terms of the contribution that he's done for the country, in terms of the knowledge that is impacted and the mentorship for many and all of us.
Yes.
I think now is the time for the country to pick. The baton has been passed, so they need to push with the button. We need to push in a new direction of stability, economic prosperity, and unity, because we can't anymore have the old style of politics of tribalism and all that. This is dead. That is dead and must die if any part of it still exists. I think that must really, really die. We can't have politics of antagonism, politics of insult, because we're creating a bad example for the younger generation. We also need to review the position of the interrelationship between different segments of society, the church, the religion, and the state, and how this works for the future. We cannot have in one town 200 religious organizations and you have less than not even one factory. We need to start thinking about all those issues. God is good, God is great, but we need to combine that in such a way that it works for us. God also only helps people who work hard for themselves. So those are things that we need to look at. And we also, going forward, I mean, we must understand that we have freedoms that were brought to us by Raila, but those freedoms are not by themselves licensed to
Sorry, I need to cut you short, because you see the president is already up. That means the body is arriving any moment from now. If you see the leaders up on their feet, it means the body is closer. So let me give you sounds from Nyayo Stadium.
Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza keti tafadhali. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa majeshi yote ya ulinzi, ningependa niweze kupeana itifaki ama ratiba itakayoweza kufuata kwa kimuktasari. Wakati tutaweza kupokea mwili wa mwenda zake aliyekuwa Waziri Mkuu wa taifa la Kenya, Mheshimiwa Right Honorable Raila Odinga, sote kwa heshima tutaombwa kuweza kusimama, ambapo mwili huu Mheshimiwa Rais utaweza kuzungushwa uwanja huu wa Nyayo, na kwa wale ambao wamevalia sare rasmi za kiserikali kuweza kupeana heshima yao, na wananchi pia kuweza kusimama kupeana heshima kwa mwenda zake. Baada ya hapo, Mheshimiwa Rais, zitafuata tafrija za kijeshi, ambapo Mheshimiwa Rais tutaweza tena kusimama kwa wimbo wa taifa, kisha baada ya hapo nitaweza kumpisha mwenzangu Bwana Mike Gitonga ataweza kuendelea na ratiba itakayofuata, kisha tutaweza kurejea tena na gwaride la kijeshi ili kuweza kuondoa mwili wa mwenda zake hapa uwanjani. Kuzidi kuwakumbusha tu wananchi wazalendo tuweze kumuomboleza kiongozi wetu kwa njia inayostahiki, na hali kadhalika tukiwaomba kwa heshima kuweza kutulia, ndiposa tusiweze kumtatiza parade commander atakapokuwa anatoa amri zake. Tutarudi kwenu St. Stephen's Choir na hali kadhalika All Saints Cathedral Choir tuweze kuendelea na kipindi cha burudani. Upande wa pili tafadhali St. Stephen's Jogorod Choir, iwapo mko tayari, na All Saints Cathedral Anglican Church Choir tuendelee tafadhali. Asante sana St. Stephen's Choir. Wakati wote tokea sasa tutakuwa tunapokea mwili wa mwenda zake kuweza kujiunga nasi rasmi mahali hapa, Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Kwa heshima naomba sote tusimame kuweza kupokea mwili wa mwenda zake Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, aliyekuwa waziri mkuu, katika uwanja huu wa mataifa wa Nyayo. Mwili huu utaweza kuzunguka ili wananchi waweze kupeana heshima yao, na hali kadhalika walio kwenye sare rasmi za serikali kuweza kupiga saluti. Bendi ya majeshi ya ulinzi mtupe him tunapozunguka na mwili huu tafadhali. Bendi tunaomba mtupe him mwili huu unapozungushwa tafadhali. iwapo unatupata kwa njia ya mbashara, ukipenda live, tunaupokea mwili wa mwenda zake hapa uwanjani Nyayo, uwanja wa kimataifa ama ukipenda uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo, ambapo hivi sasa tunapokea rasmi mwili wa mwenda zake. Zitanifuata siku zote za maisha yangu. Nitakaa nyumbani mwa Bwana. Hivi sasa tumeweza kupokea mwili wa aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa la Kenya, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, ukiwezwa hivi sasa kuonyeshwa kwenye umma ukiwa umevikwa bendera ya taifa letu la Kenya, ikiwa ni heshima ya hadi ya juu ambayo ameweza kupewa na taifa lake kwa majukumu aliyoweza kutekeleza akiwa hapa duniani. Na ni vyema Mwenyezi Mungu ameona tangulie mbele za haki. Tunazidi kushukuru Maulana kwa miaka 80 aliyoweza kutupa tukaweza kuishi na kiongozi wetu Raila Odinga, na hali kadhalika tukishukuru yale yote aliyoweza kuchangia kwa miundo misingi ya taifa letu la Kenya. Wananchi wakiweza kupeperusha bendera hivi sasa, wakiweza kumpa buriani kwa heri Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, hii leo ikiwa ni misa ibada, na inshallah siku ya Jumapili tutaweza kumpumzisha. Haya yakiwa ni mazishi ama ibada ya kitaifa, ndiposa utaona viongozi wote wa serikali wakiongozwa na Mheshimiwa Rais na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto akiongoza taifa kumwomboleza aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, na viongozi wa taifa letu la Kenya wakiwa wameandamana naye Mheshimiwa Rais kuweza kufariji wa Kenya, kufariji familia ya Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, miongoni mwa waombolezaji waliofika siku hii ya leo. Asante sana bendi za majeshi ya ulinzi, tuwe standby kwa wimbo wa taifa. Bendi za majeshi ya ulinzi, tuwe standby kwa wimbo wa taifa. basi tunavyoshuhudia sote, upande ule wa pili Mheshimiwa Rais na viongozi wa tabaka mbalimbali pall bearers wakiweza kujitayarisha kuweza kuondoa mwili wa mwenda zake kwenye gari hili maalum ambalo hutumika kubeba watu mashuhuri. Gari hili liliweza kutumika kubeba mwili wa mwenda zake Rais wa pili wa taifa la Kenya Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, tukaweza kuona ikiweza pia kubeba mwili wa Rais Mwai Kibaki na hali kadhalika aliyekuwa mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Generali Francis Omondi Ogola, na hii leo tunashuhudia gari hili likiweza kubeba mwili wa aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa la Kenya Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, likiwa ni gari maalum ambalo linapatikana katika idara ya jeshi kwa sherehe kama hizi. Maafisa watakaobeba mwili wa mwenda zake hivi sasa wakiweza kujitayarisha ili wakabebe mwili huu hadi mahali tutakapoweza kupokea wimbo wa taifa, kisha tutaweza kuketi na nitaweza kumpisha mwenzangu aweze kuendelea na itifaki na ratiba itakayofuata ya misa ibada ya mwenda zake. Tunazidi kushukuru wananchi walioweza kufika kuweza kushiriki nasi misa ibada ya mwenda zake, na hali kadhalika tuwashukuru kwa utulivu wenu, na hali kadhalika kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba tumeweza kupokea mwili wa mwenda zake ugani Nyayo, uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo, tayari kwa ibada ambayo itaongozwa na kanisa la Kianglikana hapa nchini. Haya ikiwa ni ibada ya kitaifa ya mwenda zake aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, mwili wake hivi sasa ukiweza kutayarishwa na pall bearers ili tuweze kupokea mahali hapa rasmi. Tutakapopokea mwili huu, gwaride litaweza kuendelea, kisha tupate wimbo wa taifa, na baada ya hapo tutaweza kuwajuza ratiba itakayofuata. Kitazama jeneza la mwenda zake limeweza kufunikwa na bendera ya taifa letu la Kenya, ikiwa ni uzalendo wa hali ya juu na heshima za hadi ya juu aliyopewa mwenda zake. Wakiweza kujitayarisha hivi sasa ili wakaweze kuleta mwili huu, tunaomba wapiga picha wetu tafadhali muweze kuwapisha kwa heshima. With all due respect, kindly tunaomba wapiga picha tuweze kuruhusu gwaride hilo kuweza kuendelea tafadhali. Viongozi wetu wa kidini kutoka idara ya jeshi wakiwa mahali pale, kiongozi wa kanisa la Kianglikana, dini ya Kiislamu na hali kadhalika kanisa la Kikatoliki wakiwa tayari kuweza kutuletea mwili huu mahali hapa. Wataweza kuleta mwili huu kwa gwaride mwendo wa kinyonga ama ukipenda slow march, ili tuweze kupokea mwili huu rasmi kwenye jukwaa maalum. Kwa mwendo wa kinyonga kwa umaridadi kabisa, wakiwa wanauleta mwili wa mwenda zake mahali hapa, tukishukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa maisha ya mwenda zake, Mungu wa majeshi mwenye kuneemesha neema zote, neema kubwa na neema ndogo ndogo. Nitaomba wananchi tubaki tukiwa tumesimama, kwa sababu wakati wowote tutaweza kupokea wimbo wa taifa kwa heshima ya kiongozi wetu Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. Heshima, naomba tubaki tukiwa tumesimama kwa wimbo wa taifa. akiweza kupitisha mwili wa mwenda zake katikati ya gwaride hili laandaliwa na jeshi la nchi kavu. Kisha baada ya hapo tutaweza kuendelea na ratiba ya siku ya leo. Heshima hizi za kitaifa akipewa kiongozi wetu siku hii ya leo. Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza kuketi tafadhali. Asante sana wananchi wazalendo mlioweza kufika kuomboleza nasi na hali kadhalika kujiunga nasi kwa ibada ya mwenda zake Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa ruhusa yako hivi sasa nipishe mwenzangu Bwana Mike Gitonga aweze kuendelea na ratiba itakayofuata. Welcome, sir.
Asante mwenzangu Bwana Misango. Your Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defence Forces. Your Excellency Rachel Ruto, First Lady of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency Raila Odinga and family. Your Excellency Taye Selassie, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Your Excellency Dr. Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency Dr. Philip Isdor Mpango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Your Excellency Rebecca Nyandeng, Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan and Chairperson of the Youth and Gender Cluster. Your Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete. Your Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Fourth President of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency Ambassadors, foreign ministers representing various countries, governors present, led by the Governor Nairobi County, Honorable Johnson Sakaja, principal secretaries and cabinet secretaries present, the ODM leadership, members of parliament led by the House speakers and leadership of the houses, the Honorable Chief Justice, the clergy, all mourners present in this stadium and watching from various parts of the world. Your Excellency, with your permission, we will grant an opportunity for heads of states and deputy presidents to pay their last respects to the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. At this point, allow me to invite His Excellency Taye Selassie to pay his last respects by the coffin where lies the remains of His Excellency the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga.
Baba, sini wa baba, baba, jeshi ya baba, baba, sini wa baba, baba, jeshi ya baba, baba, sini wa baba, baba. baba, baba, jeshi ya baba, baba, sini wa baba, baba, jeshi ya baba, 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 sini wa baba, baba, jeshi ya baba, baba, sini wa baba.
Let me also now invite His Excellency Dr. Philip Isdor Mpango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Followed by Her Excellency Rebecca Nyandeng Ngarang, then followed by His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete. After last respects have been paid, we shall then hand over to the church to lead us in the sermon. But first of all, let's allow the distinguished guests who have proceeded to first of all view. I'll now invite the Professor David Kodia, Bishop of the Anglican Diocese of Bondo, to now lead us in the service and the homily for this particular session. Professor David Kodia, Bishop, karibu tafadhali. Also to recognize His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. Also to recognize Interior Minister of Rwanda, representing His Excellency Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. So currently we have His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, paying his last respects. Then I will invite Professor David Kodia, Bishop of the Anglican Diocese of Bondo, to take over the service. Professor David Kodia, kindly you may take over the service and lead us in the sermon.
I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Anglican Church of Kenya and the Anglican Diocese of Bondo and the entire Christian fraternity and all of us here present. I want to say thank you for all those who have come and ask for silence as we begin this service. So by the divine calling to our episcopacy, I wish to declare this service, state funeral service, for the Right Honorable Raila Odinga officially opened in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. And I would like to ask Bishop Jonathan Kabiru of Nairobi to come and open the word.
Basi na tusimame kwa maombi. The Lord be with you. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Mwenyezi Mungu, twaja mbele zako asubuhi ya leo katika ibada hii ambayo ni ibada ya huzuni sana, katika hali ya kusherehekea maisha ya mtumishi wako, kiongozi wetu, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, ambaye Mwenyezi Mungu ulimpeana katika ulimwengu huu tangu mwaka huo wa 1945. Na Mwenyezi Mungu, wewe umeandamana pamoja naye katika maisha yake. Akawa ni baraka kubwa kwa familia ya Odinga, akawa wa baraka kubwa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, Afrika yetu na ulimwengu wote. Na sasa katika kikao hiki tunaomba uwepo wako uwe pamoja nasi, ututulize roho zetu, ufariji familia yake, na ibada hii iendelee vyema, na katika hali zote Mwenyezi Mungu uweze kutamalaki. Twaomba ya kwamba kama watukufu wa nchi hii yetu ya Kenya, ya kwamba neema yako na amani yako itakuwa juu yetu. Kwa Kristo Yesu twaomba na kuamini. Amen.
As we stand, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Kindiki, Mama Canon Ida Odinga and her family, on behalf of our bishops, as the Anglican Church, we are delighted to lead the family, the nation, and the world in honoring a great son of Africa. To begin our solemn service, we will ask the combined choir of All Saints Cathedral, Nairobi, and ACK St. Stephen's Cathedral, Jogoo Road, to lead us in singing two stanzas of Bwana ni Mchungaji. Tunaposimama tafadhali. we may please resume our seats. Jesus says, I am the resurrection and the life. He that believes in me, though he dies, he shall live. And whoever lives and believes in me shall never die. I know that my Redeemer liveth, and that he shall stand at the latter day upon the earth. And though after my skin worms destroy this body, yet in my flesh I shall see God, whom I shall see for myself, and my eyes shall behold and not another. We brought nothing into this world, and it is certain that we carry nothing out of it. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. The grass withers and the flowers fall, because the breath of the Lord blows on them. Surely the people are grass.
At this moment, we shall be upstanding for the bidding prayer. We shall be upstanding for the bidding prayer. We are gathered here at the Nyayo National Stadium to commemorate the life of one of our own foremost leaders, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya and the ODM party leader. We are grateful to Mama Ida Odinga, Rosemary, Raila Jr., Winnie, the late Fidel's family, and the entire Odinga family for their generosity in sharing Raila with the world. His immense contributions inspire us in shaping Kenyans' governance and democracy. We solemnly beseech our Heavenly Father that He may grant comfort and peace to the family at this time of grief. We ask that God may encourage all who worked closely with our departed statesman stroke Pan-Africanist and every person affected by his sad and abrupt death. It is our humble supplication that our Lord God Almighty may grant us the grace to follow his example, to preserve his legacy, and at the last to share in the promise of resurrection at the second coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. We pray this in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Colonel Gratol Mwanyanya, the Principal Chaplain, Kenya Defense Forces. I now request that we please sit as we ask the combined choir to lead us in singing You Raise Me Up, after which Safi and Lamech will bring us the readings, followed by the psalm by Canon Geoffrey Okapesi, the Administrative Secretary, the Anglican Diocese of Nairobi. Choir, please.
Thank you, choir. Kindly let us all stand for the psalm reading. Kindly let us all stand up for the psalm reading. The psalm reading appointed for today is taken from Psalm chapter 90, beginning to read at verse 1. Psalm chapter 90, beginning to read at verse 1. Lord, you have been our dwelling place throughout generations. Before the mountains were born or brought forth the whole world, from everlasting to everlasting, you are a God. You turn people back to dust, saying, return to dust, you mortals. 1,000 years in your sight are like a day that has just gone by, or like a watch in the night. Yet you sweep people away in the sleep of death. They are like the new grass of the morning. In the morning it springs up new, up by ever, evening it is dry and withered. We are consumed by your anger and terrified by your indignation. You have set our iniquities before you, our secret sins in the light of your presence. In all our days pass away under your wrath. We finish our years with a mourn. Our days may come to 70 years or 80 if our strength endures. Yet the best of them are but trouble and sorrow, for they quickly pass and we fly away. If only we knew the power of your anger. The wrath is as great as the fear that is your due. Teach us to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom. Glory to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was written in the beginning, so is now, and ever shall be. Amen. Kindly let us take our seats for the first reading.
In presence of God, in presence of God and of Christ, Jesus will judge the living and the dead, and in view of his appearing and his kingdom, I give you this charge: preach the word, be prepared in the season and out of season. Correct, rebuke, encourage with great patience and careful instructions. For the time will come when people will not put up the sound doctrine. Instead, to suit their own desires, they will gather around them a great number of teachers to save their itching ears and want to hear. They will turn their ears away from the truth and turn aside from myths. But you keep your head in all situations, endure hardships, and do the work of evangelist, discharge and duties of your ministry. For I am already being poured out like a drink offering, and the time of my departure is near. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept faith. Okay.
The second reading is John 5:25 to 29. Very truly I tell you, a time is coming, and now has now come when the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God, and those who hear will live. For the Father has life in himself, so he has granted the Son also to have life in himself. And he has given him authority to judge because he is the Son of Man. Do not be amazed at this, for a time is coming when all who are in their graves will hear his voice and come out. Those who have done what is good will rise to live, and those who have done what is evil will rise to be condemned. This is the word of God.
Amen. We now welcome the All Saints Cathedral 7 a.m. choir to do a special Goodness of God. After which, the Right Reverend Jonathan Kabiru, the Bishop of the Anglican Diocese of Nairobi, will come on stage to lead us in the litany through to intercessory prayers.
Thank you, choir. Let us continue in the litany. For everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to cast away stones and a time to gather them, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to seek and a time to lose, a time to keep and a time to cast away, a time to read and a time to seal and a time to keep silent. Let us join together in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is done in heaven. Give us today our daily bread. Forgive us our sins, as we forgive all who sin against us. Save us from all trials and temptation. Deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forever. Amen. The correct, as we come to celebrate the life of our departed great man. O merciful God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who is the resurrection and the life, in whom whoever believeth shall live, though he die. And whoever liveth and believeth in him shall not die eternally. Who also has taught us by his holy apostles and Paul not to be sorry as men without hope. For them that sleep in him, we meekly beseech you, thee, O Father, that when we shall depart this life, we may rest in him, as our hope is in this, our brother death, and that the general resurrection in the last day, we may be found acceptable in thy sight, and receive that blessing which thy well-beloved Son shall then pronounce to all that love and fear thee, saying, Come ye blessed children of my Father, receive the kingdom prepared for you from the beginning of the world. Grant this, we beseech thee, O merciful Father, through Jesus Christ, our mediator and Redeemer. Amen. The prayers of thanksgiving. We give you thanks and praise, Almighty Father, that you sent your Son to die and raised him from the dead. We praise you in the confidence that you save all people, living and dead. Lord, we pray that you may hear us. We thank you for Raila Odinga, who in baptism was given the pledge of eternal life and is now admitted to the company of the saints. Lord, hear us. We thank you for our brother who shared the bread of life, or for a taste of eternal banquet of heaven. Lord, hear us. We thank you for our relatives and friends, and for all who have helped us, who enjoy the reward of their goodness. Lord, hear us. We pray that the family and friends of our brother Raila Odinga may be consoled in their grave by the Lord. We wept at death of Lazarus, his friend. Lord, hear us. We pray for all of us assembled here to worship in faith, that we may be granted, be gathered together again in God's kingdom. Lord, hear us. Almighty God, in your great love, you crafted us by your hand and breathed life into us by your Spirit. Although we become rebellious people, you did not abandon us to our sin. In your tender mercy, you sent your Son to restore in us in your image. In obedience to your will, he gave up his life for us, bearing in his body our sins on the cross. By your mighty power, you raised him from the grave and exalted him to the throne of glory, rejoicing in his victory and trusting in your promise to make alive all who turn to Christ. We commit Raila Odinga to your mercy, and we join with all your faithful people and the whole company of heaven in the one and unending song of praise. Glory and wisdom and honor be to our God forever and ever. Amen. We are so grateful to God for this far that we have come in celebrating the life of the late Right Honorable Raila Odinga. We have with us the Bishop of the Diocese of Bondo, where the family of Odinga come from. And I take this opportunity, Your Excellency, to welcome Bishop Professor Cordia, who will bring to us a homily at this particular time. We are going to stand and we are going to be led in a hymn so that we can be able to welcome the preacher of the day. Kindly let us stand as the provost announced the hymn.
When the roll is called up yonder. And as Bishop comes, please we request the marshals in the stadium, if you could kindly help calm our fellow Kenyans who indeed are joyous, but are expressing themselves in a manner that probably makes it difficult for Mama Canon Ida and our family, His Excellency the President and distinguished guests, not to quite follow what's going on. We kindly respect our pain and how we are expressing our grief. We graciously request fellow Kenyans in the stadium, could we maintain some level of calm? Baba Raila Odinga loved peace. Could we celebrate him in peace so that we hear the bishop speak to us? We stand to sing When the Roll is Called Up Yonder.
When the We can now get our seats. My fellow Kenyans, this is the time that God wants to talk to all of us as we give our last respect to our Baba. If he were to be here addressing you, he would start by saying, higher, higher, and all will be well. So I'm also saying, higher, higher, and let it be well. To His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya and all distinguished guests, Mama Ida and the Odinga family, as we celebrate the life of our fallen hero, I just want us to pay attention to what God is telling us, for that is the purpose for which we came here to have this state service. So I want to ask for your indulgence, friends of Raila, that let's spare a moment just to listen to what God is telling us. Paul, in his address to Timothy, makes it very clear that in the presence of God and of Christ Jesus, who will judge the living and the dead, and in view of his appearing and his kingdom, I give you this charge. Preach the word. Be prepared in season and out of season. Correct, rebuke, and encourage. Those are powerful words. When Paul gave a strong charge, saying, come and listen, for this is my word that I give unto you. Proclaim the things that God has commanded you to proclaim. What the theme of my sermon is: the power of the word. God has given us his power in his word, and that word must be proclaimed in order to have effect on us. That power has been given unto us so that the world could be a better place. That power has been given to us so that all of us would be able to live in freedom and in liberty. Power to correct, power to rebuke, and power to encourage. The Prime Minister was given that power, and he used that power effectively. The power to proclaim the new dawn in the Republic of Kenya. The power to proclaim the new freedom, where now all of us can be able to say whatever we feel we need to say. The power to proclaim liberation of mankind from the state of fear to the state of boldness. Being given the power to proclaim. All of us, in one way or the other, we have been endowed with that power to proclaim something. when His Excellency is given the power, is also given the power to proclaim certain declarations with far-reaching effects on the entire Republic. Power to proclaim. The question is today, which we are all asking, as we celebrate the life of Baba, is how do we apply the power to proclaim that God has given us for the good of the nation, for the good of all of us, for the good of humanity. Baba is one such politician that never used the power of money to intimidate people or to lure followers. Today we have very bad manners amongst most of our politicians. They have taught our people the culture of handouts, that wherever you are, you must give part with money. And woe unto those who drive big vehicles, they are in trouble. Whenever you are seen, you are only seen in terms of money. What can you be able to give? Baba Raila Amolo Odinga never used the power of his wallet as a convincing tool to others, but he used the power of persuasion. He used the power of persuasion. He used the power of the word. Let's allow ourselves to be used of God so that the power He has given us may be the power that is correcting, the power that is reconciling, the power that's rebuking what is evil and what is not evil. We as preachers, sometimes we are also tempted to fall into temptation of compromising the message that the Lord has given us, because sometimes we feel we must make some people happy. I want to tell you for free that God has called all of us only to proclaim His will, and once we proclaim that, we remain stronger than ever before. We become more charged to speak the truth than ever before. How many can fit in the shoes of Raila Odinga today? How many can fit in that shoes today as I speak? I am addressing you when I'm in the Spirit of God to proclaim that God wants us to do things right all the time, everywhere, so that Kenya could be free and all of us could be free to live in a united nation of our republic. That was the wisdom that God had given him. And I want to charge you in the name of God that from today, please, as we honor the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, let's see ourselves as Kenya First, not from the point of view of our tribes, of our classes, of regions, where we come from. Kenya is too small to be subdivided into regions. As I conclude, because I was given only 2 hours to preach, now as I conclude, it is hardly a month ago when I had breakfast with Baba. We were with Mama Ida, and we talked about things touching on the church. And one thing I say, I saw a man who was ready to meet God anytime. I saw in him a man who had made peace with God in everything that he said and everything that he did. I saw in him a man who was ready to walk the journey with the Lord at whatever level. A humble servant that many people never listened to. A man who believed in God that many people did not know. I tell you, as his bishop, he is a person that we have lost. He is a person who was at the heart of our diocese. Some people think that for you to be a good churchman, people must see how you give. Sometimes you give by the right hand, the left hand may not have to know what you have given. A person who knew how to work for his Lord. That is the person whose life we are celebrating today. And I want to say without contradiction, Your Excellency the President, what you have done, this service and this state honor, there is no one who would have deserved this other than the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. And when we are proclaiming the word, we should not be fearful. Word proclaimed must have the power to transform, must have the power to make us renewed in our strength for the liberation of our country from those who are looting everything from us, from country level to everywhere. If there is anyone here, I want us to make a testament. I want us to make a testament with the people of Kenya. If there is anyone here, at whatever level, be you a governor, be you an MCA, be you whoever it is who has looted this country, you know you stand the chance of being condemned. So when we are talking about a person of the stature of Raila Odinga, we are seeing in him those strands of justice which are yet to be worn. We are seeing in him those strands of peace which are yet to be achieved. We are seeing in him the strands of reconciliation which we are yet to see. We are seeing in him the Kenyanhood being at the center of everything else. May God bless you all. May God lift you up as we bid farewell to Baba. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Yes, I want us now to pray for the family. Let us all be silent a bit as we commit this family before God. God, you are always graceful. You are always merciful. You are always loving. And you are always caring. This is the family that you had made for us in this Republic of Kenya, to be the champion of democracy, of freedom, of love, of the unity of our nation. You have left Mama Ida remaining to be the mother of all of us. You have left Baba Dr. Buru also to be the father of all of us. You have left this family. They will never lack when we are still there to be with them. We want to commit them all unto you, O Lord, for your special favor, that you touch each and every one of them. You grant them the favor to remain strong even at this time of mourning. Let their celebration be our celebration. Let their grief be our grief. Let their joy be our joy. And let their strength be our strength. May you comfort them all, and may you heal their wounded hearts, O Lord. For all this we ask in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. As we now close, we want to go to the commendation. Our brother, Raila Odinga, may you go into the hands of God, O merciful Savior. We commend your servant, Raila Odinga, unto you, O Lord. Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, and let the perpetual light shine upon him. May his soul and the souls of all the faithful departed through the mercy of God rest in peace, rest in peace, rest in peace. Amen. Now I want to hand over the microphone to the state MCA, Mr. Gitonga, to take over from here now. Thank you. We can sit.
Professor Kithure Kindiki now run the program as from. Welcome, Your Excellency, the Deputy of Kenya, Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki.
We would like to hear the tribute of our departed leader, the Honorable Raila Odinga. That tribute, the eulogy, will be read by Jaoko Oburu.
I am honored, Baba, to read your eulogy. May the Lord give me peace and give peace that transcends all understanding to us, your orphans. Raila Odinga is truly a once-in-a-generation leader, a man whose ideals transcended politics and whose legacy will shape Kenya's destiny for generations to come. President William Ruto announced the demise of former Premier on 15th October 2025. On the 15th October 2025, the mortal journey of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga came to an end. But his spirit is immortalized in the story of a life that began on the 7th of January, 1945. For 80 years, he embodied resilience, boundless optimism, a will to test limits, ventured into new frontiers and imagined new horizons, all in a steadfast love for country. He was a leader who never wavered in his belief in the good of his people. Raila Odinga lived a life of purpose. He chose to fly high, urged the nation to dare, and challenged Africa to fight for its place in the world and retrace the dreams of the continent's founders. Over the past 3 years, we have witnessed an outpouring of emotions of a nation gripped in grief. Africa has grieved for him. Indeed, the world has grieved for him. Our nation and the world struggling with the question, did we really know him in his fighting to find hope in his enduring legacy? Raila Odinga may not have been there to fight the country's war for independence, but he bows out as an undisputed leader of the national rebirth of the Kenyan nation. He easily became the bridge between our generation and that of our grandfather, the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who fought for our country's independence from colonialism. He learned at the feet of Kenyans and Africa's most revered leaders. He witnessed the liberation ideals and struggles of Pan-African heroes, including our grandfather Jaramogi, Jomo Kenyatta, Julius Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, Gamal Abdel Nasser, and Kenneth Kaunda, among others. He followed and internalized Nelson Mandela's struggles and agreed with his philosophy that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. That the brave man is not he who does not feel afraid, but he who conquers that fear. Raila conquered fear and mastered courage. Possibility of death in pursuit of an ideal was not a reason for Raila to retreat, for he also internalized William Shakespeare's words that cowards may die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. It is from that perch that Raila began his own long walk for freedom and liberation, applying himself to the cause as a debt owed to past and due to the present generations. Many times he appeared to be on a cause much larger than himself, a mission almost impossible, but he seemed to be the way he loved it. He gave his life for it. In emulating the giant steps of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, our grandfather, and the spirit of selflessness that ran deep in his heritage, Raila Odinga, just as his father once declared that he could be no freedom for the release, without the release of their leader Jomo Kenyatta, proclaimed Kibaki Tosha, a declaration that propelled NARC to bring an end to KANU's 40-year rule. This defining act was emblematic of the man himself. Raila Odinga was Raila Odinga. He never cared what others thought about him or his actions. He cared whether people bought into his vision and mission. Once he felt he had the mandate of the people, there will be no turning back. In the process, he became Kenya's ultimate political prisoner and one of Africa's best-known freedom fighters, a dedicated and down-to-earth servant of the people of Kenya, a headache to the corrupt elite, and a beacon of hope for those struggling for freedom, not only in Kenya, but across Africa and beyond. Generations to come will honor him and offer gratitude. Raila Odinga cared deeply about Africa and worried eternally about its decline. For that, he applied himself to peace and reconciliation missions across the continent whenever called upon. During the 90s, he worked closely with the International Republican Institute as a resource person for peace and conflict resolution in the then war-torn countries of Mozambique and Burundi, and offered similar support to peaceful electoral processes in Nigeria and Zimbabwe. He mastered Africa's conflicts and the forces and issues behind them. The highest executive position he ever rose to was that of Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, following the signing of a National Accord and Reconciliation Act 2008, which created the office to facilitate power sharing after the controversial 2007 elections. Earlier, he had served as Member of Parliament for Lang'ata constituency within the city of Nairobi from 1992. However, the hallmark of Raila's life and career was not in executive mansions and offices. It was in the struggle for freedom and democracy in Kenya and across Africa, many times telling the continent's dictators to set their people free. It earned him outright enemies, cynical friends, and admirers in Africa and beyond. It is this record that saw him appointed Special Peace Envoy of the African Union in February 2011, following the post-election crisis in Cote d'Ivoire. He judged standards, which he was instrumental in establishing. Even as he pursued all these careers, Raila understood that social, political, and economic changes in a country came through politics, and that although all politics is local, politics is also substantially international. So even as he appeared to be rabble-rousing in the trenches of Kibra and Kondele, he understood that an hour comes when he needed to dust himself off and sit in boardrooms or take a plane to global capitals to negotiate politics and policies. He did that effortlessly, moving from dusty Kamkunji grounds to a meeting in diplomatic circuits of the country within the hour. It was normal for Raila to be tear-gassed, water-hosed, and even shot at, only for him to show up at the boardroom for meetings with his tormentors as if torture at the field did not happen. He understood the place of man-to-man negotiations in the quest to influence policy and power. Raila disagreed fundamentally with many politicians about the state of the Kenyan nation and how to transform it. But those disagreements never stopped him from sitting down with those he disagreed with or sympathizing with the views of fellow politicians. Raila believed in political parties as vehicles for advancing democracy and good governance. It is upon this belief that he was founder member of the Forum for Restoration of Democracy, FORD, later FORD Kenya in 1991, the National Democratic Party, NDP, in 1996, and the Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, in 1997. And in 2005, his present political vehicle, the Orange Democratic Party of Kenya, ODM. In 2013, he led his party into coalition with other parties to form the Coalition for Reforms and Democracy Code, on whose ticket he ran for president. He challenged the election results at the Supreme Court, which ruled in favor of his opponent. He accepted the verdict and took up the leadership of the opposition. He contested the 2017 presidential election on the ticket of the National Super Alliance, NASA, which election ended up being nullified by the Supreme Court, but he stayed out of the subsequent contest. Mr. Odinga was again picked by his coalition, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party, for the presidency in 2022, whose results were confirmed against him by the Supreme Court. He accepted the verdict and has led the opposition coalition. Raila's early life prepared him to be a consummate African and citizen of the world. With early education in Kisumu and Siaya before leaving for Germany, where he began his high school education at the Herder Institute of Leipzig. He later transitioned to the Otto von Gutenberg University in Magdeburg, in the then East Germany, where he obtained a Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering, specializing in production technology. In February 2024, Raila visited and extensively toured the two institutions, reliving his days there and recalling that when he arrived in Otto von Guerre, there was not more than 5 black students in the whole college. As a leader, Raila believed in and exercised unity, selflessness, sacrifice, collective leadership, humility, honesty, discipline, and hard work. Other than Kenya, Raila's other greater love was Africa. He celebrated the continent's potential and mourned its poverty. He mourned the death of leadership on the continent and felt the pain of its people being left behind by less endowed regions of the world because of failure of leadership. Indeed, the last major political project Raila quietly embarked on just days before his death was a third biography dedicated purely to Pan-Africanism and what needs to be done to take the continent forward. In October 2018, Raila was appointed as the African Union High Representative for Infrastructure Development in Africa. He moved into the position with the swiftness and certainty of fish in water. He named the continental highway networks corridors, railways, and airports as if they were in Kenya. He was at ease with Africa's trade deficit figures in comparison to other parts of the world. In politics, Raila communicated the importance of reconciliation, forgiveness, and putting country over self. He forgave his jailers and worked with them to move the country forward. He emphasized that building a progressive country demanded leaders rise above anger and desire for revenge. He also believed strongly that preservation of a nation requires the triumph of pragmatism over ideology, that when the nation is under extreme threat, leaders must embrace extreme compromise. He believed power was not an end, but a means to an end. It should be used towards the desired end. He believed that power should be used to ensure the existence of the nation, not the demise of the nation. He wanted power to be used to ensure progress, prosperity, and peace of and among nations, and not for any causes that would yield contrary outcomes. We will cherish Raila's memory in the heart of our nation, and I believe in the hearts of many African nations. Fare thee well, our champion, our freedom fighter, our Baba. You have fought the long fight. You have finished the arduous race. You have kept the unshakable faith. Your work here is done. The struggle continues. Rest in peace and eternal, rest in perfect and eternal peace. Thank you, Baba. Long live the King!
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are going now to receive the following family members to eulogize their father, Winnie Odinga, Raila Odinga Jr., Rosemary Odinga, and later on, Mama Ida, and Mzee Senator Dr. Oburu Oginga will close that chapter on the family tributes. Karibuni.
Hello? 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 Mimi leo sina mengi ya kusema. Niko hapa na watoto wangu. Huyu ni mtoto wangu wa kwanza, anaitwa Safi. Na huyu ni wangu wa pili, anaitwa Senai. Niko na mandugu zangu huko nyuma, Junior na Winnie, na my cousins pia wako hapa. Leo ni siku wa uchungu mwingi sana kwangu mimi. Najua nyinyi pia mnasikia uchungu mwingi sana. Kwa sababu hata baba alikuwa baba wetu, alikuwa baba zetu sote. Naomba niseme machache kwa Kiingereza tafadhali. Ladies and gentlemen, of course all protocols observed. I'm a bit today I'm feeling very, very sad. I did not anticipate to speak today, and there's so much I can say about Baba, but at the same time, we don't have enough time for me to say it all. To me, he was my advisor. He was a friend. He was also someone who understood me very well, and my children and my siblings. I remember the day I received the message. I was seated on the table, just finished my breakfast, and then my brother Junior called me, and he asked me where I was, and I told him, nimekaa kwa meza, I'm seated at the table. And then he asked me to sit down. And I asked myself, now do I sit on the floor, or sitting on the table, or the seat at the table is good enough? I was so confused. But then Junior then told me that our father was no longer with us. Until today, it is still very difficult. Ni uchungu mwingi sana ambao tunahisi kama familia. Na leo hii tunakuja na nyinyi pia, ndio tuombeleze na nyinyi pia, Kenya mzima na dunia nzima. Nataka tu kusema asanteni sana kwa kusimama na sisi, na tutaendelea kusimama pamoja, na Mungu abariki Kenya mzima na bariki dunia mzima. And thank you all. Asanteni sana. Mungu atupe nguvu. Mama, Mungu akupe nguvu. Thank you so much. Sina mengi ya kusema.
Sawa. Haya. Haya. Okay. Tulia, wacha nisome. A tribute from Raila Junior Odinga. My beloved mom, my sister Rosie and Winnie, my extended family, excellencies, distinguished guests, my fellow Kenyans. Since I learned of my dad's demise, I have organized over how to best mourn him. My father was many things to me, to many people, but to my siblings and I, he was simply Dad. Dad embodied resilience, courage, and unwavering commitment to the ideals of freedom and justice. He always stood for what he believed was right, sometimes at great family cost and personal cost as well. He was my hero. And his legacy lives in me, in my siblings, and in all those whose lives he touched. I am my father's son. And that is why I will continue to fight for values he believed in: justice, fairness, and service to others. I am very alive to the fact that my brother Fidel is gone. I remain the gentleman of the family. Dad, I want you to assure you that I will take care of our family, Mom, Rosie, Winnie, and your larger political family too. Erokamano. Aya, hii sehemu, the refrain is Asante Baba. Nikinua fly risk, mnasema Asante Baba. Tujaribu mara ya kwanza. Asante Baba. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for giving me your name and for never heaping the weight of it on me. Asante Baba. Thank you for the beautiful childhood that through the challenging times. Asante Baba. Thank you for believing in me, encouraging me to speak up and to try new things, for always hearing me out. Thank you for standing by me even when I fell short or outright failed, and for always showing me grace. Thank you for your wisdom, your guidance, and your unwavering love, not just for me, but our entire family. Mama, Fidel, Rosie, Winnie, Yvonne, Lion Amolo Odinga, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Thank you for grounding me in ways more of our people and encouraging me to be a man. I will deeply miss our family moments, our laughter, our conversation. I will miss watching Arsenali with you. I miss Arsenali. Aya, wacha nimalize. I thank God for you and for everything you have meant to me. You have run your race with honor, and may grace now lead you home. May the ancestors receive you and rest well. Nindikwe, Baba Aheri, Asante Baba, Asante Baba, Asante Baba, Joey, Joey, Joey. Wacha nimkaribishe dadangu Honorable Winnie Odinga. Karibu Winnie.
Hey. To fellow mourners and all protocols observed, I don't know who I'll miss more, my dad or my superhero. I've been the luckiest girl in the world because you are my dad. Only 3 other human beings were as lucky as me: Fidel, Rosie, and Junior. Dad, you are light, steady, unyielding, and deeply human. To the world, you are known by many names. When you were growing up, they used to call you Aluo. And then when you started work, they started calling you Jaramogi's son. And at some point, they started to call you Tinga. At another point, they started to call you Aguambo. Briefly there, they called you Nyundo. They called you Jacom. They called you Baba Fidel. But in the end, they called you Baba. To me, you were simply Dad. A man whose presence froze rooms around the world. Our home was the Vitendawili testing ground, filled with trivia, quizzes that challenged the 4 of us, in a good way sometimes. When I learned that you willed to be buried in 72 hours, I laughed. Good old Dad, testing and planning for all of us, even beyond the grave. I can see you now laughing in your heaving manner. I can see you laughing at all of us, knowing that your wish will be done. To my fellow mourners, words. That justice must be pursued even when the path is lonely. The true leadership is service and not power. Millions of you are in despair, but take heart, because he left a plan for you too. He led all of us, he taught us, he carried us. We know what he expects from us, and we shall rise together in his honor. I watched him at his best. I watched him fall and rise again, each time with grace, forgiveness, and hope. At home, he was gentle and humorous. He loved storytelling, music. I think you know the favorite song. Down the bay, the mountain top, where the sun shines on a mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached India, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my world is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Bondo town. Dad loved his grandchildren, Safi, Fidel's son Alai, Junior's son Lion, Sanai, and Jaramogi. He loved you with all his heart. Even in the busiest moments of national duty, he would send me to check on all of you. I now know it was to remind us to stay grounded, for me to teach you how to dream boldly and to always stand firm for what is right. Today, as we celebrate his life, I choose to remember not only the leader the world knew, but the father I loved with every fiber of my being. The biggest part of me died on the 15th of October, 2025. But the spirit of the lion roars on forever. Fellow mourners, I was with him in India when he took his last breath. He died in my arms, but he did not die like people have been saying on social media. Every day he was waking up and walking, and every day he would do 1 round. The next day he would push 2 rounds. That morning he pushed to 5 rounds. He died strong, when with dignity and with pride. And you must be proud of that. You all must also walk with your heads held high and walk strong and proud that he left as a gentleman. As a fan to Lamu, from Isiolo, Mandera, to the shores of Lake Victoria, asanteni sana. The king is dead, but long live the crown. Joey! 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 Rest in peace, Dad. Asante.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto, and our First Lady Mama Rachel, and all protocols observed. I have a very heavy heart to say farewell to my dear brother. Raila was more than a brother to me. He was my friend, he was my age mate, he was my advisor, and he was my confidant, and he was everything, including business partnership. We grew up together more or less as twins, because the difference between me and my brother is only 1 year and 2 months. And unfortunately, my brother passed on my birthday, which is 15th October 1943. When we were growing together with my brother, we were in Bondo in Sakwa, though we were born in Maseno. But during that time, we were only 3 boys. and our mother was a disciplinarian more than our father. But my brother Raila knew how to cook. Our father's mother told us that you, my boys, you are also my girls. You must learn to fetch firewood. You must learn to cook. You must learn to prepare everything, including washing clothes and ironing and so on. Raila was best at all those things. The other thing Raila was best at was in class. Me, I was average. I could be number 5, number 4, number 3 sometimes if I did well. But Raila was always number 1. He was always number 1 in class. And I also want to tell you that Raila was a sportsman. He was a sportsman. He used to do what we were calling triple jump. He used to play football, and he used to do pole vault. But I was better than him in jumping and in pole vault. I want to tell you that my brother loved justice from the beginning. He loved to hear news. And one day he was late in school, and when the teacher asked him what he was doing, he said he was still listening to the radio. He wanted to hear news. And he was only at standard 3, standard 4. So Raila was a no-nonsense man. He entertained no mediocrity. Raila did not want mediocrity. If you came across him with lies or something mediocre, his left hand was very fast. He could give you something to teach you a lesson that you must always be truthful. He protected me and my brother, the later Gola, because he was more brave in confronting anybody who attacked us. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you the story of Raila the whole day, but that is not my intention today. My intention is to tell you that even though my brother was almost the same age as me, but younger than me, I can tell you that I respected him as my leader in the political arena. And I want to thank my party, ODM, for making me the acting party leader of ODM, the oldest and the largest party in East and Central Africa. I will take that mantle with vigor, and I must assure you, my colleagues, that I will not disappoint. Even though the shoes of Raila are too big to be filled. But I just want to try my best. I want to try my best. And now I would like to inform you that I'm also with my wife. My wives, I'm a general. I have 2 of them. If I don't introduce them to you, they might feel jealous and refuse to give me food. There's my elder wife, Dr. Ann Ayo Oburu, is here. And come. This is the lady who took me out of boyhood. She is a doctor. She is a pediatrician, and she is the one with whom we grew together. But I thought that now, at my age, I don't want her to scratch me. I don't want her to massage me. So I brought her helper, Judith Oburu. Judith Oburu. Judith Oburu here works with NSSF, and she is also an accountant by profession. So thank you very much. Your Excellencies, we have come here to mourn. Tomorrow we are moving home, and we shall talk to you again when you come to Bondo. And I thank you all for listening to me and giving me this opportunity to listen to you. But please, keep the spirit of Raila burning. We are going to keep the spirit of Raila burning. You can see Raila has siblings. You can see Junior has spoken here very well. You can see Winnie is there burning. You can see Rosemary is there burning. And you can see their mother, Ida, is here. Ida, please keep the family together and make sure that the fire of Raila keeps burning forever and forever more. Thank you for listening to me. Oh, let me leave on. Asante, my brother, rest in peace. My brother, rest in peace. Greet for us, my dad, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Greet for us, our mama. Greet for us, our mama, our mother, Mama Mary Oginga. Greet for us, our father, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Greet for us, all our brothers, Agola, Osewe, and Odima, who left before us. And greet for us, all of them. And I'm sure God the Almighty is going to welcome you with his hands there, because you were magnanimous, you loved God, and you loved people. That is what God also expected of you, and you have done your best. Rest, my brother. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, my brother. Thank you.
Hello? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. To His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, and Her Excellency Lady Rachel Ruto, the former President, President Uhuru Kenyatta, the visiting President, past and present, the Deputy Presidents, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and watu wetu wa Kenya kwa jumla, hamjambo. Today is a very unique day. It is not every day that I would be standing here
to say something to the nation and to the world about my dear husband, Raila Amolo Odinga. For those who don't know me, I've got a very long name. They call me Canon Dr. Ida Betty Odinga EST. Now, these names don't just come like that, but they are names that are given. I cannot forget the name that the public has given me called Min Pin. That name is a very heavy name because it is a name that puts a lot of responsibility to the owner of that name. I'm also gotten the name of Peace Ambassador. And for that reason, even before I say something else, I'd like to say something about peace. One thing that I know that Raila stood for, and he keep on repeating, is that we need peace in our nation, we need peace in our homes. And peace will not survive in a situation, in a chaotic situation. For that reason, I appeal, today I appeal, let us mourn Raila in peace. I know you are all concerned, I know you are all mourning, you are sad about this, but let's keep peace so that the peace can prevail, not only here in the stadium, but also in the rest of the country. Coming to talk about my dear husband, Raila Amolo Odinga. I first met Raila way back in the early 70s, and we got married in 1973. For that reason, I've lived with this man for 52 years. Many of the people that I see or who are in this stadium could have easily be our children. No wonder you call him Baba. That name did not come from nowhere, but came from the experience and the life that he has lived with and relationship that he has had with some of these people. During our union, we were blessed by 4 children. First, the first child was called Fidel Castro Odhiambo Odinga. When Fidel was born, I was a bit hesitant the way he gives the name. I say, why do you call him Fidel? Then he said he was a great admirer of Fidel Castro, and therefore he named his first child Fidel Castro Odinga. Later, we had the second child, Rosemary, and here again, Rose is the name of my mother, and Mary is the name of his mother. We combined the 2 names together, and we called the child Rosemary. It also has a meaning to us. When it came to the third one, and he named after his best friend and his cousin called Raila Kembo, with whom they shared the name. So we ended up with Raila Odinga. Last, there was a big gap, and I'll explain to you. Last came the fourth child. The fourth child, when I went to the hospital, and you know those mothers, or well, you know, you end up somewhere in labor ward. And I was watching the television. And on the television, that's the time when Nelson Mandela had come out of prison. It was he's been there for 27 years. Raila also had been in prison, but that's not why we named her Winnie. And I was watching the television, I could see Nelson Mandela and Winnie Mandela holding hands as Mandela walked out of the gates of the prison. By then, I didn't know what kind of child I was going to get. But then I said, if it's a boy, we'll name him Wilson Mandela. But if it's a girl, will be Winnie Mandela. And therefore, Winnie Mandela arrived. And that's the fourth child. I see when you look at this naming of the children, I know these days you can name your child anything that you want, but I'll appeal to those who are still having babies. Give your child a meaningful name, because you name them people you never saw, you never heard of, simply because it saw the name written somewhere. There's nothing wrong with giving our children the names of the people who in our lives we think are the heroes. Our life was not smooth life. Just like any other family, there's been ups and downs. But as we continue living together, we've learned how to cope, because we all have weaknesses and strengths. We learned to talk straight to one another. We learned to speak the truth, and we learned to forgive and move on. Now, that forgiving spirit was not only in the home, but is something that has spread to the Kenyan. You've seen how many times he has tried in the elections, but that forgiveness is a paramount. So please don't carry grudges from one generation to another and from one group to another. We are all Kenyans. We are all Kenyans. We are sisters and brothers. We must learn to forgive easily and build together Kenya. Towards the end, I'll not say everything. I would like to say everything, but time would not allow. And a span of 52 years is not a short time. I hope that when I get another opportunity on Sunday, I'll be able to say more. But one thing that he kept on repeating to me is that we must urge Kenyans, to live in peace. He kept on repeating that. We must repeat it to our Kenyans, we live in peace. Raila hated dishonesty. He hated dishonesty. He hated greed. The greed that have affected the main fabric of our society. The greed that leads to stealing from the public coffers. The greed that leads to corruptions. That's the kind of thing that Raila would not have liked to see. So, you people, you Kenyans, I'll tell you more. But I thank you. I thank you, those who have come and those who are watching us from other places. I thank you for standing with this family. I thank you for being here for us. And I thank you for helping us to mourn Raila. May his soul lie in eternal peace. And for the people of Kenya, I wish you well, thank you, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Fellow mourners, we are moving towards the end of this occasion, the first part, so that we can allow a second part that is going to take place in the afternoon. On behalf of Senator Dr. Oburu Oginga, who has been the co-chair of the National State Funeral Committee for the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga, I want to thank the people of Kenya and the people of the world for mourning our departed leader with dignity. I would like to just clarify that Senator Oginga has spoken in two capacities. First, as a member of the family, and secondly, as the interim acting party leader of ODM. Your Excellency, fellow mourners, we recognize there's so many mourners who have come to mourn today, and we respect all of them and thank them for making time. Allow me, Your Excellency, to do two things and then we will conclude. The first is to acknowledge that the leader that we have lost in our country was not just a leader in Kenya. He was a regional leader, he was a continental leader, and he was a global leader. And that is why you see the kind of dignitaries that are present here, whom we recognize for their presence. But we have also received formal condolences from global leaders from around the world. Allow me, mourners, to acknowledge those condolences from heads of state and government of foreign nations. We have the condolences of the President of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu Hassan, who has sent formal condolences and has sent her Vice President, who is present, the Foreign Minister of Tanzania, who is present, but we acknowledge the formal condolences from President Samia Suluhu Hassan from Tanzania. The Tanzanian delegation is also joined by the fourth President of Tanzania, the Honorable Jakaya Kikwete. We also have condolences from President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of Uganda. We have the condolences of President Paul Kagame of Rwanda, and President Kagame in addition to the condolences, has sent the Interior Minister of Rwanda, who is present here to represent President Kagame. The President of Somalia, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, I think has arrived after we had received his condolences, and maybe the President will acknowledge him. The Prime Minister of Ethiopia also sent his condolences. The President of Djibouti, Ismail Omar Gele, has also sent his condolences. The President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, has also sent his condolences. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Mahama. The President of the Republic of Burundi, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye. The President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, His Excellency Julius Maada Bio. The President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa. The President of the Republic of the Gambia, President Adama Barrow. The President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. The Prime Minister of India, His Excellency Narendra Modi. The President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi. We also are in receipt of the formal condolences of the following global leaders whom I want to mention and acknowledge. The Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres. The Chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf. The Head of the European Union Delegation to Kenya. We also have the condolences of the Under-Secretary General and the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the Director General of the World Health Organization, Tedros Ghebreyesus, the Assistant Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations, the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, Dr. Wokne Geneyeu, the Secretary General of the East African Community, Veronica Nduva. And finally, I want to acknowledge also the condolences that we have received from the following. Senator James Rich, who is the chairperson of the United States of America Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. From the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, we have the apologies of the Minister for International Development and Africa, Jane Chapman. Condolences from Italy through the head of mission, through the deputy head of mission of the Italian embassy, the High Commissioner of Australia, the High Commissioner of Canada, the Ambassador of the Russian Federation, the Ambassador of the People's Republic of China, the Ambassador of the Czech Republic, the Ambassador of Switzerland, and the Ambassador of the... We now would like to hear the condolences and the remarks from two other speakers. As we close this session, let me acknowledge all the people, fellow Kenyans who have come to join us and join together in mourning our departed leader. Let me recognize our delegation here from the state side, the arms of government, all the arms of government, and the two levels of government are represented here. We are led by His Excellency the President, William Ruto, and the First Lady. We also have our retired President. We have the speakers of the two houses, the Chief Justice, members of the Cabinet, Principal Secretaries, the military command led by the Chief of the Defense Forces. We have our governors, senators, MCAs, and the ODM fraternity. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize, because you have permitted me to do so, in our presence, the names that were read, just for the purpose of record. The President of the Federal Republic of Somalia is here, His Excellency Sheikh Mohamud. The President of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia is here, His Excellency Taye Salessie. The Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. Philip Mpango, is here. The former President, the fourth President of Tanzania, the Honorable Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, is present. Mohamed Thabiti, Foreign Minister of Tanzania, is present. Rebecca Jadeng, Her Excellency Rebecca Nyandeng, Vice President of South Sudan, is present. And the Honorable Vincent Biruti, Interior Minister of Rwanda, who is representing President Kagame, is present. With those many remarks, allow me, fellow mourners, to request our former President, the fourth President of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, to come and greet us and say pole. Mr. President.
Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Mama Raila Odinga, Rosemary, Asante sana, nimeshukuru. Thank you. Asanteni sana. Asanteni. Nianze tena niseme Mama Raila Odinga, Rosemary, Junior, Winnie na familia yote ya mwenda zetu, rafiki wetu Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto na First Lady Mama Rachel Ruto, viongozi wa nchi za kigeni na majirani ambao wametutembelea kuja kuomboleza na sisi, waombolezaji wenzangu, hamjambo? Hamjambo tena. Asanteni sana. Tuko hapa pamoja kama Wakenya kusherehekea maisha ya Mkenya mwenzetu, kiongozi, rafiki yangu, lakini mimi nilimpenda kama ndugu yangu. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, vile tumeambiwa hapa, tulimjua kwa majina tofauti tofauti: Agwambo, Jacob, Tinga. Lakini kama Wakenya kutoka kona zote tulimjua na tukamheshimu kama baba. Na tulimuita baba kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga alipenda nchi yake Kenya kuliko kitu kingine chochote. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa baba wa wote, hakuwa na ukabila, na alipenda nchi na wananchi wa Kenya wote. Na testimony hiyo yaoneshwa na marafiki tofauti tofauti ambao ukienda kumtembelea kwake nyumbani ulikuwa unawakuta huko. Marafiki kutoka kila kona ya taifa letu la Kenya. Raila alikupenda kwa sababu ya maono yako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya fikira zako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya vitendo yako, lakini sio kwa sababu ya rangi yako ama kabila lako. Leo hii Kenya imepoteza kiongozi ambaye historia ya demokrasia katika taifa letu la Kenya haiwezi iandikwe bila la jina la Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari moja. Historia ya Kenya ya kutetea haki za kibinadamu na haki za wananchi wote haiwezi iandikwe bila ya jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari moja. Historia ya ungatuzi na kuhakikisha ya kwamba wananchi kule mashinani wana uwezo ya kujiongoza na kujitawala na kuwa na viongozi ambao wanatekeleza shida za wananchi kule chini. Haiwezi iandikwe bila ya jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari 1. In short, nasema vipi? Nasema hivi, Raila ametuacha kimwili, lakini ndani za roho yetu, ndani ya spirit ya Kenya, ataendelea kuishi miaka na miaka tukisonga mbele. Wenzetu, Raila alipenda amani. Raila alipenda umoja wa taifa letu. Raila alifurahia akiona Wakenya wakiungana, wakishirikiana, wakijenga taifa lao pamoja. Raila alikuwa mtetezi wa haki ya kila mtu. Pahali ambapo alikuwa anaona hakuna haki, Raila ndio alikuwa wa mbele hapo kuhakikisha ya kwamba haki zimepatikana. Na wenzangu, nawaambia hivi, tunawakumbuka wakina Mzee Jomo Kenyatta na Jaramogi Odinga kwa kutetea uhuru wa nchi yetu. Na kila mara tukiimba wimbo wa taifa, tunasema tunatalinda uhuru wetu na damu yetu na jasho yetu. Leo hii tukiwa tunaaga baba yetu Raila Amolo Odinga, nataka pia tujiape ya kwamba hatutakubali kama Wakenya haki za kibinadamu, demokrasia na mambo yale yote ambayo Raila alitetea, hatutakubali yarudi nyuma. Hatutakubali yarudi nyuma. Tutasonga mbele tukizingatia hizo haki kwa sisi ambao tumebaki na wale ambao hawajazaliwa. Hivyo ndivyo ndugu yetu angependa kuona, na hiyo ndio njia ya kuona legacy yake kama kiongozi wa taifa letu. Wenzetu, sio siku ya mambo mingi. Nimekuja kuomboleza rafiki na ndugu, lakini siwezi nimalizie nisiposema ya kwamba hata kama leo tuna huzuni na tunaomboleza, lazima kama Wakenya tuchukue nafasi hii, kwa sababu Raila hangeweza kutenda yale ambayo alitenda kama angekuwa amesimamiwa na mama nguvu wa kazi, Mama Aida Odinga, na watoto wake Rosemary, Junior, Winnie na familia yake yote. Kwa Wakenya tunawashukuru kwa kutupatia Raila atumikie nchi, na kwa kumuunga mkono ndio awe na nguvu ya kututumikia sisi wote. Yangu ni kusema, ndugu yangu, tuende vyema. Wenzangu, kastori kadogo tu, sio kubwa. Unajua Saa ingine baada ya kazi tukiwa tulia kidogo hapo nini, tunapewa kakitu kidogo hapo. Kwani mnacheka? Mimi kakitu kidogo nasema uji na chai. Lakini wakati tulikuwa tunapiga gumzo, saa ingine tulikuwa tunajiuliza, unajua jamani, wale wazee ambao wameenda, wakina Jaramogi, wakina Jomo, wakina Nkrumah, wakina Mwalimu Nyerere, jameni, unafikirianga wakiketi wanaongeanga mambo gani? Mimi nilikuwa nasema unajua wanaongea siasa kama sisi, wanatuangalia tu na mambo hii yetu ya upuzi hapa, wanatuchekelea. Anasema lakini unajua I'm very keen kujua. Sasa ndugu yangu, umeenda mbele yangu, sasa tayari najua mnajiongeleshana huko, na sio ati niko na haraka ya kuja kuwafikia, lakini bado tunataka tutulie kidogo. Mwenyezi Mungu atusaidie, lakini najua wakati wetu tukifika utakuwa hapo kutuambia njia ya kutembea hizo mabarabara za huko. Kwa hivyo ndugu yangu, nikuombee kwa Mwenyezi Mungu akurehemu, akulaze na amani na wenzako, ukijua ya kwamba twakumbuka wewe na yale ambao umebakisha tutaendelea nayo, na familia yako sasa imekuwa yetu, na tutaendelea kuwalinda na kuwachunga na kusimama pamoja nao kwa wakati wote. Nasema lala salama ndugu. Mungu awabariki familia yako na awafariji na awapatie nguvu, na Mungu aendelee kuibariki Kenya hii yetu, Afrika Mashariki na Afrika kwa jumla. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Kwa sasa nilisahau kidogo kutambua uwepo wa mkuu wa mawaziri Musalia Mudavadi, jaji mkuu Martha Koome na aliyekuwa makamu wa rais wa zamani Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, hata yeye yako area. After the end of this ceremony, the security agencies led by the Kenya Defence Forces will make announcements through the military MC on the procedure that is going to be followed, because immediately after this, we want mourners who have come to pay their final respects to our departed leader to have as much time as possible in an orderly manner, in a dignified manner, to view the body of our leader. And we want that exercise to begin as soon as possible, but we want to appeal for order, for calm. We have enough time. We are not in a hurry. Everybody who has come here today for that reason will get a chance. As a committee that has been working on this, we want everything to go right. So please, our military, our security agencies will help us coordinate that so that we have security in the stadium as we pay our respects to our departed leader. Before we do that, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, now to invite the President of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, to come and address us. Mr. President, sir.
Fellow citizens, friends of Kenya from across the world, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, every once in a generation, there comes a leader whose impact transcends their moment, whose courage inspires change, and whose vision shapes destinies. My brother, Raila Odinga, was one such leader. Across space and time, there are few exceptional persons who, when summoned by the call of history, rise to meet the challenges and opportunities of their time with indomitable vigor, with absolute conviction, and with unwavering valor. The Right Honorable Raila Odinga, Ward Mary, Ward Nyar Alego, Agwambo, Tinga, Jacom, Enigma, Ward Bean, Baba, the man in whose honor we gather here today belong to that rare, irreplaceable breed of human beings. My dear brother Raila Odinga, as we bid you farewell, we do so with the deepest gratitude as a nation and as a people. We grieve your loss. We celebrate your 80 years of presence and also salute you for the great statesman and patriot that you were. To Mama Ida and your children, Rosemary, Raila Jr., and Winnie, as well as the larger Odinga family, led by our elder brother, Senator Dr. Oburu Odinga, please accept the nation's most heartfelt condolences on this immense loss. Kenya stands with you in this moment of sorrow. We share in your inexpressible grief, but we also share in your pride for your husband, your father, your brother, and your kin, who belonged not only to you, but also to us. Thank you for sharing him so generously with us as families and as a nation. Amolo may no longer walk with us, but his spirit lives within every Kenyan and every African. Such was the depth of his influence and impact that even in his absence, his presence endures. Fellow citizens, we gather here today not just to mourn the passing on of Baba, but celebrate his purpose, his vision, and his ideals. He walked among us as a man, but he also charged among us as a movement for change, a movement for justice, and a movement for inclusivity, and a movement for a greater and better Kenya. Allow me, fellow citizens, at this solemn moment to also speak as an ordinary Kenyan, a father, a brother, and a fellow traveler in the journey of our nation's history. I have come a very long way with Baba. When I stood by him with the other Pentagon members at a defining moment in his and our nation's history, I neither knew that one day we would find ourselves on opposite sides, nor could I have imagined that years later he would stand by me, this time to steady the nation and to help anchor my leadership, culminating in the birth of the broad-based government. To you, Baba, I owe you, and I am truly and eternally grateful that our paths crossed and that we shared this journey together. We have been both collaborators and competitors, friends and rivals, but always patriotic Kenyans, united by a dream greater than ourselves, a dream bigger than any partisan divide, a dream of a united motherland called Kenya. As I have reflected on Raila's legacy following his passing, I have entertained no doubt in my mind that history will judge him fairly and kindly, because whenever the nation needed him to rise above self, he always did unreservedly. Whenever Kenya needed reason, he became the voice of reason courageously. And whenever the country needed a hand of reconciliation, he offered it without hesitation. Perhaps one of the greatest lessons he taught us was this: in the noble task of statecraft and nation building, there is room for all of us, competitors and collaborators, rivals and allies, bound together by one higher purpose, the greater good of our republic. Fellow citizens, those who worked closely with the Honorable Raila Odinga know that he was irrevocably stubborn in his vision for a just, prosperous, and united Kenya, a nation where opportunity belonged to all and justice favors none. In Tinga, Kenya found a reformer, a moral compass, a reconciler. He proved that progress demands both courage and patience, that we must be stubborn on the vision, but agile on the details, adjusting our means, our plans, and our strategies, but never compromising our mission. The gentleman we are bidding farewell today gave more to this country than most will ever. He endured years of imprisonment, exile, and political struggle for not the privilege of power, but for the principle of service. He bore the scars of his struggles with dignity and calm poise, and turned pain and suffering into purpose. Jacom was also at home in the humblest of homes and at ease on the grandest of global stages. His heart belonged to the people. He shared in their pain, rejoiced in their victories, and never lost faith in the people's goodness. Fellow monarchs, one of the Honorable Raila Odinga's favorite songs was Jamaica, Farewell by Harry Belafonte, a melody of longing and gentle sorrow. He often broke into a dance and with a big smile sang, "Round the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shines daily on the mountaintop.
Down the way where the nights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountaintop. I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston town.
Thank you very much. Today, those words ring with profound meaning, significance, and impact. Our elder statesman, the Honorable Raila, is sailing on a ship, not to Jamaica, but to home beyond. He will not be back with us for many a day. He leaves behind many little girls and boys, not in Kingstown, but here in Nairobi, in Kisumu, in Mandera, in Vihiga, in Mombasa, in Kakamega, in Wajir, and in every village and valley across our land. Baba has finished his race. He has kept the faith. He has served his people and humanity. It is our solemn prayer to the Almighty God that the soil of the land which Honorable Raila so tirelessly served shall embrace him with grace, that the nation he sacrificed for shall eternally cherish his memory, and that the people for whom he fought for shall carry his dream forward. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow citizens, when a man of the stature of Baba, a towering patriot, a relentless reformer, a visionary statesman, and a selfless servant of the people departs from among us, when a mighty bongo tree falls among us, we are left in awe of a life so immense in purpose and impact. And in that quiet moment of both boundless gratitude and unfathomable grief, we are rightly bound to ask, from where shall another like him rise? Ladies and gentlemen, there was and there can only be one Raila Amolo Odinga, a man of great courage, a man that made sacrifices, and a man who had a big heart to forgive even when he was wrong. May the Almighty God comfort his family, and may the soul of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga rest in eternal peace. Asanteni sana, na Mungu atubariki sisi zote, and God bless our great nation. Thank you very much, and I want to thank all the dignitaries who have come to condole with us. Asanteni sana, tutawaona mbele katika safari ya kumpumzisha huyu shujaa kiongozi wetu Raila Amolo Odinga. Asanteni.
Na sasa naomba sote tubaki tumesimama ili tumalize rasmi kwa wimbo wa taifa. Wimbo wa taifa. Na kwa sasa naomba tafadhali tuweze kuketi na kutulia ili tuelekezwe vile tutakavyoona mwili. Lakini kwa sasa, for the exit protocol, we'll have His Excellency the President Dr. William Samoei Ruto together with Her Excellency the First Lady to progress and leave, followed by His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud,
Basi alivyosema mwenzangu ni kwamba wananchi wazalendo tutaweza kupewa fursa ya kutazama mwili wa mwenda zake. Tafadhali tunaomba tuweze kuruhusu familia na itifaki zingine ndiposa tuweze kutazama mwili huu.
We'll also have His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta to exit, followed by His Excellency the Deputy President. The rest, we are kindly requested to relax kidogo ili tuelekezwe vile tutakavyotoka. Na sasa nitamkaribisha mwenzangu Misango ili aweze kutuelekeza, especially for those of us who want to view the body, how we are going to do that so that it's orderly. Misango, karibu.
Asante sana wenzangu. Basi wenzetu wanapojitayarisha, studio ningeomba utupe ule wimbo wa Otio Talingalinga tunaposubiri maafisa wetu kuweza kujitayarisha, tuweze kutazama mwili huu kwa heshima. Shujaa huyu aliyelala, aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa letu la Kenya, Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, na wanajeshi wako hapa ange kuwaomba wananchi kwamba tuna muda hadi hata ikifika saa ngapi mtaweza kutazama. Tunaomba tu taratibu wa kutazama mwili huu tafadhali. Basi viongozi wetu wa kidini tutaomba muweze kuongoza familia waweze kuondoka ili sherehe zingine zitakazoongozwa na jeshi letu za kutazama mwili ziweze kuendelea.
Well, currently the service now has ended. It is time for the members of the public, as and when those leaders, including President William Ruto, the former Tanzania President Jakaya Kikwete, Ethiopian President Haile Selassie, President of Somalia Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, and the first female VP of South Sudan, that is Rebecca Nyadeng, once they leave, given that those dignitaries have security personnel, are going to be cleared from the stadium so that the members of the public who have come in their thousands. Of course, the stadium, as you can see, the whole day has been filled to the brim. They'll have the opportunity to view the body of the ODM leader Raila Odinga, which arrived at the Nyayo National Stadium at exactly 9:40 a.m. this morning. And of course, the gun carriage carrying the coffin of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga did a lap of honor inside Nyayo Stadium at the state funeral service before the members of the cloth took over the program to pray not only for the deceased but the family and the country at large, given that those were the wishes of the ODM leader Raila Odinga and his family. Currently, what you're witnessing on the screen, the members of dignitaries from President William Ruto, the deputy, as well as other key dignitaries who are on that particular podium, are currently leaving the stadium so that the members of the public can have the opportunity to view the body. The Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, given that he is the co-chair of the funeral committee, alongside Dr. Oburu Oginga, who are able to lead that particular committee, have announced that that particular body will not leave there until all members of the public have an opportunity to view it. Given that in Kasarani, not so many people yesterday got the opportunity to view the body of the ODM leader Raila Odinga. As you can see, even members are trying to get a view or get a feel of the ODM leader Raila Odinga. Those are the aerial shots. You can see the stadium was filled to the brim by mourners and supporters of the ODM leader Raila Odinga. The ceremony, which started at exactly 9:40, has just concluded shy few minutes to 1 p.m. The members of the public are seated because they have been informed they will get the opportunity to view the body of the late ODM leader Raila Odinga. And given that this is a state funeral, the Kenya Defence Forces as well as other security apparatus will continue to give their support in this particular exercise, given that it is a state funeral. A one of a kind, given that it is offered to former heads of state. He is the first non-head of state to be offered or conferred with a state funeral. And of course, that is history there. There you can see they're waving their white flags, given that even the speakers were giving us in the background of ODM leader Raila Odinga told us that he was an advocate for peace. He preached peace. And of course, that is what he used to tell people every day. And now going slowly to some of the remarks that were made by the religious leaders, the men of cloth, as well as the family members. Let's start with we start off with Reverend David Kodia. The Reverend clearly stated that Odinga was a politician who never relied on money to intimidate or win followers. He never used the power of his wallet to convince others, but instead relied on the power of persuasion. Today, many of the politicians have lost their principles, promoting a culture of handouts. That is Reverend David Kodia, who led the state funeral at Raila Odinga. Given that he hails from Bondo, we might likely see him there. And the Reverend went on to say that Raila Odinga, he had the wisdom to unite Kenyans. How many can fit in his shoe? That is a question he posed, especially to the next crop of leaders. And given that they're honoring him today, let's see if Kenyans, the first and not our regions where we come from. Kenya is too small to be divided into regions. That is what Reverend David was clearly stating. And then finally, a remark that will stay with not only political figures, but the Kenyans who have attended this particular state funeral service. He stated that if there is anyone here at whatever level who has looted this country, you stand the chance to be condemned. Those are the words of Reverend David Kodia. We even saw the family members giving their tributes and eulogizing Raila Odinga. Let's start with the daughter of the late Premier, Rosemary Odinga, who clearly stated that Raila Odinga was his advisor. He was a friend and someone who truly understood her. She clearly stated that she received the news of his passing from the brother who asked her to sit down before telling her the tragic news following the tragic demise of Raila Odinga in India. And then afterwards, we saw Raila Odinga Jr. He clearly stated that he's very alive to the fact that with the brother, that is Fidel, who died 10 years ago, he remains a gentleman of the family. He clearly stated that Odinga assured him that he will take care of the family, of the mother as well, Ida Odinga, Rose, Winnie, and the larger political family that Odinga has left behind, not just ODM, but many leaders he has been able to mentor. And of course, he thanked him for the gift of life, for giving him his name, and for never heaping the weight of his name on him. And of course, afterwards, after Raila Odinga Jr., it was the time for Winnie Odinga. And of course, we got some revelations given that Winnie Odinga was with the former premier when he was receiving treatment in India. She stated that she don't know who will miss her dad more than her, or she will miss a man she revered as a superhero. To the world, he was known by many names. She listed the names that Raila Odinga was heaped on by many people. Aluo, Jaramogi's son, Tinga, Agwambo, Nyundo, Jacom, Baba Fidel, but in the end, they called him Baba. Those were the words of Winnie Odinga as she was paying tribute to the fallen premier. Winnie Odinga further clearly stated that she wished that the wish of the late premier to be buried within 72 hours. And of course, laughing in the demeanor that Raila Odinga used to do when he was alive, especially during campaign trails, when he was addressing the populace. She clearly stated that that was his wishes, that be buried within 72 hours, considerate of the country at large. And then she revealed, of course, a heart-wrenching statement where she revealed that she was with Raila Odinga when he took his last breath. She stated that the great man died in her arms, but not in the way many people have been saying on social media. She stated that he passed away strong with dignity and pride. And then she told the people, you should be proud that he was walking with his head held high, for he left as a gentleman. Those were the revelation of Winnie Odinga, who also told members of the public, including Rosemary, that Odinga was supposed to come back into the country this Thursday, but unfortunately God had other plans, and now they're celebrating the man. We go over to the now interim party leader of ODM, that is Siaya Senator Oburu Odinga, who eulogized his brother as the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And of course, I'll be telling you more of some of the quotes that we've been able to gather from the tributes that have been paid by the family, as well as leaders like former President Uhuru Kenyatta, the Deputy President, as well as the President of the Republic of Kenya, that is Dr. William Ruto. But for now, Kasichana, good afternoon. If you can hear me, what are the people saying in Nyayo Stadium?
Okay. Na mtazamaji, asante sana Abdi Aziz Hashim. Tunakujia moja kwa moja kutoka uga wa Nyayo katika eneo bunge la Lang'ata katika kaunti ya Nairobi, ambapo leo tulikuwa tumekuja kuhudhuria hafla ama shughuli ya kumwaga, shughuli rasmi ambayo ilikuwa imeandaliwa na serikali kuu, ya shughuli ya kumwaga aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa hili Raila Odinga, ambaye aliaga dunia tarehe 15 siku ya Jumatano ya mwezi huu Oktoba mwaka 2025. Na siku ya leo mtazamaji, viongozi mbalimbali ambapo walikiongozwa na Rais William Ruto, ambaye ndiye alikuwa kiongozi mkuu wa hafla hii, pamoja na familia yake ikiongozwa na mama Aida Odinga pamoja na watoto wake wote watatu, wameweza kuwa katika kongamano hili. Na sio wao tu, bali pia viongozi wengine kutoka mataifa mengine kama vile nchi ya Tanzania wameweza kuwepo hapa, nchi ya Sudan Kusini pia wameweza kuwakilishwa hapa, na hata vile vile nchi ya Uganda pia imeweza kuwakilishwa hapa, nchi ya Rwanda vile vile pia bado wameweza kuwakilishwa hapa. Semi ama jumbe ama risala ambazo zimeweza kutumwa ni mbalimbali ama anuwai kutoka kwa baadhi tu ya viongozi, familia, viongozi wa kidini, na niko naye mwenzangu hapa Nancy Okware, ambaye ataweza kutusaidia tu kwa kifupi tu kuweza kuelezea ama kugusia yale machache tu ambayo ameweza kuyapatia kipaumbele katika hafla hii ambayo iliweza kuzungumzwa tu na baadhi ya viongozi.
Na asante sana mwenzangu Kasichana Masha, na bila shaka mtazamaji, kama alivyokueleza ni kwamba ni hafla ambayo viongozi walikuwa tu ni wengi wakizungumza kuhusu Raila Odinga, wakimwenzi na kumkumbuka kwa yale ambayo alitendea taifa wakati ambapo alikuwa hai. Na nitaanza tu kwa yale ambayo Rais William Ruto alisema wakati alipokuwa akitoa hotuba yake. Alisema ya kwamba licha zile tofauti ambazo zilikuwa awali kati yake na Raila Odinga, yakiwa ni masuala ya kisiasa, hatimaye wakaja kuwa mandugu, kusaidiana katika kazi, na hivyo basi anasema ya kwamba ni mtu ambaye amelisaidia hili taifa, na akaishukuru familia yake Odinga kwa ule mchango ambao kwa kumwacha aje Kenya ama awe wa Kenya na kusaidia wa Kenya. Vile vile Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta amezungumzia uhusiano wake wa karibu na Raila Odinga wakati ambapo alikuwa hai, na akasema kwamba ni mtu ambaye alikuwa anapenda masuala ya kudumisha amani. Na vile vile tunayo familia, tutaanza naye Mama Aida Odinga ambaye kwa kweli ameanza kwa kuwaomba Wakenya wadumishe amani, na akasema kwamba katika zile nyakati za mwisho Raila Odinga alikuwa anatoa wito mkubwa sana kwa Wakenya wadumishe amani, na hivyo basi anazidi kusisitiza ya kwamba hata tunapozidi kuomboleza basi Wakenya wazidi kudumisha amani. Na vile vile kama tunavyofahamu, Raila Odinga alipofariki kule India alikuwa ameandamana na jamaa zake, alikuwa vile vile na binti ambaye ni Winnie Odinga, na amezungumza leo hii akatueleza kuhusiana na yale ambayo anakumbuka katika nyakati zake za mwisho alipokuwa na babake, na kwamba alifariki kwa utulivu akiwa amemkumbatia. Hivyo basi ni sifa sufufu ambazo Raila Odinga amemiminiwa hapa katika uwanja huu wa Nyayo, na hafla hii inapokamilika leo hii basi shughuli ya kutazama mwili wake inaenda kuanza wakati wowote sasa. Kunao viongozi ambao tayari wameanza kutazama mwili wake, na pia kunao wananchi ambao wamekuwa hapa, watapewa ile fursa pia ya kutazama mwili huo kabla haujasafirishwa kuelekea nyumbani. Pengine nirejeshe kwake Kasichana Masha, tuzungumzie kuhusiana na hili swala la baada ya hapa pengine tunaelekea wapi?
Naam, kulingana na ratiba ambayo iliweza kupeanwa na naibu wa rais Kithure Kindiki hapo majuzi, ni kwamba aliweza kusema kwamba baada ya shughuli ambayo itafanyika hapa ama baada ya hafla hii ya mazishi ama ibada ya wafu ambayo inafanyika hapa katika kaunti ya Nairobi ambayo imeandaliwa na serikali ya kitaifa, ni kwamba mwili basi baadaye utasafirishwa hadi kaunti ya Kisumu, ambapo tunatarajia hapo kesho kuwe na ibada nyingine ya wafu, ambapo wakazi wale wafuasi wake wote wa chama cha ODM na wale tu wengi wafuasi wengine waliokuwa tu wakimpenda kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga wataweza kupata fursa ya kuweza kumpatia heshima yao ya mwisho hapo kesho, ambapo tutakuwa na ibada nyingine ya wafu katika ukumbi huu ama uga wa Jaramogi katika kaunti ya Kisumu. Lakini baada ya hapo jioni yake, mtazamaji, ni kwamba kesho jioni pia tunatarajia kwamba mwili wa mzee Raila Odinga utaweza kusafirishwa hadi kwenye jumba lake ama katika boma lake pale Kong'oka, katika shamba la Ubondo ambalo katika eneo la Bondo kumradhi, ambapo pale tunatarajia kwamba hafla nzima ya mazishi ama shughuli ya mazishi itakuwa inaendelezwa katika eneo hilo, na ataweza kustiriwa ama kuzikwa siku ya Jumapili kuanzia, ama ibada hiyo ya siku ya Jumapili inatarajiwa pia kuanza kuanzia mwendo wa saa 3 hadi saa 9 alasiri, ambapo kulingana na pia na familia Bwana Obura akiweza kutubia wakazi na wananchi hapo jana, pia aliweza kusema kwamba ibada ya wafu ya siku ya Jumapili itaweza kuhudhuriwa tu na watu wachache sana, itakuwa tu wengi, itakuwa wanafamilia tu na baadhi tu ya viongozi tajika ambao wameweza kusafiri kutoka tu maeneo mbalimbali ya taifa letu na maeneo mbalimbali ya bara la Afrika, wataweza kujumuika na familia ili kuweza kufanya ibada ya mwisho ya kuweza kumuaga aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa hili tangu mwaka 2008 hadi mwaka 2013. Naam, hayo ndio yamejiri katika eneo hili, na shughuli iliyosalia sasa hivi ni wakazi ama wananchi tu wamepata tu fursa ya kuweza kutazama mwili. Hayo ambayo ndio yanayoendelea hapa sasa hivi. Kama alivyosema naibu rais Kithure Kindiki, ni kwamba kila mtu atapata nafasi ya kuweza kujionea mwili na kupeana heshima yake ya mwisho na kuaga rasmi mwili wa mzee Raila Odinga kabla hujaweza kusafirishwa hadi eneo lake la kuzaliwa ama sehemu yake ya mazazi ya kaunti ya Kisumu. Ni hayo tu kutoka kwetu hapa upande wa uga wa Nyayo. Acha nirudishe uskani kwako Abdi huko studioni. Asante sana.
Well, thank you so much. That is Kasichana Masha as well as Nancy Okora giving us details of what has transpired there at Nyayo National Stadium. Of course, the speeches that were made by not only the family members but the president as well, especially when the Siaya senator, that is Dr. Oburu Oginga, stood up to talk about the young man that Raila Odinga is. He's stating that he is the older brother, but at the end of the day, Raila Odinga was a towering figure. Odinga. He clearly even stated and cracked a joke, clearly stating that he was better than him in everything, but when it came to sport, in a particular sports, he was better than Odinga, at least in that particular venture. But in class, Odinga was the first in his class during their school days, and of course clearly painting a picture rather of an intimate portrait of a man many knew as a political giant, but few had seen it through the lens of the brother. Now, he clearly stated that his words brought to life the warmth, discipline and determination that shaped his political career as well as his family, clearly stating that Raila was a better cook than him and in various other aspects. And of course, in his moving tribute, Oburu revealed the significance of the sad day that his brother passed away. He clearly stated that Odinga left this world, unfortunately, during his birthday, which was supposed to be on October 15th, given that he was born in 1943. And of course, the audience fell silent for a moment, sharing the personal pain of a brother whose life has been intertwined with Raila's since childhood. And of course, Oburu went further to recall their upbringing under their parents, that is Jaramogi Oginga Odinga and Mama Mary Odinga, describing their mother as a disciplinarian more than the father. Now, of course, what you're seeing on your screen is the security apparatus. Just like yesterday, they're trying to mount that particular guard to ensure that the members of the public go in an orderly fashion so that they can view the body of the late Premier, that is Raila Molo Odinga, to ensure that it goes faster and everybody gets a chance to view the body before it is taken back to Liu Funeral Home, where it will be reserved and preserved rather, before taken to Kisumu tomorrow ahead of Sunday, where the burial will happen in Bondo, Siaya County. And of course, let's take the views of Mama Ida Odinga, who clearly stated that she has lost a husband who she had spent with 52 years of marriage. And of course, Mama Ida Odinga, a widow to the late former Prime Minister Raila Molo Odinga, has made a heartfelt appeal to Kenyans to uphold peace and unity as the country prepares to bid farewell to one of its most iconic leaders. Of course, speaking during the state funeral, Ida called on mourners to honor Raila's legacy through calm reflection and collective dignity. She appealed to everyone to mourn Raila in peace. She said, her voice filled with emotion as thousands gathered to pay their final respects at the Nyayo National Stadium. Her message, through brief, resonated deeply with a crowd, many of whom had traveled from across the country to attend the state funeral. As I informed you a little bit earlier on, do not assume that the people of Nairobi alone are here in Nyayo. A lot of people have come from different parts of the country to witness this historic moment, given that Odinga passed away on October 15, 2025, and it was proclaimed by President William Ruto that he will be accorded a state funeral. Not many are accorded that particular state funeral, only reserved for former heads of state, but he becomes the first person in this country to be accorded such honors. And of course, it comes with the Kenya Defence Forces spearheading this particular exercise. Of course, Ida Odinga also acknowledged the pain and grief felt by millions of Kenyans, but emphasized that Raila's legacy must be honored through peace. Her appeal came amid, of course, heightened emotions and large crowds at the memorial venue, including Kasarani yesterday, what we witnessed, and Nyayo Stadium today. And of course, the Odinga family led tributes throughout the week, with Raila Odinga Jr. sharing a personal video montage and other family members participating in prayers, vigils and public addresses. Even yesterday, our reporters, that is Alan Oko and Wycliffe Okech, were able to show you what was happening. In other words, they call it Kesha at the Opoda farm, which we witnessed yesterday, after the interim party leader of ODM and Siaya Senator, that is Oburu Odinga, identified where the ODM leader will be laid to rest. And of course, we witnessed that yesterday. But of course, after the speeches of the family members and the members of the cloth, you were able to hear from the former head of state, that is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who cracked up mourners and clearly stated that he would love to make conversation again with Raila Odinga after death, and in terms, a man he termed a friend, a dear friend, and of course a patriot to this particular country. He called him a brother, but assured him that the family of Odinga now belongs to Kenya and they will protect that particular family. Uhuru said that he and Raila often spent evenings reflecting on life and the country's future, sometimes joking about Kenya's founding fathers, that is Jomo Kenyatta and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, might be discussing in the afterlife. Of course, the crowd responded with laughter and applause before falling back into silence as Uhuru's turn turned deeply emotional, remembering how he was able to work with Raila Odinga. And of course, you do remember the famous handshake that happened at the footsteps of Harambee House. Of course, he described Raila as a man who shaped Kenya's political story, not just a rival, but as a partner in national building. He said the handshake between him and Odinga in 2018 marked a true measure of Raila's statesmanship, with the former president urging Kenyans to protect Raila's legacy of democracy, integrity, and peace. Of course, Uhuru closed his tribute by thanking Mama Ida Odinga and the Odinga family for sharing Raila not just with the political divide, but the country at large. Shortly afterwards, the Deputy President also was able to make his sentiments known, but mostly he focused on what the committee will be doing to ensure that the state burial for the former Premier goes on well, which will be happening on Sunday. And of course, calling for urging for calm as the members of the public are viewing the body of the late Premier. And thanking, of course, the members of the public for their sheer mourning for the family. And important to note is that the Senator of Siaya, that is Dr. Oburu Odinga, clearly stated that he thanked the National Executive Committee yesterday for making the decision to appointing him as the acting ODM party leader. He has pledged to carry forward his brother's vision and political legacy as best as he can. He was addressing the ODM allied leaders and members during the state funeral, urging them, or rather assured them that he will not disappoint, thanking the party leaders for naming him for the position. Noting that the ODM is the oldest and largest party in East and Central Africa, Oburu said he will take the mantle with vigor and assured the colleagues that he will not disappoint. Oburu, however, acknowledged the humility and magnitude of the legacy before him. He clearly stated that he was older than Raila Odinga, but when it comes to the political circles, Raila Odinga was a towering political figure, and he respected him as a leader. What you're witnessing on the screens, dear viewers, is that the members of the public are currently having their chance to view the body of the late Premier. And of course, this comes a day after the Orange Party made the arrangements, urging the members of the public to, of course, listen to the directions that are given by the committee being spearheaded or co-chaired rather by the Deputy President as well as the Senator of Oburu Oginga. Now the members of the public are walking keenly to have their chance to view the body of the late Premier. You can see there in their numbers, others are still remaining on the stand, but the security forces are ensuring that the process goes on smoothly. You can see even some of them are running due to the magnitude of the crowd that is currently conglomerated at the Nyayo National Stadium, just to have their view. You have even heard from since yesterday, or even after the proclamation by President William Ruto was made on Wednesday, that the ODM leader Raila Odinga is no more. People are still coming to terms that Odinga has left. And of course, we witnessed a touching moment where President William Ruto called for Raila Odinga's favorite song, Jamaica Farewell, that the song Ruto sang to mourn Raila Odinga, joined of course by the mourners and supporters who are currently at the Nyayo National Stadium. And the crowd of course fell silent as President's voice carried through the air a soulful tribute that has captured both grief and gratitude for many of whom who called him Baba. And of course he started singing the lyrics of that particular song, which reverberated across the Nyayo National Stadium, which he said signified or immortalized who Odinga was. And of course the president talking about how he was able to work with the former premier, especially following what happened last year and this year on January or February around there. The ODM leader Raila Odinga and the president of the Republic of Kenya were able to come together for another handshake, and which born the 10-pact agenda between ODM and UDA, and of course led to the rise of something called now the broad-based government, which saw some of the ODM lieutenants, trusted lieutenants of the ODM leader Raila Odinga, taking over various key positions within cabinet, just to quell the uncertainty in the country. But the Deputy President has assured everybody will have a chance to view the body. But you can see the crowd that is behind that particular tent is quite staggering. But I assured that they will have the opportunity. Yesterday you witnessed what happened in Kasarani. They came in their numbers, but they were assured they will view the body, and they did outside the precincts of the stadium, given that the itinerary that was set out by the committee was supposed to take the body to Lee Funeral Home to be preserved first and then to Parliament for public viewing. But the program was disrupted due to the sheer number of the mourners and supporters who poured to the street, of course eulogizing the man who many have touted now to be a legend. Now, President William Ruto has assured that the state will support not only the family, the ODM supporters, but the country at large during this trying moment, as the country still comes to term that the former premier is no more. So, dear viewer, worry less. We're giving you 360 degrees view of what is happening at the Nyayo Stadium. We will not leave this particular coverage until that particular body is returned to the Lee Funeral Home, where it will be preserved. And we're waiting for the members of the public to continue viewing the body. And the process has clearly stated, as the DP clearly stated, that this particular exercise, there is no hurry, so the members of the public can take their time to view the body of the late Premier. But Ida also clearly talked about ensuring that the family continues to mourn. You can see my colleague O'Brien Kimani is joining us. Yesterday, O'Brien was able, of course, to take us through what transpired in Kasarani. But O'Brien, a sheer contrast to what happened in Kasarani. Today in Nyayo Stadium, everything went according to plan. That was, of course, highlighted by none other than the funeral committee being spearheaded by the Deputy President as well as Dr. Raila Odinga, who has now been named as the acting party leader. Now, I'm leaving you in the capable hands of my colleague, that is O'Brien Kimani. Do join us, of course, tomorrow as well. We'll be coming here as early as 6 a.m. This particular coverage will be continuing till Sunday, when the ODM leader, Raila Odinga, will be laid to rest. O'Brien, over to you.
Well, many thanks indeed, Ahmed Aziz, for taking us through the whole session. I mean, it's been, you've been here for long. I mean, you started this journey early in the morning, and you've been here with us the whole afternoon. So we want to appreciate you, and we wish you a great afternoon ahead of you. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, and of course, as rightly put by Abdiaziz Hashim, when you compare yesterday's event at Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani, and today's event at the Nyayo Stadium, and there is complete difference. There is marked difference. I mean, you can clearly see that the situation at Nyayo National Stadium is calm, is very well controlled, and people acting, you know, with a lot of orderliness. And I think probably maybe the reason why there was a lot of confusion yesterday is because it was the first day, and there was a lot of unknowns. But in the last 24 hours, we have seen the military planners together with the Barrier Planning Committee now managing to put in place, you know, an elaborate security plan as well as a crowd management plan. And that's why you can see today there is a high resemblance of order, and people are acting accordingly. And this exercise of viewing the body is expected to continue until everyone has been given an opportunity to view the body. Yesterday, the whole situation was a little bit chaotic. But today, as you can see, there is marked difference with what is happening at Nyayo the Stadium. If I can just take you through what has just transpired at Nyayo National Stadium. The body of Raila Odinga arrived at the stadium at about 9:40, where it was received by President William Ruto, Raila Odinga's wife, Ida Odinga, together with his family members who lined up the stadium to welcome him. We also saw the former President Uhuru Kenyatta and the fourth President of the Republic of Kenya also being present at this memoriam and also giving his remarks. And many have eulogized Raila Odinga as a statesman, as a patriot, as the greatest of all time. And truly, this is indeed a historical moment. And as we have all come to see, Raila Odinga is the only Kenyan outside the head of state list who has been accorded this kind of elaborate state funeral, which shows that he was not just your ordinary politician. He was indeed a great Kenyan. Well, I'm not alone on the set. I'm joined by eminent persons who we're going to have a great conversation this afternoon. And of course, they have been at Nyayo National Stadium. They haven't been involved with the planning process of this whole event that is unfolding in front of us. And of course, they have known Raila Odinga at a personal level. Just to take you through what is going to happen in the next 36 hours. Raila Odinga's body is going to leave Nyayo National Stadium. You head to his home in Karen, where it is going to have an overnight stay, you know, as well outlined in the Luo culture. From there, it will be airlifted to Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium in Kisumu, where the public will be given an opportunity to pay their last respect to Raila Odinga. And then thereafter, it will be taken to Siaya County for the burial plans on Sunday. Already, the final resting place for Raila Odinga is being prepared, and we have our reporters at Kango Ka Jaramogi site, where the remains of Odinga are going to be interred. And of course, this is next to his father's mausoleum, the Jaramogi Oginga. And of course, we'll be linking up with our team there so that they can give us an update on what exactly is happening. Yesterday, we saw Raila Odinga's elder brother, Oburu Odinga, urging the residents of Bondo to show some respect to the thousands of visitors who are expected to grace the occasion, and of course told them to act accordingly, and of course to show peace, restraint, and of course discipline. So that is exactly what is happening, and as you can see on your screen, you have thousands of people you know, up and of course doing a lap dance around the Nyayo National Stadium as they wait to view the body of their late former Prime Minister. Now allow me to unleash the list of prominent Kenyans who are here with me, and I'm starting on my immediate left. I have a man who we have been together the last 3 days actually. He's been with us since Wednesday. He was here yesterday and today he's here. I mean, this has become his temporal home. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Kasuku, for joining us. I mean, he had to dash all the way from Nyayo Stadium and leave the other programs taking place there so that he can come and break down for us what exactly he saw and what is going to happen in the next couple of hours. Thank you very much indeed. We appreciate your time with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And of course, we have the Principal Secretary in the State Department for SMEs Development. This is Susan Mangeni. She is a close family member of Raila Odinga and also a close confidant of Raila Odinga, having served as the first ODM youth wing leader. Did I get it right? And so she has always interacted with the fallen former Prime Minister. And so you can imagine what kind of conversation is going to come out of these people. This is what we call legendary conversation. Well, thank you very much, and Susan, for joining us.
Thank you.
I first of all want to hear from Susan. I mean, you were there early in the morning. I saw you yesterday at the Moi International Stadium, Kasarani, viewing the body, and you are here at Nyayo Stadium. What conclusions do you draw from the two events?
Well, first of all, the passing on of Raila came as a shock to many Kenyans, not just his followers, but for every Kenyan that is of age. I mean, Raila's name is a household name. Even for, I remember my son, my small child asking me, so Mommy tell me, Raila, who was Raila, you know? And then, of course, after watching news and going through, and this is a 11-year-old boy. So who was Raila? Was he your friend? How was he? Because he saw that day I wasn't in my right modes. But so what happened yesterday, and probably to an extension what is happening today, even in Nyayo Stadium, I mean, number one is just people, it's normal. People are just expressing their pain and grief at an unexpected death of one of the greatest sons of this country, who has grown with majority of Kenyans. Because if his political leadership spans 4 decades, many decades, I would say, at 80 years old, you would say that probably he actively is engaging in politics pretty much younger, maybe in his youthful. So he is a person who has really been in this country. He understands this country better than majority of Kenyans. You know, we keep on saying that we are a young nation. Every day that passes by, we're growing young and younger. If an average age of a Kenyan is 17 years, so Raila will pass as a great-grandfather to majority of Kenyans, Gen Zs, a great-grandfather to millennials, a father to many, many of the citizenry in this country. And therefore, I personally, I never expected anything different
Yeah.
from what happened yesterday. I was there also, very early in the morning. Because you see, the news of his passing on came on Wednesday very early in the morning, when people were just about to go about their business, and so the whole day people were at standstill. Myself, I left office, I went to his residence in Karen, and I can tell you that people walked from all corners of Nairobi on foot just to go there. We had hundreds of thousands of people going there because, first of all, you couldn't believe that, yes, it had happened. And therefore, those people were just mourning, and you see, even in our tradition setup, and especially me who come from Western Kenya, from Luhya land and bordering Luo, we are closely linked. I will tell you that the first day that the body arrives, that's the most difficult moment. The moment you see that casket being pulled out, everything else breaks down. So I do not know where extra energy were coming from, but that's the grief. It was energy that someone just gets. And so that push and overwhelming power that the mourners had getting into the airport, you could see they were not on a destructive path. But them, they were just mourning. They couldn't believe. Everybody just wanted to say, is it true? To confirm. Then from there, of course, we went to Kasarani because we realized that parliament buildings, it will not have been big enough to accommodate majority, hundreds of thousands of mourners who just wanted to put their eyes to the body and say, is it true? Because nobody was believing.
Yeah.
So when we went to Kasarani again, we had, remember, there was no prior, preparation. Normally, even during football matches, you have to be screened, you have to come. There's certain protocol that are put in place. But here, the situation, you couldn't, so you needed to make a quick decision, mobilize all our security forces that were there. And these were hundreds of thousands of Kenyans. And so we could see them now coming, filling up the stadium, and, but the good thing is that when it came now to viewing the body, you saw they were very much orderly, and that shows their greatest respect. Today again, because most of them actually were able to view the body. And for me, after the head of state led us into viewing the body, the few executives that managed to reach there, because the roads were really packed from Jomo Kenyatta.
Yeah.
It was like a rival of a true hero. And I think, to me, to some extent, I think this was the most befitting send-off and reception, that possession that deserves a man of such nature who has given it all. This is a man that even in death, he cared so much for this country that he chose to have a short stay on earth of 72 hours so that then he can allow the country to move on. He so much loved this country. And that's why he's a figure who you cannot divorce from the political history of this country. Several administrations, he has had a direct touch of him, beginning with President Moi. I think that must have been in 1997, right? 2002. 1990? After the election of 1990? Election. Just looking at that.
99.
So then from there, he's come along 2002, all along up to where we are today. And so if I were to describe our fallen hero, I would say he's been the political stabilizer of our time, and whose name will always feature. The name will always be there. So he has defined regimes, he has defined administration. And you see, that calls for someone who is selfless. Otherwise, someone else who was greedy at the first attempt and the second attempt, he will not have gone for the third attempt. He would have said, okay, fine, let it take its own course. So I think what I've seen there, of course, is a somber mood. You could see the way the mass is there, a mourning, and probably many people could not understand. But I was seated there, and throughout you will see, ooh-wee, joy, ooh-wee, you know, people are still coming to terms and screaming, and there was no disrespect for anyone. They're just mourning. Of course, we expect more tomorrow in Kisumu, as well as on Sunday. And I think he knew how much he touched the people, how much the population of this country was looking up to him. And that's why he really wanted us to hurry, you know, to really fast track his interment. Yeah.
But of course, we'll be chatting a little bit on what's, not actually a little bit, but a lot more on what is going to happen in the next 48 hours. But as the images that you are seeing on your screens, exactly what is happening at Nyayo National Stadium, where the public body viewing of the remains of Raila Odinga is currently underway. We have just finished the national prayer service, which was led by President William Ruto, amongst many other dignitaries. And so what is happening right now is the file passed behind the body of the late former Prime Minister. And of course, you expect this exercise to continue for a couple of hours, because time now is coming to almost 2 p.m. And this exercise is likely to continue all the way up to maybe 6, 7 or thereabout, because you still have thousands of people, you know, who are queuing just to have a glimpse of the Right Honorable Prime Minister's body, and of course to give their last respect to a man they adored in life, and even in death they continue to pay their homage. So that is exactly what is happening. And as you can see, the military is well positioned, and of course today there is a high resemblance of peace, of order and sobriety. As the PS has explained yesterday, I mean, the country was still reeling from the shock of the loss of Raila Odinga, and so what we were seeing yesterday were the reactions of grief, the first reactions of grief, with people mourning differently and not knowing exactly what to do. But today, the reality is slowly sinking in that Raila Odinga, just like many people, or just like human beings, I mean, your life in this earth must at some point come to an end. And so it has happened for Raila Odinga. I give you a lineup of what is going to happen from today. From here at Nyayo National Stadium, the body will be taken to Raila's home in Karen for overnight stay, and then thereafter, tomorrow morning, it's going to be flown to Kisumu City, where it's going to lie in state for the whole day for the residents of Kisumu County to also pay their last respect. And then thereafter, the body will be flown to Siaya County, Bondo, where the burial ceremony is expected to take place on Sunday. That is how things are going to unfold between now and on Sunday. Well, allow me now to turn on to Sylvester Kasuku. I mean, we've been saying this, that you have been a close confidant of Raila Odinga for since 1991. I mean, that's when your dalliance with Raila Odinga started. And today, what you have seen, what has happened there, you know, speakers after speakers, you know, hailing Raila Odinga, you know, as a great statesman, as a patriot, and many other things. What do you think, or what do you say about what we have seen today? I know you are at Nyayo National Stadium.
Number one, I've seen that there is a lot of grief. There's a lot of emotional, loss. Meaning there is a lot of emotions about the loss of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. There is a lot of mourning, and in all these events, there is a lot of love expressed towards the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. And as I did say yesterday and the day before, Raila Odinga, alive or dead, is the people's leader. He is one who is fully embodied in people's thoughts. Just as he embodied the people's needs, the people's aspirations, and the people's demands for a better Kenya. And as he lies there, people still see the icon of hope. They still see the leader who has led them all the years as they continue to champion for the cause of realizing the dreams of our fathers, forefathers, as it's always said. And he is actually, if you listen to all what the leaders are saying, they are all saying that Raila, irrespective of the seasons that we have seen in the political arena, whether it is a campaign time, whether it is the time when elections are completed and now the government is in place, or whether it is at a time when discussions are being done, whether in terms of government operations when he is in government, or when people are just in gatherings discussing the destiny of Kenya, Raila Odinga has been the icon of a true reflection of the people's desire for a leader. He has been the true reflection of one person who resonates with a lot of peace in his messaging. At no one point or at no time in his entire leadership did he ever advocate for a Kenya at war. He always said that he wants Kenya to be a peaceful country. And he has sacrificed on numerous occasions to forgo his own personal interests, for which many people always thought that he was even, that were even trying to call him a coward. That why did you leave it? Why didn't you pursue it? For example, during the 2000 elections, when wananchi, spontaneously rose to the level of post-election violence, upon seeing the bloodletting and the loss of lives, Raila Odinga said that no amount of leadership would really be fulfilling for him if it were to come by a way of shedding blood. And he said he was not interested. If that was the way, the route towards achieving the presidency that he contested for in 2007, then it was not worth it, if it was going to be achieved through bloodletting. And you can remember, he said that he was willing instead. I remember the day we went to meet President Kufuor. He was the first envoy that was sent to Kenya.
In 2007?
Yes, at Serena Hotel. No, not at Serena, at the Hotel Intercontinental. In that team, he was leading us, and we were with the current president, President William Ruto. We were with the Right Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. We were with Honorable Balala. We were with the Honorable Charlie Tingilu, among many others. And he stated it, that he has contested for leadership in the country. And he wanted to see that democratic principles are working. And that even when he is looking for leadership, that leadership should rightfully be gained through a democratic process. And then at the same time, while that democratic process, was the greatest desire, he was also saying that he would not like to gain that leadership in an unconstitutional manner, or in a manner that has led to bloodletting and loss of lives and sufferings of Kenyans. And as such, he was not willing to be in a situation in which even this leadership would be passed on to him as a result of people dying. So he said that instead of people fighting, he was advocating for peace and asking the government to avoid even exchanging with the people, killing people, so that people could come to a table. And he was even pleading with Wananchi through various media that please let us maintain peace and give us the opportunity to thrash this thing out in a constitutional manner and in a legal manner. And when the mediation teams were finally constituted, you saw him keeping away, and he signed to the framework that he was not going to be personally involved, and he would let selected negotiators to go into that mediation process, backed by the think tank, of which I was the secretary of the think tank at that particular time.
Yeah.
And we had a number of think tank members stationed with us at the Pentagon. And he was almost permanently with us at the Pentagon, and giving us room for us to come up with solutions. In fact, he never came to the think tank room, which he called the hot room. He never came there to say that you must now write this. He told us, think freely, find the best solutions, find the best way forward that will allow Kenya to come to peace, and for a resolution to be found on the existing election debacle. And at the end of the day, the mediation process was meticulously carried out. Among them, President William Ruto was there, where they made sure that they carried out that process. And finally, the documents that we drafted, including the draft national accord that we had drafted, by the time he was discussing with President Kibaki, he still again stepped back. There were certain irreducible minimums, if you can remember.
I still remember that.
Yeah, which you were saying, the irreducible minimum. There were even structures of how to share government, how to share 50-50. Ministers, how to share 50-50. PSS, how to share 50-50. Heads of state corporations, among many other things. And when discussions were ongoing, particularly now after we gave them the draft, particularly when they went to OP, there was the view that no, let us not put too many details in this, because they might actually put us into a lockup. They might create a lacuna. So let us actually leave many things out to be done in good faith, but let us have the basic structure contained in the national accord. And Raila said, provided this is going to guarantee peace, this is going to guarantee fairness, this is going to guarantee the achievement of aspirations of Kenyans, he was okay, and he signed on it. And going forward, you equally saw the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga really becoming the person that most people used to wonder how he was interacting with Kibaki. Because people were wondering, what were they doing that whenever he sat down with Kibaki, they would come up with the solutions, of which some of them would be slightly different from the proposals that were previously given by a side of the coalition. Because he always went for a middle ground that would be comfortable to both sides. He never said that he must always win and that he must win 100%. He said Kenya belongs to all of us. And that's what he kept on saying. Kenya belongs to all of us. Whatever we come with to the table are guiding frameworks for us to find a common ground, for us to find solutions to problems that are affecting Kenyans, rather than for individuals to find fulfillment for their individual ambitions. And he kept on saying there wouldn't be any amount of reward to an individual if it is at the detrimental of the country that would be so fulfilling that he would be endorsing. And many a times, you also saw, like when they went to Sagana for the selection of ministers and PSS and the like, when he came back and later on the PS list was read, he still said, that is fine, even if the people, like when he had proposed us for a number of positions, when our names didn't come up, I remember a number of my colleagues had bought new suits. Some when people were dressed in brand new suits.
And you're also supposed to be given a PS position, right?
Yes. I was slated for a very serious PS position, having been the chief drafter of the manifesto at that time. And when the list came out, he told him, anyway, now this is the list. He said, don't worry, there is no need for worry. Kenya is a big country. There is enough for everyone.
Yeah.
And because we have also learned in him through the way we see him handling his things, I did not get annoyed as an individual. I said anyhow, there are still many things to do. And even in 2002, when President Kibaki came to power, that time we were the young professionals, having worked tirelessly at the TRC, the Task Resource Center, led by Professor Wanjohi. Again, that time, I think maybe some of us, we were being told that we were too young to be appointed to such high-level offices. We hadn't worked anywhere, really. But we found ourselves providing technical services in government because some of us were already consultants through World Bank. And we realized that this country, there isn't really a moment when somebody should be in a hurry. And Raila Odinga embodied that kind of patience, that kind of resilience, that kind of accommodative character in him. And that kind of letting personal interests go to allow for national interests to grow. So I can say that what we are looking at today, the man lying there, in the name of Raila Odinga, embodying the struggle for a just Kenya, for a constitutional management of national affairs, for fair distribution of natural resources, and for equitable opportunities, availability for all communities of Kenya, is one person that we wouldn't say that is easy to forget and easy to assume. And also, O'Brien, if you looked at the speech that was given by His Excellency President William Ruto, he equally really eulogized the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, and he equally echoed a number of the qualities that he bore that I'm talking about. When you listened to the fifth president of the Republic of, the fourth president of the Republic of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta. Yes, Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta. You also saw him really eulogize the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, saying how Raila Odinga has been an icon of peace. And he's being a peacemaker. He's being a statesman that advocates for absolute peace in the country. Is one quality that you wouldn't find with many. That any moment when his interests were compromised by situations that were leading to conflicts, he would say that let peace prevail and let my personal interests stay behind. And equally, President Uhuru talked about that. And he even mentioned him. He mentioned very vividly the issues they went through when they had a handshake. Because the Right Honorable Raila Odinga went into that handshake so as to lend a hand to stabilize the country. Because after the polls of 2017, the country was split right in the middle. And considering the ensuing demonstrations and conflicts that occurred, people were not healed emotionally. People were not healed psychologically. People still had that feeling that the president was not the president that Kenyans were looking up to. So he wanted to create the bridge. He became the bridge between the aspirations of the people and where the people were. Because there was a big gap. And being that bridge, of course, a number of people still mentioned him using different terminologies. Others were displeased that why have you forsaken your legacy? One thing that he said is that my legacy is not about its past, but my legacy is about what sacrifice I can make for Kenya to make Kenya a stable country, to make Kenya a peaceful country, and to make Kenya a cohesive society. His call for cohesion, his call for nationalism is something that is unmatched, because he never gave up to call for nationalism, irrespective of the issues that divided Kenyans at elections. Yes.
Susan, you came to know Raila Odinga at a tender age.
Very tender.
Sorry?
She was very tender.
Can you confirm? Yeah.
What kind of a man did you come to know, and how did Raila Odinga change your life socially and politically?
So, first of all, let me speak a little bit about my journey. But for me, I'm going to put these thoughts together into a book.
And you're going to write a book?
Yeah. Oh, this one. In fact, we had a conversation with him some time back. I think that was around before COVID hit us, 2019 thereabout. And I had told him that I reflect back my journey in leadership, and probably I was one of those who were privileged as a young person to have been brought up or shaped by his ideals, his thinking. And even now, where I see today, under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, who has also been a student of Honorable Raila, I think I got the best. If I had to say, I got the top player. And so during the referendum of 2005, that was my first time that I got to have a closer interaction with the late Honorable, Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Then I think there was LDP, something like that.
Yes.
LDP. So I never existed politically during the period of LDP. But then from that momentous period of the referendum, the Chungwa and Dendizi, the banana, and as a young Kenyan who was just coming up, a youth with energies, but also still in college, and just joined college and coming up with those momentous. So we joined this euphoric moment, and we just, you felt like it was just a push, you know. It's like you're swimming in that wave, and the wave that is leading you to a future that you will dream about. So now, then after that, when this now was converted into a political movement, and I remember it was Balala, if I'm not wrong, Honorable Balala, who then suggested that why can this become now Orange, be turned into a party, Orange Democratic Movement.
That was after the breakfast meeting where we presented the opinion poll results.
So until then, you know, we were still on the flanks. We're just this active, like what you saw yesterday, you know, like just passionate about the moment of the day, and you feel that your country needs you to do something. So then with that, then with time, we'll go to those meetings, and we just formed up. We'll go to those meetings, and Honorable Raila was a keen listener from my very own personal experience. I can not even recount how many of lunch meetings I had with him here at Nairobi Club, just the two of us. And he was very respectful both to the young people and to the elderly, even people of his age, even people who were in the leadership circle with him. And if he was talking to you, he will give you that attention. And he's that respectful leader who, when he says he wants to meet with you, even if the other people who know him, he will give you his time. He will ask other people to excuse from that table so that he talks to you. Let me tell you, something happened one time after he was elected the ODM Kenya flag bearer. I don't know, Kasuki, if you remember, after the Kasarani, the luminaries, and then he became the flag bearer.
That then was, we were now ODM.
So it was ODM, ODM.
We had moved from ODM
Kenya now became ODM. So the following day, you know, and the following day, he called me because as one of his coordinator, I was a youth, but I was also coordinating for him as young as I was, because I could take
that
it.
Was in 208?
That was 207.
207.
Yeah, so because I could take instructions, and sometimes they say if you want to send, you send a child, because delivers instruction the way. And Right Honorable Raila knew how to make use of, if he gave instruction, he wanted that instruction to reach as it was. A child will even keep on, singing, reciting, until you repeat, you deliver the message. So, without any distortion.
At that moment, what was the common chord between you and Raila Odinga?
No, because this is a young leader. He could see something in me. So let me tell you, before even that election, I was doing something with CMD Kenya, because now I had now become a political youth activist, studying by them.
So CMD, Center for Multipartyism
Center for Multipartyism Democracy. So I was doing something for them, some sort of an internship there, also just to get insights in the political space. Then we had a conference that was coming up in Ghana, which a majority of CMD was sponsoring us to go there, and I even had a ticket. But then this election, the election of the ODM flag bearer, were going to take place like a week later. I think it was about in 4 days' time when I will still be away. But then because I had been the person who was communicating in between our delegates, some of them from Western, and then him, telling what do they need, so they were saying, the way elections happen, they happen in the sense that, especially the party delegate system, is in a way that you have to find a way of talking to your delegates, and sometimes mapema, and find a way of convincing them, even your opponent. So I was in that space. I remember he will meet Java when he said, how are delegates like? So Java, he comes in, and this is so we are from meetings, we met various delegates. He comes, his security teams, and then we just sit there on a table. Java
Restaurant.
Java Restaurant is still there. That corner is still there.
Which one?
It's called now it's called Junction. Then it was Nakumatt Junction. Now it's called Junction Mall. Junction Mall, that Java is still there.
That's where you used to meet?
Yeah, so we'll meet there during that delegates now conversation. And he will say, so did you talk to so-and-so? Yes. Did you tell him? Yes. What is the feeling? Namwambia. Then after that, he goes back with his team, and he also go back. So then he told me, so I called him, and he said, let's meet at Serena, Jacom. Then we were calling him Jacom, because what I want us to do, I want...
Just hold your thoughts there, because we need to go to National Stadium for a minute, and then we come back. You have a beautiful story that we want you to continue. Well, if you're just joining us, we're giving a blow-by-blow account of what is happening at Nyayo National Stadium. Of course, the past life of Raila Odinga. Right now, we want to link up with our reporter, Nancy Okware. She's about to give us a brief of exactly what is happening, or the event shaping Nyayo Stadium. Okware, if you can hear me, I can see you are in the midst of people. Tell us what exactly is unfolding there.
Na asante sana Brian Kimani, tunakujia moja kwa moja kutoka katika uwanja wa Nyayo hapa katika kaunti ya Nairobi. Muda mfupi uliopita hafla ya ibada ya wafu kwake Raila Odinga imekamilika, na sasa hivi kile kinachoendelea ni kwamba wananchi kule ndani wanapata ile fursa ya kutazama mwili wa Raila Odinga, na pia hapa kuna wananchi ambao wametoka kutazama mwili wake, na pia tungependa kupata maoni yao kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo wanamkumbuka Raila Odinga. Pengine tukianza na wewe, tutakushikia.
Wacha nianze. Yes, kwa majina naitwa Jackson Okota. Kitu imefanyika hapa, ginoletwa kabisa.
Wow, clearly, I mean, it's completely impossible just to have, conversation there. The crowd there is completely ecstatic, and you couldn't actually hear what our reporter Nancy Okware is saying. But we are trying to stabilize the situation there. And of course, once she is in a proper position to talk, we shall be going back to her so that she can give us some opinion of the people who are attending that, or who attended that memorial service. As you can see on your screen, you still have thousands of people lining up to view the body of the late Prime Minister, Raila Odinga. This is an event that has been going on since around 1:15. Remember, the memorial service started at about 9:40 thereabout in the morning. It has gone all the way up to around 1 o'clock after President William Ruto made his remark. Then the whole process of body viewing was open. It is being overseen by a contingent of Kenya Defence Forces, together with the help of the General Service Unit, as well as Administration Police, as well as regular police, to ensure that order and normalcy is maintained. Remember, we don't want a repeat of what we saw yesterday, whereby the body viewing process at at Moi International Sports Centre, Kasarani, was marred by violence. And of course, today's process is very calm, is very well controlled, and this is what we call military precision. I will keep on repeating this, that the body from here will be taken to the current residence of Raila Odinga, whereby it's going to have an overnight stay there. Then thereafter, it is going to be flown to Kisumu. It is going to spend the whole day at the Kenyatta International Complex in Kisumu County. And thereafter, in the evening, the body will be flown to Siaya County in Bondo, where people are going to be given an opportunity to view the body before it is moved to his Opoda farm, where the remains are going to be interred at Kango Ka Jaramogi burial site next to his father's mausoleum, the late Jaramogi Odinga. And of course, as I told you, we have our teams there who are keeping an eye on the preparation process there. The digging of the grave is currently underway, and there's a lot of movement there to ensure that the thousands of people who are going to make it to the burial site, are accorded the most respectful place possible. So we're back in studio here, where we continue to have our conversation with the company of Susan Mangeni, the Principal Secretary in the State Department for MSMEs Development, a long-time ally of the late Raila Odinga. They have known each other for decades. And of course, we are also in the company of the man in the middle, that is Dr. Sylvester Kasuku, also a long-time ally of Raila Odinga. You were giving us your history with Raila Odinga, a very fascinating one, I must admit. And you're going back all the way to 2008, and the venue was Java at the junction.
So, and he will give instructions. And so I became that conveyor belt, because, and for Raila to trust you, then you must have been someone with credibility, somebody who could be trusted, and then somebody, of course, who is a good confidant, okay? And so many people also who wanted to meet him, most of them will come to me and say, can you talk to Jacom? Like I say, Baba came later. So can you talk to Jacom? So I call him, and he will pick. So my number was.
So you had become something like the go-between.
I was the go-between, and I think he also trusted me around that time, because personally I'm not that guy who puts a price on many things I do. So sometimes it can cause a challenge. If you want to be trusted, you grow up, and that's how he brought us up. So I was telling. So he said, "No, you cannot go," but I said, "Jacom, I really want to travel also, to feel good to travel outside the country." Actually, that was the first time I was going to travel outside East Africa, and now I have a ticket I'm holding. Now then I'm holding
a ticket to Ghana.
I said, Jacom, I have a ticket to Ghana. I got to go. You see the way you feel.
And
you're
the visa was
a young
ready.
leader, you're going. Then he said, no, you can't go. Vitu zitaribika. Please. So I say, now what do I just tell them you can't go? So because I couldn't go tell CMD that I can't go, I remember Njeri Kabeberi was, so I just kept to myself until people left. So in the morning they kept on looking for me. I just kept quiet and kept quiet. Of course, I had to leave. I had to quit the space because I never went back. It was my burden now to go back and communicate. But again, I would trust that something good was just going to happen out of this. So we kept on. He was one person who will inspire hope in you. You know, and that's why you see majority of Kenyans walking. Like imagine yesterday, first of all, people walked to the airport, many kilometers. People walked back again to town in the hope that they'll view from Parliament, and then they had to walk up to Kasarani without taking anything. And indeed, even us, and sometimes I say once a Raila, always a Raila, because I could see even His Excellency the President, you know, once a Raila, always a Raila. We had nothing to eat since morning. When you arrive at, you know, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, and when we moved with the convoy, I mean, to go and wait for the body, we waited for more than 5 hours just for the body. Now the body to leave JKA.
Oh yeah.
Up to Kasarani. We were there in the presidential launch. We waited for those many hours, and we could see the head of state. I think each one of us, we went back to where we went. We're just appreciating this person, how he has touched us, and we didn't care. We haven't taken any water. We haven't. You could see His Excellency the President was just seated there. No, nothing, no lunch, no nothing. Up to the time when we were able, now the body came in. They did the processes, they prepared, and then we viewed the body. And we were leaving that place around almost 7. You can imagine that dedication. And I was just staring at the head of state, and I could feel him. Could walk back those many days, many nights that people were working. Remember, many nights when ODM was being formed, the sacrifice that His Excellency the President, and you know him, he was like a good champion, the frontliner, the fighter. You know, people never used to sleep, and I could tell indeed this person really in, yeah. So now I wanted just to give you another scenario, and I say he respected everybody from all walks of life. So the following day, immediately after, the day after he was given the flag bearer, the flagship of the party, so then we had, remember, Intercontinental Hotel, still there.
The one opposite
so we spoke in the morning, and again he was a person, after we've done the work well, now we had won. He liked debriefing, and he will debrief, and you can bear me witness. He will debrief with each and every member of his team, especially if he give you a special assignment. I mean, if you are really key in organizing whichever activity he assigned you. So now, so he said, he used to call me Susie, by the way. He never called me Susan or Auma, because my middle name is Auma. He would either call me Auma or Susie. That's how the fallen hero of ours used to call me. So we spoke in the morning, and he said, can we meet at Intercontinental, because he was to travel the following day to America. You remember? He was going there on a long tour. So then, so we went there. I didn't know, now he was like, at that particular time, everybody knew that he will be the next president. I mean, we were so sure. We were so sure that he was going to be the next president. So you could see people working in Serikali manner. I mean,
that was in 2007.
After Kasarani, government swag.
They had embraced the government swag.
You could feel the air. You could see, because people had worked and were saying, no matter what we had gone through, this is going to happen.
This is our moment.
So, people already calling him, you know, with that much respect. So, and he had not changed his security, so he was still the norm. So he comes to the foyer, he finds me there, and of course everybody now, congratulations, Jacob, congratulations, Jacob. Then he tells me, Ahuma, you know, let's go look for a table outside there at the swimming pool. Continental used to have a very nice place. So go look for a table. I'm coming there. So after like 3 minutes, he walks in there. So we sit there, and we start talking. So he started briefing me and say, you know, for sure, I knew that you are going to win. But I did not know that we are going to win this big. And so now we talk. A few things he tells me how, and then, you know, the laughter that Winnie talked about, that was his typical laughter. You know, like he once he knows that he has done something that people never imagine, he will laugh. That will surprise people, he will laugh. No, so while we were seated there, then some people walks in and they say, hey, come to say, congratulations, Jacob. And then, you know, some people, sometimes they don't have manners. They pull chairs. They start sitting there.
To sit down.
To sit down. And
not respecting your private
Not respecting. And you told them, excuse me, I'm talking to her. Or do you think because she's a small kid, I'm talking to her. My time is now with her. Can they respect and give us privacy? Imagine, at my age, at that particular time, how I felt.
He protected
he protected
your space.
And he always protected us by the way he protected young people. And if you wanted to earn his trust, just do your work, that's what. So you talked about you missing the PS. So then it comes 2013. It was the 2013 election, right? Where I was supposed to be nominated. I was even on the list.
You were also supposed to be nominated?
I was even on the list.
As a PS?
Yes, 2013.
2013.
So now, before even 2013, he will sit with me and he always say, I think you're intelligent, so if we nominate you, we will kill 3 birds with 1 stone. You are a youth, you are intelligent, and also you are a woman.
Those 3 things. You had 3 things going for you.
And I remember Professor Nyong'o and Henry Kausige. That was around that period, right?
Yes.
One time they pulled, they say, you know, like I was just that hustler now. I think by that time, if this hustler was there, it would be
the best example.
I'll be the best example. So I didn't believe.
You are the hustler in the room.
Because nobody knew my father. So it was not like, who is your father? Nobody knew Mangeni. Mangeni had passed on many years before,
and they were not even asking who
and they were not even asking. And they were not even asking.
Was he a prominent person?
No, really, because they were not even asking. Of course, not a prominent person, but I know he went to school in Makerere, and there are quite a number of political leaders that. But because I grew up in that space when he had long gone, so I never used it. This was my self-making. Now I had a new political family under the leadership of Jacob, and he handled me as his daughter. Actually, people say I'm just Raila's daughter. But today people are saying, Pole, we know you are Raila's daughter. And I say, yeah, he has really brought me this far. Now, and let me now tell me. So then, so we came in, and of course we were also working closely with our current president, and that's how I also came to know him, and he will listen. And by the way, Jacob will call you and say he wants to talk to you. The day that he's the one who has called for the talk, he talks 99%, and you listen. You talk only 1%. You remember? If it is his day, he talks to you, you must listen. But sometimes, if he wants you to talk, he will listen as you talk. So that was the experience I had with him now. So let me try to run the time going forward. So I miss on this nomination.
To be a PS.
And I had been promised to not a PS, an MP.
Oh, a member of parliament.
Actually, on that list, it was Oburu
You were to be
Odinga.
for which constituency?
Nominated.
Nominated.
Yes. Special. See, I'm a youth. And
you're a youth, you're a woman, and you're young.
So, and the list that came out, so the initial list, because then, with the new constitutional order, you deposit the list at, first of all, before you go to the election. Remember?
Yes.
2013 election now. So the list had already gone there. So on top of the list was Oburu Odinga. Second was Susan Mangeni. People had already celebrated. They was part of it. When you are going to the election, you know, I got people are even say, you know, coming to me, I can be your bodyguard. You know the way now you start, your phones are being busy. People celebrated me, some who wants to be what and what, my PA, you know, those kind of things. We had almost about, was it about 2 months to go to the election or 3 months to go to the election? So you had to deposit the list first. So and then Mwaura was coming immediately after me. It was zebra, so male, female.
Isaac Mwaura.
Yeah, Isaac Mwaura. So the time when actually Isaac Mwaura was nominated. So me, I don't know what happened. And a week before the election, I remember the name was Franklin Bett.
Franklin Bett.
And someone tells me something is not right. Your name has been dropped down from position 2. So of course I cried and
oh, you cried?
Of course I cried, and we were just now facing the election. And I did not even now want to reach out to him, but I just went and did.
Did you
my
feel
work.
cheated?
Of course you feel cheated, and you cry.
And your name was exchanged with who?
So my name was, there was a lady from Coast, I think, who took up my slot. But later what I came to now, what he came to explain to me is that there was a nomination to the Senate from Western, from Kakamega. And you see, because positions were being shared, we couldn't have had an MP and a senatorial, a senator.
Hold your thoughts. Very interesting story. And of course, the images on your screen is the events taking place at the Nyayo National Stadium, the public viewing of the former Prime Minister's body. And as you can see, our reporter there, she has managed to get a stable position. She's going to give us a blow-by-blow account of what is happening at Nyayo National Stadium. Nancy Okware, check it over.
Sana Brian Kimani ukiwa kwenye studio, na bila shaka baada ya changamoto tuliopitia hapo awali, sasa tumerejea na bila shaka tuko bado katika uga wa Nyayo ambapo wananchi wamekuwa wakitazama mwili wake Raila Odinga, na sasa hivi tu kuna wale ambao bado wamepanga foleni hapa wanasubiri kutazama mwili wake, na tungependa tu kupata maoni yao angalau wakimwomboleza Raila Odinga. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi, tueleze jina lako na unamkumbuka vipi Raila Odinga?
Kwa majina naitwa David kutoka Kisii County. Papa tumekuja kuomboleza baba yetu hapa. Amekuwa mtetezi wetu sana kwa wananchi, amekuwa anatutetea kila wakati, hatujakuwa na shida yoyote. Amekuwa anatutetea sana siku mingi. Tumekuja kumwomboleza siku ya leo, na tunaambia familia yake, tunaiambia pole, waweza kumsaidia mzee vizuri. Tunaomba Mwenyezi Mungu amweke pema peponi. Na nimeshukuru sana kwa wale wamekuja hapa wote, nimeshukuru sana. Sina mengi.
Asante sana. Pia kuna mwingine hapa, utasongea upande huu, utueleze jina lako na unamkumbuka vipi Raila Odinga leo hii wakati ambapo watu wanazidi kutazama mwili wake hapa.
Okay, mimi naitwa Otimis Kitengela chairman. Mimi natoka side za Kitengela. Nimesikia watu wamekuja wengi sana na tumefurahi sana kwa sababu imekuwa ni peace. Mama alisema Fuji Square, na mimi nimefurahi sana, naona jeshi imeshika doria vizuri, mapolisi. Leo tunasema siku ya mwisho, tunaona baba siku ya mwisho. Baba tunamuona mwili kimwili, lakini nabaki naye kispirit. Kwa hivyo nasema Wakenya na world as a whole, hii ni kitu ya dunia mzima. tutapoteza baba sana na tutamhitaji tena. Baba alikuwa mtu wa maana sana, yaani hata bado hatujamini, tunamuona tunaona kama si yeye, but tumebaki na spirit. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana kwa kuzungumza nasi. Pia kuna mwingine hapa, tueleze jina lako. Leo hii naona umekuwa mtulivu kuanzia asubuhi, unasubiri foleni isonge kutazama mwili wa baba ama Raila Odinga. Unamkumbuka vipi leo hii?
Ya, kwa majina mimi naitwa Timokei, natoka Trans Nzoia Kitale. Ya, mimi namtambua baba kama kiongozi wa majenzi, na pia baba namtambua kama ambaye alipigania uhuru wetu wa Kenya, alileta devolution na pia alipigania democracy. Freedom ambayo tunaenjoy kwa sasa kama majenzi ni kwa sababu ya baba, na hivyo tunamtambua. Kwa kweli kama majenzi tumepoteza kiongozi mkubwa, na si Kenya pekee, Afrika kwa ujumla.
Asante sana. Asante. Pia kuna mwingine hapa, utasongea tu karibu tunapozidi kupata maoni yao. Jina lako ni lipi na umekuwa mtulivu kusubiri kutazama mwili wa Raila Odinga? Pengine unamkumbuka vipi leo hii?
Naitwa Vincent Onyango Ochola, natoka eneo ya Kayole, na tulipokea news ya kifo cha Raila kwa shock sana, na tumekuja hapa tumuombeleze, tumpe tribute because alikuwa leader mwingine mwenye we cannot find a leader like Raila again. We cannot find a leader like Raila again that he can unify the nation, that can give us peace. Raila had something that we called Juogi in Luo, that Juogi, as nobody else can be able to get it except when you are anointed by the ancestors. So he had that Juogi in Luo land that sometimes even we thought that sometimes when Raila told us that we go for another leader that was against our interests. But we can just say we are annoyed, we don't want that. But if you sit down, you come to say that Baba has a lot of experience in politics and he cannot give us a leader that can do bad things for us. So you could just sit down and say what Baba said is enough, and we are going for that leader because we knew he cannot give us a bad leader. We as a Luo nation, we have lost, Kenya has lost a leader that will take us a lot of time to get from that point. We are crying and may God comfort us.
Asante sana. Pengine tupate wa mwisho, utatueleza jina lako na unamkumbuka vipi Raila Odinga kwa kifupi?
Yes, kwa majina naitwa Mheshimiwa Honorable Eugene Nzofu. Mimi ni mkazi wa Nairobi. Sasa tuko Nyayo Stadium ambapo namkumbuka Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Amepigania sana nchi yetu ya Kenya. Aswa sana Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga ameleta ile kitu inaitwa ugatuzi counties. Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga ameweza kuleta ile mambo yanaitwa vyama multipartyism. He introduced multipartyism in Kenya. Raila Amolo Odinga ameweza kubadilisha constitution ya Kenya, akaleta constitution mpya ya 2010 ambapo inasimamia sovereignty of the people, sovereignty of Kenya and the supremacy of the people of Kenya, ambapo Raila amekuwa kiongozi mkuu ampenda amani, ameweza kuhudumu amani Kenya, Raila hajakuwa mtu wa ukabila. Raila ameweza kutembea na kila mwanamkenya. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Bila shaka hao tu ni baadhi ya wale wananchi ambao wamejitokeza hapa wakiwa na utulivu, wanasubiri kutazama mwili wake Raila Odinga, na hii inatokea tu muda mfupi baada ya ile ibada ya wafu kukamilika ambayo ilifanyika hapa kwa hadi kuanzia kufika takriban mwendo wa saa 7:30, na sasa hivi wananchi wamepata ile fursa, manake hapo jana kulikuwa na shughuli ya kutazama mwili pale Kasarani, lakini wale ambao wakupata ile fursa wamepata fursa leo kabla ya mazishi yake ambayo atakuwa yanafanyika siku ya Jumapili. Kwa sasa na urejesha usukani kwako O'Brien Kimani kwenye studio.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Nancy Okware, sweating it out there with the mourners. I can see they're not giving you peace, but you're doing your best to ensure that you get the best coverage and of course the best comments from the people there, despite the challenges of audio as well as space, and against many odds. You've been there the whole morning, the whole afternoon, and you're still there with us. Thank you very much indeed for keeping us updated on what's happening at the Nyayo National Stadium. Those are the events that, as you can see, the ecstatic crowd, waiting to view the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And of course, this is an exercise that has been going on for how long now? For more than 1.5 hours, and it's going to continue until the last man is given the opportunity. Those are the words of the chairperson of the burial committee, that is none other than Deputy President Kindiki Kithure, who just announced that during the national burial ceremony service at the Nyayo National Stadium. I mean, as you can see, the situation there is very calm. The military has taken over, and as you can see, people queuing and viewing the body in a highly orderly manner, as opposed to the chaotic scene that we witnessed yesterday at the Moi International Sports Center. We also have our team at Raila's Opodo Farm in Bondo, Siaya constituency, Siaya County. And of course, when we have a stable link, we should be going there so that we can see the preparations that is taking place there. Remember, that is going to be his final resting place at the burial site, which is about 4 kilometers away from Opodo Farm, and is going to be laid to rest next to his father's mausoleum at the Kango Ka Jaramogi burial site, which is like the traditional burial site for the Jaramogi Odinga family. By the way, Kango Ka Jaramogi means what, Daktari?
Kango is the name of the place. Ka Jaramogi is of Jaramogi. So it's like saying, let's say if you are to be coming from, let's say here in KBC, let's say this was your home. So this would be called KBC Ka O'Brien.
So Kango is like a village?
Yes.
Kango is so it's like the village of Jaramogi?
Yes, Kango Ka Jaramogi.
Kango Ka Jaramogi. Yeah, I mean, you're learning so many things, even during these period of mourning. So that is where exactly Raila Odinga is going to be laid to rest. That is on Sunday afternoon. And as I told you, I'll keep on circling back and giving you an idea of what is going to happen in the next 48 hours. The body from the Nyayo National Stadium will be taken by road to his current home within the current neighborhood of Nairobi, where Raila's body is going to spend the night there before it is flown to Kisumu County tomorrow morning by military helicopters, where the public viewing of the body is going to be taking place at the Kenyatta International Sports Center, yes, in Kisumu County. And then thereafter, in the evening, the body will be taken to Siaya. I'm yet to understand, will there be public viewing in Siaya County?
Yeah,
there will be.
There will be.
Where exactly, do we have any idea?
Maybe at night? Oh.
No, they might. I think that one needs to be announced, because the one that is clearly written as viewing is at
Kisumu.
At Kisumu.
But viewing can also be done at his home.
At his home?
Yeah.
Overnight.
Yeah, overnight.
Overnight.
Yeah, it can be
overnight,
done overnight.
It might be done.
Overnight, but it's not official yet.
No, it has not been announced explicitly as a viewing in a time. But of course, it will.
So the resident of Siaya County will be given an opportunity at his home.
Most likely.
Most likely, yeah.
Yes, yeah, they will. They
because the body
without viewing.
The body will be flown from Kisumu to Siaya. Is it going to be flown, or it will be taken by road?
No, from Kisumu, from Nairobi, it flies.
It flies to Kisumu.
But from Kisumu, I know it will go by road. Most likely, it will go by road.
And you have how many kilometers from Kisumu to Siaya?
Not more than 50.
It's a short distance.
Yeah, it's a short distance.
Yeah, so it's a journey that can take maybe maximum 3 hours.
Even if it were to take 3 hours, it would be good.
3 hours from where?
From Kisumu to Siaya. I mean, these are Paul areas. I mean, you don't expect
maybe 2 hours if it's a
You don't expect it to be, having stop-bys by the roads?
I think most people might congregate in Kisumu.
Yes.
And then now the fact that they will view till late afternoon for the body now to do procession, maybe it might take about 2 hours. We expect most people would have been there, Jomo Kenyatta.
And also as you approach Bondo, there might be now a procession where it will move slower because there'll be huge multitudes waiting for him.
It is expected. Are we going to have another service in Bondo?
Oh, of course, yes, there will be. That's the burial service. Yes.
So there'll be the burial service.
Yes.
But I also think there might be some vigil.
Night vigil, yes.
Night vigil. Yeah. There will be.
There will be.
Yeah.
It's a Christian
because that is Raila's ancestral home.
Of course, yes.
And according to the Luo culture, a man is supposed to spend the night in his house.
Yes, yes.
So that is going to happen.
Correct.
So probably that is where the viewing will take place.
Yes, actually on the evening of his arrival, a viewing will take place. Yes.
So let me get you clearly. So the body will leave Nairobi, his current home, tomorrow in the morning. Is it true?
Well, yes.
It is going to be flown to Kisumu?
Kisumu, yes.
Which is, let's say, about 1.5 hours, or maybe, let's say 1 hour.
1 hour.
Let's say 1 hour.
1 hour.
So you would expect the body to be in Kisumu around by 9?
Yes.
Right? And then the viewing will take place from that 9 all the way to what time?
Yes.
I think there's a program.
Yeah, a service there.
Oh, there is also going to be a service?
Yeah, there must be a service.
Right, yes. At Kenyatta Stadium?
Yes.
And then it's likely to take how long?
Well, things, I think for us here, it's better just we let the public know.
Yeah, we allow things go.
The way they will go. Because, again, Kisumu people, which I would say Kisumu has been like his center of politics, like his capital. Of politics, right? And the capital of Luo nation is Kisumu City. And so we really do not know. They could also come up with their own reaction, which could cause some few adjustments here and there. But for now, I think as per the timelines that were given yesterday, is that hoping maybe by about 3, the body should start going. Because as an elder,
3 p.m.
Also, I'm saying, hopefully, I think I can read out. Let me just read out what was shared yesterday here, and so that we get to know the program.
Actually, they've been shared several.
Yeah, we have that program.
We are not reading it in detail.
Yeah, and of course, it's proper to tell the people that what you're getting here is not hearsays. These are not rumors. These are not propaganda. It's real.
We have that eulogy. So, in the program is there now. It's in a few. I will run it down for you.
Yeah.
Program.
Right. So if you've seen it.
No. I've given it.
Now, I'm going to share.
It's all right. I think once you get it.
Once I get it, I'll share
with us.
Yeah, but I expect probably later in the afternoon. But also this being him being an elder. Also, there are times which you need to enter, isn't it? According to our culture.
You cannot enter in the morning.
Culture.
You cannot enter in the morning also.
Oh, in the morning.
You can't also as an elder enter in the morning, but not also later at night.
Not past 6.
You cannot enter at night.
So it will work out within those timelines,
And I'm sure the planners, they are aware of all those.
The planners taken care of all those.
Very good. Yeah. So, I mean, if you're just joining us, we're giving you live coverage of events taking place at Nyayo National Stadium, where the Requiem surveys for Raila Odinga, has just ended. And what's happening now is you have thousands of people lining to view the body of the fallen former Prime Minister, Kenya's second Prime Minister. And so that is what is happening. This exercise is expected to continue until the last man standing has been given the opportunity to view the body. A marked difference from the chaotic scenes that we witnessed yesterday at the Moi International Sports Center. This exercise is now being guided by the Kenya Defence Forces together with the help of the General Service Unit, the Kenya Police Service, as well as the Administration Police. And that's why you can see there is order and the process has been expedited. And also it's proper to announce that you know, the services of the National Youth Service, you know, has also been drawn here, whereby they're also facilitating and ensuring that there is a smooth process. And that's why today the whole process is very different. It's very fast and highly efficient. So those are the events taking place there. And of course, right here in studio at our national headquarters broadcasting house, we're in the company of PS, Principal Secretary in the State Department for SMEs Development, Susan Mangeni, a long-time political ally of the former Prime Minister and a close friend of Raila's family. And of course, we also in the company of a long-time advisor to the former Prime Minister, Dr. Sylvester Kasuku, who is also the governance advisor in the executive office of the President, joining us this morning so that they can breathe some life into the events that we witnessed today. And of course, the events that we are going to witness in the next 48 hours, leading to the final journey of the late Prime Minister. So, Susan, let's speak from where you left in 2013.
Yeah,
so you were completely disappointed. Your name was yanked off.
Yeah, and so
here you are.
Yeah, so of course, I was disappointed. Like, if you are really expecting, it's like somebody has pulled something, meat from your mouth, right? So I reached out to him and I asked him. So I said, Jacob, I know this has already happened, maybe cannot be reversed, but I just want to understand probably what really happened and where did I fall short. And so he invited me for lunch. I remember it was Nairobi Club. And so we were there for almost 2 hours. You can imagine, again, a man of his stage giving you 2 hours. And he was able to explain to me. And he told me, you don't have to worry. You're still growing up. You know, where you're going to meet so many obstacles along the way. And political leadership comes with resilience. You have now to fight even much more. Of course, he had already explained to me what really happened, which probably is not necessary to say here. And it was just also that act of balancing here and there. Okay, you see now people are saying, Western, you already had the senatorial seat, and we couldn't have given you the MP, you know, all those. And you say you don't need to worry, and things will work out again. But keep on believing you are destined for the greatness. So now, so then from there, of course, I went to VI 2017. Yeah. And so I was coming.
So that is 5 years later.
5 years later. So I was coming against an incumbent who was in ODM. So all through ODM was my party. And so I came now through. Then around that time, so they called ODM nomination, but the time when they were calling that nomination, that week, that period, had also lost my mom. So it was so difficult. It was very difficult for me then to say that I was going to go for the competition in the nomination. So then I did not also want to be told relax. Actually, at some point they had told me, relax, this time round we'll nominate you. I did not want to trust that. I said, you said we should keep on fighting, so this time round I think I want to fight. So at that point, then I joined the ANC party and the leadership of Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. And then he joined NASA. Again, we met again.
Very good. Hold it there. Yeah. We want to go to Opoda Farm so that we can see the preparations taking place there. Well, and thrilling stories we're getting here of people who have known Raila Odinga, who have interacted with Raila Odinga for many years, and of course, helping us understand who Raila Odinga was and how Raila has shaped their views of life, both socially as well as politically. I told you we'll keep on crisscrossing between different places, and time now for us to cross over to Siaya County, where Wycliffe Okech, who has been at the Opoda farm, is all on standby to give us a brief of the preparations at Raila's homestead. And now, please take it up, Wycliffe Okech.
Well, thank you so much, O'Brien, back in Nairobi. Like you mentioned it, we are beaming this live conversation live from Opoda farm. That is Raila's rural home here in Bondo. We've been here since the very day the news of Raila passing broke, and we came straight here, and we've been witnessing every development right here at Opoda farm. I believe you can see behind me here. I believe my camera person can basically show you mourners still coming here to register their names in the condolence book that has been put here since the very day the news of Raila's passing broke here. And there's a very different picture we are seeing today. Actually, for the past 2 days, there was a little bit of chaotic scenes that we witnessed here. But today, it is very calm, and every situation is controlled. You can see even those people that are coming here to register their names in the condolence book. It is being done in a planned manner. The gate that leads to this home is now manned by security officers. That tells you how security is heightened here. Actually, everything is controlled. We've had 2 tents that have been erected just outside this home here. That is to accommodate the larger number that continues to stream in here. I can tell you, according to the plans that we've been able to see, we know that the public viewing in this region will happen in Kisumu. That is on Saturday. That is tomorrow, before the body is brought here for the night vigil. When that body is brought, it will be brought right here where we are. The home or the house you're seeing behind me here, that is Raila's house. That has remained closed since the very day, but it was opened yesterday just for a few minutes when Raila's elder brother Oburu Odinga came here to officially deliver the message of Raila's passing. That is in accordance with the Luo customs and traditions. When he left here, he actually, after he came here, went straight into the house for a short prayer, to say a short prayer, and then he stepped out to address the mourners that were here at that particular moment, telling them what circumstances that led to Raila's death, and also the arrangements that will lead to his interment that will happen on Sunday at Kangoka Jaramogi, which is about 3 to 4 kilometers away from Raila's home here at Opoda farm. Before I continue much, O'Brien, without further ado, let me just engage. There is a gentleman here and a lady. These are people who know Raila better than I may say I know Raila. And straight away, I will ask your brother, you just move here, where Ntaomba usifike hapa. Yes, and then you look into the camera. You earlier on, you told me that you grew up in Odinga's home. That makes you, I mean, in that I believe you know much about Raila that better than we do. Tell us, our viewers, what will you tell us about Raila from his teenage years, how he fought for the political leadership, those tenets that he stood for? What do you tell from your perspective? Tell us your name and where you come from. I'll hold the microphone for you.
I'm John Ramenda. I went to school because of Jaramogi in early 80s. Then Jaramogi took me to school and I stayed in their home, Mlimani, Kisumu. Raila, I knew him that very early 80s when he came to visit Jaramogi. In fact, he's a very respectful man. We have lost, indeed, a very good person, a person who is selfless, who fought for the whole world, the rest of Africa, Kenya at large, and the Luo as a community. A gentleman and a half. Personally, I don't want to talk much because I learned of the demise with the sorrow and shock. What I want to tell everybody is that let us pray for the family of Jaramogi, family of Raila Odinga. I know them. I've been to his home here, not once. I've been here. I normally visit this home. I'm known here. We know. Otherwise, I don't want to talk much. I just wish the family be guided by God.
I understand the sort of sorrow, the sort of shock with which you're meeting this particular development. You having grown up in Odinga's family gives you a very proper way, proper in-depth information about Raila Odinga. Because you had a personal relationship with him. What is it that we don't know, with us who knew him from the public surface? What are those specific tenets that probably you think Kenyans don't know yet about Raila Odinga?
But it was a selfless man. I know most of things I know people know because he was for the people. In fact, Raila's home is just like any other home. You find people coming in and out. He's a gentleman. He's a very good gentleman. I know him. And he has really helped us. He's a person who's ready to serve each and every individual, whether rich or poor. He will listen to you attentively. Yes.
Back in Nairobi, that is at Nyayo Stadium, where the public viewing is currently going on after the speeches, after the state funeral that was held there, at Nyayo for Raila Odinga. We've seen speeches. We've heard the President William Ruto, the former president or the retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, the family of Raila Odinga. We've heard tributes pouring in for Raila Odinga. Probably from where you sit, from where you are, having grown up in Odinga's home, what is that specific thing that you're going to miss about Raila?
First and foremost, that social aspect of him. We normally interact easily with him. That one, we are going to miss him. The service he has been doing to us, we are also going to miss. Raila is one person who paid fee for those, the needy children. Raila Odinga Foundation. He did that. So we are all going to miss this. But I believe with the presence of the family and the leadership of Dr. Buro Ogenga, I know these things are going to continue. I know we are going to continue. There is no vacuum, I believe so. The other thing which I believe is we are strong in, he has left us in the government, and we are not moving away from there. This is a political home, so even if I talk politics, there's nothing wrong. We are in the government. Yeah, we are there. He has left us Canaan.
Yeah, actually, you brought in the political aspect of it, because this very surface yesterday when I was talking to some of the mourners that came here yesterday, they also talked about the issue of being taken to Canaan politically. Raila had promised his followers Canaan, and there is an aspect, one of the mourners told us that since that Raila is passing, he has passed when he had a political arrangement with the government of the day. When you talk of Canaan, what is it? What is Canaan for you?
Canaan, you know, there is that climate, geographical climate, and there is that political climate. We are now in that political climate where we are enjoying all the privileges the government offers to the Wananchi. This is where he took us to. We are there. That asali that was being got in Canaan is what we are now getting now. Yeah, and first and foremost, I must thank also our president, Dr. William Ruto, for having taken the charge to give the right Honorable Raila Odinga state burial. I thank him for that on behalf of the Bondo people.
Remind me what your name?
I'm John Ramenda.
John Ramenda. Fine. Let me just also engage Mama here. I saw you here yesterday. You were mourning, actually, so emotionally. You are so emotional about all this issue, and you are still here. You may want to tell us who you are, how you relate to Raila, or rather to the Odinga family at large.
Nitaongea kwa Kiswahili.
Ni sawa.
Kwa jina mimi naitwa Mary Anyango Nyaudo. Nickname yangu ambayo inajulikana si account mzima ni Nyamombasa Chap Chap. I'm the women representative wa Ugunja Municipality Modern Market. Mimi kama namkumbuka baba, nitamkumbuka ya kwamba hii jina langu ya Nyamombasa hii tulikaa Mombasa muda mrefu sana, but there was a time huko ilikuwa machafuko sana, tena watu walikuwa nauliwa huko feri nini, watu walikuwa nakatwa shingo kama wanawekwa kwa roadblock kwa barabara. Ni baba ndiye alitusaidia. Wakati huo tulikuwa tunakimbia na watoto wetu Bwana anabaki kwa nyumba amejificha chini ya kitanda, ujui utakula nini. Ukisikia mahali inachomeka, ukikimbia unaenda sehemu zingine, unasikia hawa pia wanakuja wanasema huko pia inachomeka. Kama ingekuwa si baba, mimi singekuwa saizi, ningekuwa nimeshazikwa kitambo sana. Mimi baba nitamkumbuka na mambo mingi sana. Mimi nikiangalia roho ya baba imeshinda yangu mbali sana. Kwa maana baba ukimkosea jioni, kesho asubuhi baba ako na wewe. Tena anakuomba msamaha, tena atakuomba msamaha kama ambaye yeye ndiye alikuwa amekukosea. Mimi tena nitasema hivi, baba kwa maendeleo zake zote, tena kitu ambaye baba alikuwa amesema amefanya vizuri. Hii devolution ambaye baba alituletea hapa Kenya imetusaidia sana. Mimi kama Nyamombasa chap mimi nakuanga na mdomo sana. Lakini wakati nyingine there was a time kama ulikuwa umekuwa kwa group hata watu 5, mnakaa mna discuss vitu zingine, mnakuja mnashikwa, mnamwambia mtaenda kusema mbele vitu ambaye mlikuwa mnasema hapa. Lakini kulingana na zile katiba ambaye baba alikuwa ametengeneza, ndio umenileta uhuru. Hata kama nimesema Gen Z hoye, hata kama nimesema hoi, hata kama nimepiga kelele kuna mwenye atanishika. Hata kama tunacheza nyasa, kama baba amekuja Ugunja, nimesema mimi natoka Ugunja kwa boma ya Honorable Intellectual Opio Wandai. Mimi natoka hiyo area. Tena hata Opio Wandai ananijua. Mimi nasema hivi, wale wote ambaye baba amewawacha kama bado wanaendelea na kazi, awe wewe ni mbunge, awe ni governor, awe ni nani. Hapa Siaya ametuachia governor mzuri sana. Honorable James Ajim Kalausi Wanyamayanga Wadathiende. Najua Ajim Kalausi ataendelea na sisi vizuri sana. Lakini sisi pia kama wananchi, tuheshimu wakubwa wetu, tuheshimu wale ambaye walichaguliwa. Baba alisema huyu ndio namtaka. Tena mimi nitajaribu kuomba msamaha kwa niaba ya baba. Mimi naomba jameni, kama mnanisikiza vizuri, tusimfunge baba njia zake akienda binguni. Tunataka baba aingie bila machafuko yoyote. Kama baba alikukosea, ulisimama kama unataka kiti, na baba amekuja na akasema Onyango wewe ngoja. Baba asemangi staki fulani, anasemanga wewe fulani ngoja, tuko na ng'ombe na hiyo ng'ombe yetu iko na chakula nyingi kwa tumbo yake. Wewe tulia tu, Mungu atakubariki. Vile baba amekufa pia atakuona. Usimshikilie baba ati useme ati baba nilikuwa nataka kusimama baba akaninyang'anya. Mimi sina mengi la kusema, lakini namwambia baba njia nzuri ya kuendea.
Asante sana Nyamombasa. She has mentioned she's brought in a very critical aspect. Actually, you remember even the ODM party that Raila was the party leader of, the Orange Democratic Movement. There's the aspect of democracy, and you've heard from the lady who has just spoken, is that he stood for democracy, and probably to some extent in this region he practiced what is widely known as negotiated democracy, in the sense that when obvious in a political contest, there are always many contestants seeking to get some political seat, and he could actually mediate and speak to these contestants so that one person could be granted a chance. It is one chance at a time, and that is what the lady is mentioning there. Let me just engage mama here, just stand just right in here, look into the camera. Tuambie, utaongea Kizungu, Kiswahili? Kiswahili. Tazama pale, tuambie unaelezwa. Na nasikia pia umepoteza sauti jamani. Umelia sana.
Niko sawa.
Sawa, tueleze jina.
Kwa majina naitwa Evelyn Naoma Wira. Mimi ni mkazi wa Siaya, lakini nilikuwa mkazi wa Mombasa. Niko katika network ya Tomboya Network Youth Group Mombasa. Tunawakilisha Mombasa na tunawakilisha Siaya. Nililetwa hapa na baba kufanya biashara Siaya, lakini kulelewa kwangu ni Mombasa. Yale ningependa kusema, kwanza na present marasta wote, all rasta people. Na present marasta, na tuko na timu yetu, na tumesema kitu tunataka ni peace. Tunataka peace, na tunataka tuwe watu wa marasta wanapenda amani. Na tunataka kitu ya baba itoke kwa uzuri. Mimi kama mrasta, ningependa baba akue anapelekwa send off vizuri sana kama mwanachama wa ODM. Sisi ndo wale tulijaza Okoa Kenya hizo mavitabu. Sasa tulijaza hizo mavitabu na sisi ndo waanzilishi wa ODM. Tukiwa wakati tulianza na Balala, tukiwa Mombasa. Lakini kwa sasa baba ametuacha. Tuko na uchungu, tuko na huzuni. Na hata kama tuko na uchungu na huzuni, ningeomba all youths, all rastas, kila mmoja, mnajua baba alikuwa mrasta. Baba alikuwa mrasta. Baba alikuwa mrasta. Na mrasta wote kujeni na amani. Na tuheshimu president wetu William Samoei Ruto. Tungeomba William Samoei Ruto apewe heshima na tupeleke baba, kwa sababu amepatia baba heshima, akampatia state, burial state. Enye kitu amefanya William Samoei Ruto, tunamshukuru sana William Samoei Ruto. Na vile tunasupport sana William Samoei Ruto. Mimi namjua from Mombasa, lakini nowadays niko Siaya. Lakini naomba peace, amani, na tumkaribishe president wetu William Samoei Ruto. Na tuweki amani Kenya. Kenya ni yetu. Baba alitaka Kenya ikuwe na amani kwa sababu baba mwenyewe ndio make decision azikwe kwa siku 2 kwa sababu alijua anataka amani na anapenda Kenya kuliko kitu yoyote. Baba alipenda amani na baba alipenda wa Kenya. Solidarity.
Thank you so much. Peace and solidarity. That is the message that the lady here is sending out. O'Brien, Raila was a darling of the media. He always granted airtime to the media in at every valuable time. And Mayenga is a very popular. Mayenga FM is a popular, popular media channel in this region. This is a lower community, and Mayenga, which is a subsidiary station of the larger KBC family. I have one of the presenters of Mayenga here who has hosted Raila Odinga at Mayenga FM. And actually, you even can see the hat he's wearing here. There's a hat actually that is reflected in the lower community. First, as a memo, you've been here. You've spoken to the elders. You've spoken to the locals. What is that particular message that you're picking from these particular interviews you're having with the residents here?
First, before I get to that, we, as Mayenga FM, were the first media station to arrive at the home of Raila Amolo Odinga when the news of his sudden demise came to fruition. And we tried our level best to be with a part of the mourners who are all over this compound. And of all the Luo radio stations, Mayenga FM was the first station to break the sad news of Raila Amolo Odinga. We came in as a team of presenters who have been around from Sunday covering the Sitiko conference. Unfortunately, we had to cut it short so that we be part of this news that was unfolding. I've talked to a number of elders here, and they are, of course, the mood is somber, and people never expected. There is no one who ever imagined that we could live to this situation we are in today. And nonetheless, God's plan and action is not questionable. Most of the elders we've talked to, I talked to one old mzee by the name Olango Nyabola. Olango Nyabola interestingly spent most of his life with Raila Amolo Odinga. He's one guy whom Raila would spend quality time with all night until wherever they were, people could retire to bed, and they remained the two in that sitting. There is one popular joint here that Raila and Olango Nyabola used to frequent, and the revelers would retire to bed and leave the two gentlemen still strong enough, having their stories. Most of the time, even from what the old Mzee was telling me yesterday, is that at times he would send something here for Mzee, the late Raila Amolo Odinga, and Raila would ask, this is from who? And if he gets information that has been delivered by the Olango Nyabola, he would say that is okay and is ready to consume that stuff. We are saddened. People are still trying to come to terms with what is going on. But from our traditions and cultures, I would tell you for free that it will come to fruition. It started in piecemeal, and I think from tomorrow you'll see the real Luo tradition and culture coming to play.
Right. Yesterday, when we were at Kangoka Jaramogi, where Raila's remains will be interred, the whole time we had probably an indication that he could be interred next to his mother. Remember, by the time his mother was dying, Raila was still in detention, and probably the elders that we spoke to earlier had indicated to us that Raila would have wished actually to be interred just next to his mother. But yesterday, when his elder brother Oburu Odinga came here at Opoda Farm to deliver the message officially in line with the customs and tradition of the local community, he went straight to Kangoka Jaramogi and indicated the burial site. That site is just lying next to Odinga's mausoleum. What is that pointing to?
First, the space that Raila would have really wanted to be laid next to his mother was not spacious enough for that kind of a grave to be put in place. So Senator Dr. Oburu Odinga, in his own wisdom and after consultation, they decided to have Raila Amolo Odinga, the grave, to be dug just next to where the dad rests. And I think symbolically, these are two icons in the history of politics in this country. And people would be home when they visit the mausoleum where the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga is, and again where Raila Amolo Odinga will be. And the space and the work is going on. It's quite enough even to put up a structure that people can rest in and can get to know more about who Raila Amolo Odinga was.
Given that the closeness, rather the closeness, the proximity of Raila's grave from where his father was buried, that people could be asking, the locals could be asking themselves probably if there is a possibility of a mausoleum being constructed for Raila just like his father. Have you heard something like that?
Definitely, something like that will have to happen because you remember even from the speeches that we just said at Nyayo National Stadium from the brother, Dr. Oburu Odinga, even from the wife herself, Ida Odinga, they say that, yes, Raila Amolo Odinga is resting, but Raila will live with us forever and ever, amen, including the President William Samoei Ruto. He said the same. So there is need. It's a fact that we are not ending the story of Raila Amolo Odinga on Sunday. People will still keep on coming day one after another. So there is need for us or for this country to keep on having that site well done, such that whoever will come even after the burial can pay his or her last respect to Raila Amolo Odinga.
Thank you so much. First, as we here, my colleague will continue to interact with the locals here and also share with you what you've gathered and also what I've gathered and see if they tally actually just in part of our wider spectrum coverage of Raila's demise. And also the mourners continue to stream in here. And O'Brien, I've seen two gentlemen who just arrived here. I remember I told you this is a controlled environment now. This is the house of Raila Odinga with the condolence book just right in front of this house. Actually, when we were coming here, we passed through Bondo town. And right in there, we passed by the Odium office in town. Raila was the party leader of the ODM, a position that has now been switched actually to his elder brother, Oburu Odinga. And we saw there's also a condolence book that was placed at that particular spot for the locals here to go register their names in that book as a show of solidarity and as a way of mourning the departed political enigma who has had a massive following in this region for many, many years. I have a gentleman here with me. He will tell us who you are, where you've come from, and this development. How do you react to it?
My name is Harrison Wangoro Mwangi from Nairobi, Embakasi North. And for me, the death of Jacom has touched many people, especially the people who we are very close with him. We talked, we have shared a lot with Jacom, And let me tell you, you know, even losing a parent, even if he's old, it's very painful. So the family of Jacob, I know the pain they are feeling, and the Kenyans. Yesterday, there was a lot of commotion for people who wanted to see Baba. So this is a great man. He's a hero. He's a man we can say in the history of Kenya. There is no man like Jacob. And also, I just want to speak in Swahili.
Ni sawa, ongea na Wakenya.
Kitu nataka kusema ni ya kwamba kwa sababu sisi viongozi wa Nairobi leo tumekuwa Nyayo Stadium, tumechukua ndege, mimi na Mheshimiwa Imran ndio tumetagulia wa kwanza, na kitu ya watu wanafaa wasome na Baba. Tangu wakati alianza siasa yake, walianza na Moi, akafungwa jela, hakupata nafasi hata ya kuzika mzazi wake yeye mwenyewe. Mama yake alikufa kama ako jela, akanyimwa ruhusa ya kuzika mzazi, na akatoka jela, wakakaa chini na Rais Moi na wakafanya handshake na wakaweza kuendelea. Hiyo ni kitu, hata kama ulikuwa unachukia Baba, inafaa umpatie heshima kwa sababu ya hiyo peke yake. Ikakuja wakati akasaidia Rais Kibaki, wakaendelea wakapata kiti. Ikatokea maneno hapo kidogo, vile walikuwa wamepanga ni kama hawakuelewana. Ikakuwa amefinyura, lakini akachukua ile jukumu tena. Akaenda akafanya handshake na Rais Kibaki. Akasahau ile yote alifanywa mbaya na wakasonga. Hiyo ni kumaanisha, hiyo ni kitu ambaye ukiangalia yeye alikuwa na ile moyo ile ya kusamehe, kwa sababu sio watu wengi wanaweza. Kakuja kwa Uhuru Kenyatta, wakawa wameshidana kiti kwa siasa, wakawa sasa wamemalizana. Bado mzee akarudi pale, wakashikana na akasahau. Wakakuja wakashindana na mheshimiwa na rais wetu William Samuel Ruto. Wakashindana, wakati ameshindwa yeye akachukua jukumu ya kusameana na wakarudiana, wakafanya kazi na President William Ruto wakiwa pamoja. So kwa hiyo roho ya umoja, hiyo ndio tunaambia watu, tukue wale viongozi tuko hapa. Kama umekosewa na jambo ama na mtu fulani, ukue mtu wa kusahau. Hiyo ndio ile kitu tunasoma kwa mzee, sababu mzee ni mzee, alikuwa anaingia kupigania haki. Anapigwa, hata mimi mwenyewe kupigwa hiyo tiaga siku ya kwanza ya pili naogopa. Na yeye alikuwa naamuka leo, kesho achoki, anaamuka mkifikiria kesho akuji, anakuja. Lakini kuna watu hata ukitishwa tu mara moja kesho upatikani. So huyu mzee ni mzee ameacha legacy. Ni mzee, mimi mwenyewe personally tumekuwa na yeye, mimi nilikuwa Azimio, tulikuwa tunasukuma siasa na yeye. Ni mtu tumekaa chini, watoto wake tumekaa chini, ni watu tunaelewana. Na that's why tuko hapa Modo ku make sure mzee tumemweka vizuri na ameweza kupumzika vizuri.
Asante sana. Yale yote ambayo umesema, yote tisa ni kwamba Raila alikuwa mpenda amani na alikuwa anaweka umoja na amani wa nchi mbele na kuhakikisha hiyo yote inatimizwa. O'Brien, we've got mourners from across the country. The gentleman that we've spoken to is from Nairobi, Embakasi North. Imran Okoth is someone I know from Kibera, and Raila's the very first time that is actually when he was the MP, that he represented Kibera for quite a lengthy period. Imran, Raila is gone, but what does he leave behind? I'll hold the microphone for you.
Thank you so much. Raila leaves a very big legacy that I don't think none of us will be able to meet the legacy he's left behind. It is a sad moment for us as a country. Nobody expected what happened. But of course, we have to thank God for the opportunity that he gave us with Raila Odinga, a great leader. It is a sad moment for us. I'm here at Opoda Farm to mourn with the immediate family, the people of Siaya, Kenya at large. Of course, Raila was a Pan-Africanist, a leader who went beyond the boundaries.
From the speeches we heard from Nyayo, the people we've spoken today, they're encouraging the locals and Kenyans at large actually to embrace peace. What will be your message to the locals, and probably what is that, because Raila's stature in the history of Kenya is quite a massive one. What will be your message to Kenyans and also to the locals here specifically?
My message to Kenyans is that we must embrace peace. Baba loved peace. The last couple of elections, Baba won, and you know what happened. Basically, the win, he was robbed of his win.
So that we can't really tell of that.
No. It is a fact. As much as yes, people want to deny that, it is a fact that Baba won elections subsequently, but things happened the way they happened. For us as a country, we will have gone not a very good route, but Baba always chose peace, to embrace peace, and that is what I'll want to encourage all of us, the people from this region, the nation at large. We must embrace peace. We must have a country at the end of the day. Yes.
At the end of the day, we'll always have a country, and that also calls for us to embrace peace, and peaceful coexistence is some of the pillars upon which the great nation of Kenya is built on. As we wind up, I also have just one very last remark, message of condolence. You will tell us who you are, where you are from, and what do you have to say about this particular development.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okeyo Paul. I come from Kisumu, but I work in Nairobi. Now, I've come here to give my solidarity and my condolences to this family. I'm a friend of this family. And when this news came, it was a sad news, so I had to come to say sorry to my friends here for having lost their head, but also to the entire country for losing a leader that shaped the political and economic development of this country. Thank you.
That particular aspect, people have spoken. We've had various tributes. Very many, different words used to describe Raila Odinga, and we've had the retired president, Uhuru Kenyatta, also mentioning just how he used to refer to Raila as his brother, and the larger scheme of things, and how people always refer to Raila as Baba. In your opinion, what do people mean when they call him Baba, and do you share in the same opinion?
Rightly so. I listened to the speeches by former President Uhuru and even President Dr. William Ruto. The speeches were very moving, and they captured the occasion, the true description of what Raila was. And in those speeches, you heard of the names that were given to Raila. I think Mama Ida or it's Winnie, who listed all the names that were given to Baba Raila. For each and every of those names, there was a meaning. When Raila was called a Tinga, there was a meaning. And the symbolism of Tinga, he used it in the elections of Kibera. And it brought, synergy. It brought energy. When Raila became Nyundo, there was a meaning of that.
It would been a hammer.
A hammer. And I do remember at one time, when Raila drove a car called Hammer at the streets of Nairobi, he said that this government now wants Nyundo. It was something to, bring a solution. However brutal or however hard that looked like, it had a meaning and it resonated well with the people. And Raila Odinga grew in symbolism, acting them, to the point when now he became Baba. Baba was now available for all of us. It was available for the youth. It was available for the middle class. It was available for the rich. It was available for the poor. So Baba was an umbrella. And that is the meaning of that name Baba. Baba has a huge responsibility in its intonation. And the gap that is left just by Baba passing away is so big that we are yet to figure out how it will be filled. And we pray that it's going to be filled, and we ask Kenyans to Of course, mourn Baba, particularly people of our tribe, the Luo community. There is a way by which we mourn our departed. Sometimes they might look very dramatic, but in all, we expect all this process to be peaceful until Baba is laid to rest.
O'Brien, one message that is coming out from every remark from the mourners here: peace. Peace and observation of peace is very critical in this particular moment. We don't want to lock people out. Everyone has to say, everyone has at least something to say about Raila Odinga. Look into the camera. I'm wondering, what is this you're holding, and what does this mean? I'll hold it at the microphone for you.
Okay, my name is Hezron Onditi. This one is a Luo symbol of mourning a hero like Raila Amolo Odinga.
What is it called?
This is called a whisk. Yes, a whisk orengo in our dialect Luo. It is one of the signs our Luo people use to mourn and drive away death as a demon. And most of our Luo elders know it and use it oftenly when we had such a grieving moment, when we lose a hero like His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. Yeah.
Actually, you're right, because a whisk is something I've seen Raila hold when he was going to mourn some of the revered members of the society. And like you've mentioned, it is meant to drive away the spirits of death. Yes. Away from that, what do you remember about Raila, and what will you miss mostly about this leader?
There's so much to talk about Raila Amolo Odinga. And I'm glad that during the programs of the day, many people eulogized him in so many different ways. And if at all the history of Raila Amolo is written, then it can take us years and years to conclude and come to a closure of Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga, in a nutshell, is an enigma, is one whom we cannot describe in a single day to completion, is one whose history will never be forgotten, is one whom in the history of this country, if at all the books of history are written, then the first chapter would be Raila Amolo Odinga, the second chapter would be Raila Amolo Odinga, the third chapter would be Raila Amolo Odinga, the fourth and the fifth, and so on and so forth. He is a man that we are overwhelmed to describe. Yeah.
Thank you so much. O'Brien, we continue this coverage here, and there is a lady I've seen that is covered in ODM colors. Will you just come here? And ODM is the party that Raila led for so long. He is the party leader since the inception of this particular party that was formed back in 2005. And actually this year ODM is clocking 20 years. And you could tell, actually the celebrations for the ODM party were to be held in Mombasa, and we know it was postponed. We didn't know it would lead to the situation that we have here, but it was postponed. And the lady you're seeing just right here, I believe you can see, she is dressed in ODM colors. Tell us your name and this your dressing code. Why did you select to dress this way?
Thank you very much. My name is Rachel Gutu from Homa Bay County. I'm an ODM member. That is why I decided to dress like this, because I've come here to mourn a hero. Yes. And being the founder of ODM, Baba was the founder of ODM. So when we are coming to his burial, we have to dress like ODM people. Yeah, actually, this is for remembrance. Yes.
A lot has been said regarding the ODM party, and we can now see Raila's elder brother, that is Senator for Siaya. They call it the youth leader. I don't know why that is now being given the responsibility to lead the ODM party in an acting capacity. You are confident in his ability to steer the ODM house together?
Actually, in most cases, leadership comes from God. And for somebody to be appointed, that already has been planned by God. Yes, so we believe in what God has appointed. Yes.
When we were coming here, we saw at the ODM office in Bondo, wanaitwa vijana wa baba walikuwa pale, and they were encouraging people to come and register their condolences in that condolence book that was placed there. The ODM community, or rather the ODM party fans, the fan base, what will you tell the ODM house right now?
Actually, just to mourn Baba peacefully. And we believe that the legacy of Baba and also the power he had, he will left the Luo community with that particular power for unity, and actually I believe that ODM will prosper. Yes, yes, yes.
All right. Well, it is in the belief of everyone here that unity and peace will prevail from during this period, and even after Raila is interred tomorrow, on Sunday at Kango Kajaramogi, where he will be buried next to his father in Kango Kajaramogi on Sunday. We know the public viewing continues at Nyayo, and of course after that the body will be taken back to Raila's current home. And tomorrow we know there is a public viewing in Kisumu. Thereafter, that body will be brought straight to this home, Opoda Farm, where we are. Thank you so much. Opoda Farm for the night vigil before it is taken to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, where the service, burial service, will be held before it is moved to Kango Kajaramogi for the final interment. This is not where we end this coverage here, but we'll continue actually to talk to, gather as much messages of condolence as possible from the locals here. And with that, O'Brien, let me hand it back to you in studio to continue the coverage right back there.
Wycliffe Okech there taking us through different scenarios of what's happening at Raila's Opondo Farm in Bondo, Siaya County. And of course, giving us an update on what's going to happen on Sunday at the Kango Jaramogi burial site, where this will be Raila's final resting place that is on Sunday. What is happening today is you still have thousands of people going past Raila's body for the public viewing, which is taking place at the Nyayo National Stadium. This exercise has been going on for the last how many hours? It started at 2 hours actually, because it started at about 1:30 p.m. and it is still going on. There is a slight change of program I want to bring you up to speed with. Raila's body from here, it will not be taken to current home, to his current residence, as had earlier been communicated. For preparations, it will be taken to the Lee Funeral Home, where it is going to spend the night until then tomorrow morning it is flown to Kisumu. So there is a slight change that has been announced. Remember, the original plan was to move the body from here to his current home, but according to now the latest plan, the body will move from here to Lee Funeral Home for preparations, and then tomorrow morning it is flown to Kisumu. And Kisumu, where the public will be given an opportunity at the Kenyatta International Stadium in Kisumu town, Kisumu City, let me get that right, Kisumu City, so that they can view the body. And thereafter, it will be driven by road to Siaya County, which is about 50 kilometers, where it is going to spend the overnight stay at his Opodo Farm in Bondo, Siaya County. So those are the events that are going to unravel in the next 48 hours, leading to the burial of Raila Odinga on Sunday in the afternoon. And remember, we have our team on site. They have been there since Wednesday morning, and of course they will continue to monitor the situations at his farm in Opodo until the final sings, as we say. We want to come back to studio, and we're continuing with the conversation here. We're in the company of the Principal Secretary in the State Department for MSMEs Development. This is Suzanne Mangeni. And of course, we're also in the company of Dr. Sylvester Kasuku, a longtime friend of Raila Odinga and a top advisor of the fallen former Prime Minister and ODM leader. We have also been joined by a man who is known to many as a philanthropist, industrialist, manufacturer, a former chair of Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, a leading voice of many people here in Kenya. And we're talking about none other than Dr. Manu Chandaria. He's joining us right here as we continue to mourn and, of course, to eulogize the former Prime Minister. I'll be giving him a chance to explain to us his relationship with Raila Odinga. And, of course, we'll also be giving him an opportunity to eulogize the fallen former Prime Minister. But briefly, as you wind up on the story of you, Mangeni, and first of all, Manu Chandaria, thank you very much for joining us in Karibu Sana.
Thank you.
Very good. I'll be coming to you once we are through with the story by Susan Mangeni. You're telling us about your enthralling encounter with Raila Odinga. As you wrap up, please
See, this story does not need interruption. So every time we interrupt. Yeah, so maybe where did we leave it?
We left it at 2013.
So, yeah, no, even beyond 2017. So
2017, yes, when you moved to ANC.
So I said this time round, I don't want to be promised
nominated
again. In fact, after what happened in 2013 nomination, I said I will never again try to seek for nomination. So I said I need to fight it myself, go outside there and fight. So then so I go, and because my mom passed on around the same time that ODM had scheduled to do nomination, because my intention was to run on ODM ticket, so I was overwhelmed. And because of me, of course, they couldn't move the nomination. So I just let it go. I pulled out of the ODM to allow it to go, to proceed, because I was also coming against an incumbent. But then what then happened, I opted to go to an NASA party, which was ANC. So I was still within Baba in that 2017 election, and I didn't have any hard feelings. I had to support him because, again, the party ODM and his candidature was one which I resonated well with. Then, of course, after that, I wasn't successful. But again, I will meet him and we will talk. Then immediately after that election, that's when now there was the handshake, the great handshake, the BPI.
Yeah.
And because I had worked my nasty years in the party, I had ODM party, I had grown also working closely with the then deputy president around that time, Dr. William Samuel Ruto. So we decided, let's now work together. No hard feelings about Baba. And I can confirm today that even anyone who has ever worked with Baba, who is even in the current administration, we always give him that respect as a great father, because in one or another, our leadership will not be what it is today had it also not been informed by his practices. So when I was appointed to become a PS, when I met him after that appointment, he told me, he called me the way he used to call me, Susie, how are you? I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of the great leader you've come. And you see, I saw this, and I used to tell you, you don't need to be frustrated. Even when you missed out, many more things were being prepared for you. So, but now so this is what he told me. So when I saw your name on that list, I instructed my party members that during vetting, they should not give you trouble. And when your name is tabled in Parliament, they should make sure that they pass your name, because you are a person I've known, I've taken care of you up to where you are right now. Even though, and remember, that was the tension-filled moment, you know. And my State Department, which was also new, was then charged with the responsibility also to implement one of the most heaviest and the most talked about initiative, the Hustler Fund. So we meet again December 2022. We are in this event. He loved coming to Busia for cultural, at least around 24th or 26th of December, he will always show up in Busia. So when he came in this time round, it was 24th in Dalangi, and I'm sitting next to him as usual. The ODM leaders who were there were then started, of course, attacking, because Hustler Fund was the easiest thing to begin with, because it was launched immediately after the election, before, when the country was not yet cool, you know, high political tension. And so when one of the leader went up to attack us, so I told Baba, because I was sitting next to him, I said, Baba, do you know, my first experience in public service, you're the one who gave it to me, when you appointed me to become the director at the Youth Enterprise Fund. When, okay, you pushed for my name to become, and I will say it came through him, because of this, what I'm expected to do is a build-up with the experience that I got serving there at the Youth Enterprise Fund, and later when I got an opportunity to serve as a part of the working group team on socio-economic audit of the Constitution. All were appointments that I got through the support of the party. So I said, if you criticize, if your party led by you is going to criticize this initiative, which I'm handling, which I'm expected to deliver on, you'll actually, in a way, also passing a no confidence to your very own daughter that you have brought up.
Your own creation.
And you have really exposed, given her an opportunity in public service, and I'm here because of what I've gone through. So I say, Baba, you know you cannot do this to me. No matter how attractive it seems, I don't really expect you to lead an affront on the Hustler Fund, at least because I'm your child. You brought me up. And he said, I've heard you, I want to support you, and you'll never hear me do that. And I can confirm, to be honest, that ever since that time, Baba will talk about anything else, but on the Hustler Fund, other people in his movement will talk, but not Baba, because he knew I was there. So I just wanted to say, this was a man who knew how to nurture leaders, to create space for them, create opportunities for them, listen to them, because a leader also listens to them, and at time also, you know, also engage them. It was two-way, and sometimes many people maybe will define Baba as being a mysterious person. Baba knew how to identify the right sources. He had his own intelligence system on the ground, by the way. Remember, for a long time he wasn't, and most of the time he wasn't part of the inner core of the system. But Baba had worked out his own intelligence, crafted his own I don't know who's going to inherit that.
He used to get intels all the time.
So, and he had his own people on the ground. I would say probably he had almost a similar parallel structure, but very precise, of what we call national intelligence. His own, and the people that Baba will spend time talking to are people that maybe you meet to dismiss, like, what is this young person doing here? And Baba, because if he knew you of substance, and entire time that I knew him, I will never, like, you know, when he's somewhere scramble, but he'll pick you up from the corner and say, hey, Susie, and you know, when he has picked you up, now you walk towards him and say, so Baba knew what he needed from people. He knew how to craft a team, and he knew how to maintain a team. And I will tell you, even looking at what is happening today, under now the leadership of His Excellency the President, I will tell you from that experience, and even now, I know that President Ruto has also been a very good student, because it's reflected
of Raila Odinga. Very good. We'll be coming to you. You'll be explaining to us, you're talking about the qualities that shaped Raila Odinga and that are likely to linger on for many generations to come. I'll also be introducing industrialist as well as philanthropist Manu Chandaria, who is in studio with us. He's also a long-time ally of the former Prime Minister. They worked at the economic as well as a business level. He'll be giving us his story with the former Prime Minister. But we want to circle back to Siaya County, to be precise, Opodo Farm, where Wycliffe Okech is having a good conversation with one of Raila's aides, and is now about to give us his side of the story. Wycliffe, check it out.
We are back at Opodo Farm, Raila's rural home here in Bondo. Mourners still come here in groups, individually, and that is what's happening on the ground. You can see in the background, but if you can, my colleague behind the lens can basically pan around and show you the group of mourners that have just arrived now. Like I've mentioned earlier, the entrance to this home is now very controlled. Not every, people are allowed in, but in a very controlled manner. That is in contrast to from what we saw yesterday and also the very first day when we came here. People were just coming in randomly, but today people come here controllably. You arrive, those who can mourn, they mourn, and then they come and register their names in the condolence books that has been placed here from the very day. We continue to sample the messages of condolence from the different mourners that continue to come here from various parts of the country. And with me here also is a gentleman here. Actually, if my colleague can just come and bring the focus to the mourners that I already have on set right now. Martin Kivuti, if you can basically pan and show the mourners that are here to share their messages of condolence, what they have to say about the departed leader Raila Odinga. I'll ask you to look into the camera, tell us your name, where you are from, and what you have to say about Raila's passing.
Yes, my name is Moses Souma. I'm the Chief of Protocol, Migori County Government. I owe it to Raila. Actually, Raila took me to school. I stayed with Raila for many years. Mimi ni kijana wa nyumbani hapa. He took me to India for my degree. When I came back, he employed me as his assistant. And I've worked for him for some time. Then I moved to Spectre. He again sponsored me to the United States. A real patriot. One person who never believed in tribalism. Very hardworking. And he made me, when I was growing up from a boy to a man, Raila guided me. Actually, even paid my diary. Yes, he did.
That makes, in that personal regard, it means you had a very personal relationship with Raila. Paying your school fees, you staying with Raila, Raila giving you your very first job, Raila paying your dowry, and also right now you are the charge of protocol in Migori County, courtesy of Raila. What is that particular thing you're going to miss about him?
I'll miss a father, one who believed in hardworking. He never believed in shortcuts. One person who never believed in tribe. Actually, if you talked about tribe next to Raila, you will disagree with him. One person who never hold grudge. You'll talk, atakupigia kelele, you might think that ameshika hiyo. Then the next day amesahau hiyo kabisa. You move on.
He never held grudges, even in his political activities. We know, like I already spoke to some of the mourners here, and they recounted how he has shook hands with the governments of the day. What does that paint about him?
That was him, and he was very unique. Actually, even when we were working for him, he never utakosa. Then you might think that tomorrow he'll be dealing with the same issue. I said, but no. He actually he'll have moved on with the life. He wanted everybody to grow. You know, he will not dwell so much in the past, and he will tell you to move and focus ahead. He was a nice man, a good storyteller. Actually, it was not Raila that sometimes people feared. Yes. He had his very good side. He was a family man. And when we stayed there, you could not differentiate his kids and those who came to stay with him. No, he'll be there for everybody. Very official.
You are so close to Raila in many aspects. The values that he stood for. How do you say these values shaped Kenya politically and also from the governance perspective?
He'll let go. That's why sometimes he will win an election. After some controversies, then he'll let go. He'll shake hands with the opponents. So that tells you how well he meant for the country. So it really helped him stay that. Personally, I was not surprised even to see him shaking hands with the Uhuru, Ruto. No, because that was him. Even privately, he will talk very positive about the country. So he had put the country first before his personal interest. Yes.
O'Brien, we continue sampling the messages of condolence that from the different mourners here, and now the environment, the mood is quite changing. When we came here, it was a bit calm, but now I know you can hear the mourners in the background. They continue to arrive here in groups. Some come here just by themselves, but also we continue to sample the messages of condolence from the different mourners. And now you may want to tell us who you are, where you're coming from, and what you have to say about Raila Odinga.
My name is Ramadan Saibu, and Jacom normally called me Savimbi. I don't have much to say because Jacom has been my mentor. I've started to work with Jacom in 2012, and he's a father to me. He's my advisor. And, I can't say more about him because it's a difficult time to me to talk about him. Because when you lose someone that you love and your mentor, I lose a father. I lost a father. I lost a friend. I lost an advisor. I lost a teacher. So I was a security to him and also to Mama. And I've went a lot, I've passed a lot because of Baba. And recently, I went through open heart surgery at Karen Hospital, which was done on February this year. I think everyone knows, whoever going for open heart surgery, the cost of that open heart surgery and what you pass through. Jacom stand with me. He stood with me. The family stood with me when I needed help. When I needed help, Jacom stood with me and paid. He paid a lot of money to make my life back. Jacom paid a lot of money. Jacom and Mama Ida, they stood with me and they paid a lot of money in the hospital. And I went through surgery, open heart surgery, which was successfully, through their advice and through their actions that they did to me. They didn't do that only because walikuwa nafanya mtu mwingine, because wana mapenzi na watu ambao wako surrounding yao, wako na mapenzi na mtu ambao ni binadamu yoyote. So I can't say much about, because they make me somebody who I am now, and they make my life to be back. Saizi ningekuwa nimekufa kama si Mungu, kisha Baba Raila Amolo Odinga na Mama Aida. I passed through a lot kwa maisha ya ugonjwa mpaka saizi penye nimesimama hapa. I'm mourning a father, I'm mourning my boss, I'm mourning a mentor.
We equally share in that grief, and we are together in this morning. Thank you so much. The sampling of the comments, messages of condolence from different mourners. We continue here. And I now have also a lady here. You're going to tell us, maybe you can move here, look into the camera. What is your name and where do you come from?
My name is Rosella Rasanga. I'm a former First Lady of Siaya County. And I've come to condole with the family and friends and all of us. We are really shocked with this demise.
Sure. And being a First Lady, Raila is the son of the soil. He comes from Siaya County. You being the First Lady, I'm so sure you interacted with him in so many occasions. What are those values that you learned from him and probably what Kenya will miss from him?
I did a lot of interactions with the former, with Raila and also Mama Aida. I have a very special relationship with them, first even as relatives. Raila was my shemeji, and Mama Aida, I used to call her my co-wife. And apart from that relationship, we were also very close, and we would have, sessions like most of the graduations for my children and functions that I had in the family, even up to Nyombo, Raila would honor. And I really appreciate, because he used to be so humble and he would honor most of the invitations. And even when the governor would want him to have lunch, he would use me and say, Nyaugenya has prepared for you something, and especially the functions that he had near our home, and he would honor. And I really appreciate the time that we had together. He showed a lot of vision for Kenyans and a lot of support also for women. And Mama Aida graced so many of the functions that I had on women empowerment. Raila believed so much on women empowerment, and he used to emphasize so much on empowerment of women, and especially we know the famous, the one-third gender role. So we are going to miss him so much at a personal level. And even I know in the political scene, he has left a really big mark. And I don't think the shoes that he has left, anybody will be able to fill them. Yes.
The various speakers have encouraged Kenyans to embrace peace. What will be your message?
My message, that is the peace that Raila really preached. Because if things would escalate to a level that there was a breakdown of order in the country, he would make a sacrifice. He would sacrifice all these things and say, for the sake of peace, let us just sit down and, embody peace in Kenya. So I would attribute a lot, the peace that we are having in Kenya is because of him. And we all know the recent Gen Z protests that, escalated, where we had a lot of bloodshed. And even after elections, where we felt that there was no fairness in the elections, but he would sacrifice that Kenya was bigger than an individual.
Thank you so much. Nawe labda una huzuni sana uweze kuzungumza. Fine. We continue with sampling the messages of condolence. Maybe you can come here and look into stand here, look into the camera, tell us your name and where you come from. I'll hold the microphone for you.
Okay, my name is Tom Odhiambo. I'm the chairman of Bondo Transporters, the trucks department. Yes. So we've come here today to condolence with the family. It is very unfortunate that we've lost the great son of the soil, Raila Amolo Odinga. So today it is our honor to come to this place. We've come with all the trucks in honor of our son of the soil, great leader of Kenya and Africa and the world at large. So our main aim is to come. We've come today so that we give the last respect. We will not have another day like this. So today we decided to come here as a Bondo Truckers Association to come and pay the last respect for our Baba. That's why we've come, because he's a great son of the soil, and he's been our great leader of the country, and more so, he's been part of us as the traders in Bondo. So he's somebody who was very much accessible, and again, he could hear the problems maybe that we are facing. So that's why we are here today. Yes.
Thank you so much. You want to speak? No, fine. You may make your way here and also tell us your name, where you're from, and what you have to say about the passing of Raila.
Thank you. My name is Maurice Okumu, co-chair of Bondo Commercial Transporters. My co-chair has spoken everything. Mine is just to say sorry to the entire country and to say sorry to Mama Ida, our son Junior, and Winnie and Rosemary. We are very sorry for this, and we are together in this journey. Thank you.
Well, we continue sampling the videos from the mourners here, and like I mentioned, this environment is now very controlled. When we got here, it was a little bit calm, but you can see from the pictures at the entrance to this home, we've seen people, mourners come here in groups. Some of them brought by in vehicles and also in trucks. And remember, it is a 7-day period of mourning, and everyone is mourning in their own style. We saw people, mourners here, covered in leaves, some of them coming with what we call rungus and whisks, and also some of them dressed in ODM colors as just in honor of ODM leader who is now departed. But again, we continue our coverage here, and we'll always give our viewers, we are here actually for the sake of viewers, and also bring blow to blow and coverage of whatever is happening here at Opoda Farm. Later on, we will go to the Bondo town as we cross over to Kamo Jaramogi to see what's happening on the other side. For now, let me hand you back to the broadcasting house in Nairobi.
Well, thank you, Wakely for Catch. I mean, I must say this. If I don't say this, it will be what we call dereliction of duty. I must say that you're doing a good job there. I mean, since the first day, you continue to do it, and let me tell you, you're doing it so well. Let's come back to studio while we continue the conversation around the friendship and knowledge about Raila Odinga. I want to introduce Manu Chandaria. He's a long-time friend of Raila Odinga and his family. They've been in business together. And Manu Chandalia, thank you very much indeed for joining us. You know, earlier on we were chatting with Manu Chandalia, and he was telling us he is 97.7 years old. So he's about 5 months shy of his 98th birthday, and he's joining us here. Manu Chandaria, we thank you so much for finding time to be with us this afternoon. And I want to give you time now to eulogize your friend, Raila Odinga, and you tell us something that we don't know about your friendship and Raila Odinga.
Thank you. Thank you for this, to condole with the family. He was a great person, great politician, great statesman, and a great peacemaker. Being in industry and being the head of KAM, KEPSA, East African Business Council, number of times we had the opportunity of meeting each other to understand the economics of this country. And being also in industry, he could realize and understand the problem. But what Kenya has lost, it will be not understood at this moment. It'll take its own time before you go back and listen and to understand what this man stood for. He lost a number of elections, but even after that, he had the courage and the thinking about the good of Kenyans to shake hands with President Uhuru, shake hands with President Ruto. Now, to be on the opposite camp, to fight an election, then to say what's good for Kenya, what's good for people of Kenya, that type of thinking is very rare in this country. And I've seen in my own life of almost 70 years of my work that you find very rare people who are prepared to see what is ahead of them, not what is behind them. And I think that Raila is one of them. And when I say peacemaker, whenever you see him, he's always laughing, always smiling, and also serious as and when you want him. But he supported the business community. He continuously looked for avenues so that we can improve the standards of living of our people. And in times and again, as and when we met, it's always a joy and an understanding that, yes, we are working for our nation. We're not working for myself. He never said that he's for himself. He was working for Kenyans. And we hardly find people of that nature. And so, Mama Ida, I'm so sorry, and your children. I know that how you people feel, and there's a void in your life. But remember, there'll be a bigger void in Kenya than what you have. He was a great person, a great personality, and I would say, the may Lord grant him the peace that he needs.
Mm-hmm. When you worked with Raila Odinga, you know, during your various chairmanship as the chair of Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, as well as the East African Business Council, what kind of a leader was he, and what kind of business-related advices did he used to give? And I also know that you also worked with Raila very closely during the Mwai Kibaki era, especially during the drafting of Kenya's long-term economic blueprint, Vision 2030.
That's right. I think in the Constitution, making of the Constitution, I was a member. And I think the amount of discussion that went on and the type of the discussions which turned sometimes very hard, but when he came into the picture, he will cool us and get lots of people to understand the basis of what we are discussing. Now, very few people has got this kind of capacity to be a part of solving a problem, not creating a problem. And when it comes to solving, he was great at it.
And from where you stand and going forward, how do you think as a country we should honor Raila Odinga's legacy?
I think the country can honor, but I think the people of Kenya will always honor him. The amount of number of people, whether you're on this side of the politics or that side of the politics, but when it comes to advise, to understand the philosophy of looking after Kenya, you cannot beat him. And that's what the best part of it was, that in all adversity, he was always smiling. And to smile when you're in difficulty, that's not easy. He always worried about Kenyans. He worried about the Kenyans who were roaming around without jobs. He always worried and kept on pushing us. Please, increase your capacity. Do what's necessary so that we can employ 1,000 more. And I think that kind of advice and that kind of thinking, and not people from Kisumu area, all people. And that is what was beauty about him, is he was a Kenyan, a true Kenyan, and not belonging to a tribe. Yes, he belonged to a tribe. as much I belong to a tribe. But a true Kenyan, to find true Kenyans in adversity, in difficult time, is very, very difficult. You give up many a times, but he never. And he always tried to find out a solution. And when he was his prime minister, I think Prime Minister Modi was here.
Yeah.
And I asked Prime Minister Modi whether he has met the Prime Minister Raila Odinga. He said no. So I rendered lunch. And that was interesting that after a year, he and with other 4 ministers, together myself, we went to Gujarat, where he was the chief minister. He has been a friendship since then. But to explain to him, and whenever they were talking, these 2 statesmen were talking, they were not talking about which party they came from. They talked about their people and the worries they carried with them, about the poverty of the people, about problematic issues about of the people. And I think it does sounded very well. And to me, he was a great man, and Kenya will miss him. Kenya will miss him.
Tell me this, Manu Chandaria. What is this one thing or 2 things that you're going to forever admire about Raila Odinga?
Well, I've met so many people in my life. 97.5 years is not that easy and small, short. The point is that you got to depend. When you see him, you feel comfortable. When you see him, you feel assured. When you see him, you don't feel that that somebody's going to take you around. No. There was genuine interest in the people of Kenya. All of us have got some interest in Kenya. But for the country, and love for the country, worry for the country, that very few. Very, very few. And I think he was one of them. That when he talks about peace, yes. And he has taken everything in his own way. He lost a game, doesn't make difference. He didn't lose the hope. The hope to make a better Kenya was always with him. Yeah.
Tell me this, I'll be circling back to you, Manu Chandaria, but I just want to bring on board Sylvester Kasuku. You are telling me about the qualities that you used to admire and you think that have shaped Raila Odinga as a man. What qualities are these?
Yes, and of course a number of them have been mentioned here. Well, people keep mentioning them, but they've now not been put in a package. Sometimes the people think that they are mentioned by conjecture. But I just want now to run through them so that people can see what person he was and why he was so dear to the people of Kenya and to many leaders as well. Number 1, he was a human rights defender. Come what may, even if he was in the highest office in the land, having the greatest friends around him, and a human rights issue was being violated, he would stand out straight away, even if you are in a function with him, talking to him, or you have just had a meeting with him. But he steps out and he finds a human rights issue violated. Straight away, you will be up and talking against it and saying this issue must be tackled. Number 2, people have talked about respect. Indeed, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga was indeed a respectful man. He respected his fellow leaders. You remember when he was working with Kibaki? I attended meetings with him, together with Kibaki. The mere fact that President Kibaki never used to talk, he would not talk more. In fact, he would leave the meeting the way Kibaki used to leave it for the ministers to talk, and the secretary to the cabinet, Ambassador Mudaura, to speak, so that they would canvass the issues in front of them. And the Right Honorable Raila Odinga would not now start moving, with the speeches, so that he could cover more. He would also let the teamwork so that him and Kibaki could just now preside over, passing the resolution. And you saw this even with Moi. The mere fact that he walked out when Kasarani-Kisrani issue came out did not mean that he was disrespectful. But it's when the basic tenets of democracy, the basic tenets of human rights, the basic tenets of freedom were being, trampled upon. With President Kibaki again, you saw that even though they had a fierce fight for the ticket for the presidency in 2007, after they formed the Grand Coalition government, he created a very fertile ground for them to agree on issues. He never went to be abrasive, even when they went to Kilaguni, you remember that retreat that did not go well. It was not the Right Honorable Raila Odinga who did not make the retreat go well, but it is the handlers who did not agree, and at the end of the day, then President Kibaki said, no, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, let's go back. Yeah, they can. Then the issue of listening, and also on this matter of respect, you also saw how when he joined President Ruto in the broad-based government, you've seen the kind of respect he gave him, irrespective of the criticisms that people are giving, because he believed in any undertaking that he signed to. In terms of listening, you could not match it. The patience he had, the listening ability, that he would sit down, as P.S. Mangeni has said, he would sit down with you, irrespective of who you are. Sometimes people around him would be thinking, why is Jacom sitting down with so-and-so? But he would be there. And whatever he discussed with you, he would keep it and he would carry it forward where it was needed. In terms of his relationship with people, so many people in offices are pretending to be extremely busy that they cannot even pick calls. Sometimes they even just see their phones ringing, not that they are busy at that time, but they don't just want to pick calls.
Yeah.
The Right Honorable Raila Odinga was picking calls even when he was in bed. I can give you a recent case this past week. In fact, just barely 3 days before he died. Nuru Okanga called him at night. Actually, he was sleeping. And the ring of the phone woke him up and he picked the call.
Raila now?
Raila himself, when he was in India, when he was undergoing treatment, he picked Nuru Okanga's call and told him, Nuru, I'm in India. I'm here getting treatment, but I'm coming. So Nuru, I even asked him, Baba, when you come back, me, what I want is just a photo with you. He told him, Nuru, hiyo nitakuja, we'll take a photo. And, and he had a conversation until Nuru told him, okay, Baba, thank you. He did not tell him, Nuru, I'm sleeping, don't call me. No. Yeah, and Nuru was calling him in the presence of other people. He was telling them when people were saying that he was not there. Nuru told him, no, Baba is there. Nothing has happened to him. And I want to prove. And he called. And other issues like keeping his word. Baba always kept his word. Forget about issues that sometimes he was overwhelmed by circumstances that you find that maybe something did not go well the way it had been discussed with him. Many a times, and if something did not go right, he would still keep in his mind and still believe that something needed to be done about it.
Very well.
The protector of even people with whom he had relationships with. You remember when Jimmy Wanjigi supported him, and then now Jimmy Wanjigi was being beaten by the system. He went to Jimmy Wanjigi's house and sat there. And people were saying, you mean Baba can risk his life? And he said, please, don't stop. He was even able to stop the security forces from, tormenting the family of Jimmy Wanjigi. And he stood there until when Jimmy Wanjigi was released. And he has done it to many people. In terms of his agenda, I've spoken about it when I was talking about human rights. Again, risking his life, being selfless, that even when he was advocating for people's rights, he still came out even when it was risky. Like that time when there were demonstrations after the 2017 elections and also 2022 elections. You remember, he came out and he swallowed tear gas together with his followers. He was in the convoy, and at the time when he came from abroad, you remember, when people said that Baba welcome
while
home. Baba while you are away.
That was in 2017,
2013. Baba while you are away was 2013. Then the one when he came back in 2017, that was now 2018, when he had come back, when President Uhuru, that was I think January, President Uhuru had gone for Addis Ababa, AU General Assembly meeting. And on that particular day, when people went to receive him from the airport, you remember upon turning into Outer Ring Road and Jogo Road, there was such a kind of an ensuing, battle between the people and the police. And he never ran away. He remained there until he came with them to Upper Hill. And that's when he called it off. He said, you people, we have had enough. Now, let's go home. But he never, ever, left people because of his life. On matters of being a mentor, he has mentored many people. And in terms of being a peacemaker, this one cannot even be doubted by anyone.
It goes without saying.
Forget about the names that people have given to situations where he's been a peacemaker. 1998, he joined President Moi to create peace and to create the environment for creating changes in electoral laws, among many other things, towards the 2002 general elections. And in 2002, he joined President Kibaki and supported President Kibaki when he saw that if he continued on his own and Kibaki going on his own, they were going to split the votes and they were going to lose the elections. When it came to 2008, he was able to leave his own ambition of becoming president and agree to join in a grand coalition government through a mediated process. In 2018, he agreed to thaw down hostilities in the country and had a handshake with President Uhuru Kenyatta. In 2024, he again thawed the hostilities that were ensuing in the country that were threatening actually to break down the country. And you've had many politicians boasting actually that if the Right Honorable Raila Odinga did not come forward, that they were actually going to topple the government. You've heard about it severally. And he said that Kenya was not the country to put at risk by toppling the democratically elected government. And he put himself forward to be able to protect that peace. A solution provider all the times. And there are many instances. I would give it even when he was prime minister. President Kibaki often left controversial issues to him to go and resolve, and he would come up with a solution. Many a times I even chaired those small internal task forces inside government to formulate solutions. When it comes to transformative leadership, again, he has led many transformative agendas in Kenya. He's a lover of cultures. You can never find the Right Honorable Prime Minister missing a cultural event. P.S. Mangeni herself has talked about it. You've seen him attending very dutifully and very religiously the Tobongo Lore Turkana cultural event, yes. He never missed. Even if you have to talk about the Kikuyu cultural events, he never missed. The coast, he was always there. He was always there even with the Wazes. In Meru, you would find him with they're called the Njurunjekes. You would find him in Loyaland attending the Nabongo and among many other cultural events. Very, very a lover of culture. And those are things that endeared him to people and people could see. He was also a quick learner. Technology-wise, computers and iPads, and they found Raila already, advanced in his age comparably, but he adopted technology so quickly. And even in terms of languages, like when the issue of Katiba was coming up, people were still wondering, how do you call devolution? Raila already quickly came up and said, "Hiyo ni ugatuzi." And I'm just finishing now. Yes. When it came to issues of infrastructure, people were wondering, how would you call infrastructure? He's telling people, "Hiyo ni miundo msingi." He was a quick learner. Yeah. So there are so many things about the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. And there is a sum up in a manuscript I've written, which I shared a draft with him some 3 months back, which is called the river crossing theory. His political life, leadership, and everything else has some theoretical basis that actually needs to be brought into the field of academia. And I believe that his coalition building powers is like the crossing of a river, and it becomes a theory of political theory, political leadership theory of river crossing. Because for you to build a coalition, you need to cross certain divides. And he perfected it and enabled other leaders also to learn from him in the formation of coalitions.
Very well.
Yeah.
Susan Mangeni, as a student of Raila Odinga on matters politics, what qualities of Raila Odinga are you going to hold dear and are you going to cherish, for years to come? And before you respond, I just want to bring people up to speed with what is happening at the Nyayo National Stadium. What you're seeing on your screen are people still queuing to view the body of Raila Amolo Odinga. And of course, remember, the body will be taken to Lee Funeral Home for overnight stay and of course for preparation, and thereafter tomorrow morning his remains will be flown to Kisumu, where a public viewing exercise will take place at the Kenyatta International Sports Complex in Kisumu City, and thereafter there will be a procession to Siaya County, where the body will spend the night, that is tomorrow evening, at his ancestral home, or what we call the Opoda house or compound or farm in Bondo. So those are some of the details, and of course the burial is going to take place on Sunday at the Kango Kajaramogi burial site, and we have seen preparations are underway to ensure that the burial site is prepared for this important exercise. So let's go back to Susan Mangeni, the PS for MSMEs Development. As I had asked you things as a student of Raila Odinga, what qualities of this man are you going to cherish for years to come?
Yeah, first, I appreciate that this is a man who lived fully his generational mission. It was Franz Fanon who said, each generation has out of obscurity to fulfill or betray the generational mission. Raila's generational mission was about bringing political freedom. And he has walked with that throughout his life. His struggles and great participation is what led to the current constitution that we are enjoying today. Indeed, if someone was to ask you even many years to come, what do you know of Raila? I think Raila birthed the 2010 constitution. He birthed the 2010 constitution because he struggled during the second liberation, and many of those that joined him in the struggle, a number of them also fell along the way. But he was resilient, and this is what now defines his life. If he chose a course, he will never tire until that course is fulfilled. And so again, I will give an example. When I was appointed to the board of the Youth Enterprise Fund as a director, I think around that time he was in Europe. So very early in the morning, he calls me. So like, Jacob, how are you? Like I said, that's how we used to call. He said, I gave you a name. I'm hoping that you've been gazetted. Can you confirm? And I said, well, it was early in the morning. I think the gazette notice was to come up. It was on Tuesday morning. So on Friday morning, sorry. So the gazette notice came up and my name was there. So you see, and then so I told him, but Baba, Jacob, how come you did not share about this? He said, we have to protect. What is talking about protection? That imagine if I called people from my circle or other leaders to come and say, can you give me a name? Chances are they will not give me your name. So this one I had just to do it myself. That was a guambo for you. So he knew also, he understood the space, and he knew how to protect those he felt were vulnerable and were marginalized. He stood by them. And he was a nationalist, per se. You look at most of his appointment, he will balance. I mean, at some point, even people from his backyard were felt were being left behind. Because you will see even nominations, if you were to look quickly at the nominees even to parliament, you see how he put in people from across the country. And when he got an opportunity, even during after the national accord, yeah, and serikali, what they call serikali ya nusu mkate, you could see even how he balanced. Ordinarily, some selfish leaders will not really do that. And that's why I said the current president is a perfect student of Raila Odinga. Then also, but 2013, remember we had been frustrated 2007-2008 election. 2013, after that election, and even before that, let me roll back to 2007. When the results came out, and they said he had lost, and of course you remember the swearing in at night of the then president, the late Mwai Kibaki, for the second term. And we were in the Pentagon Center. The following day, almost 3/4 of people who you will ordinarily find that they were not there. I felt for him at that point. I even shed tears, because now you see he was like alone. But he was resilient. You know, it's common with human being that when you are facing victory, everybody will clam around you. So he had also been let down several times, even with people he thought he could trust. So here he is, facing it alone. People who would offer him shoulder to cry on. Yep. So I think with time he also learned how to offer himself the other shoulder to lean on. How to lean on himself. Most of the time whenever he was down. One thing that I was expecting Kasuku to say, which he never said, this was a strategist. He wrote his own rules and played by his own.
By the same rules.
Yeah. And most of the politicians, you've seen people say, oh, how many people are tagging on his court. They were consulting. I mean, he was a strategist for election. He was a chief campaigner. And the other person actually who can now today equal him now, yeah, because of energy, is the current president. I mean, that's why everybody wants to be in their path, because they know these people, when they decide to campaign for you, they'll campaign you and give you a platform themselves. So he was a strategist, he was a super coach, and he was a super player. So he played. And remember, many a time he used to use mpira. Figuratively, if you look at mpira, is for strategists. We anacheza number fulani. He knew how to deploy his teams. And if you are carefully listening to him, who is playing this, who is scoring, who is the goalkeeper, nani anachukua mpira, anapiga, inaenda off. He was telling you the strength of his team. So he knew how to place and deploy his teams around to achieve the results which he wants. So quickly, maybe in 1 minute or 2 minutes. So he was a book of political life. And this book has now closed, so many pages, and we open a new book. And that's why in 2013, after the election results came out and it was not what we expected, I remember having an engagement with him, and I said, maybe Jacom, your power was never meant to be on the throne, but rather to build the throne. So maybe we should start now looking at that as the end in itself. Because believe you me, many presidents will come, but very few will have their name in many years to come.
Very good.
In those places that your name will be, your name will never leave history. your name will always be there. I mean, you are likely to be more prominent than people even who served as the president. So maybe your throne was, you are to make a throne and not to sit on it. But I want to finish by saying this.
Yes, please.
To wrap up.
Briefly.
He was also a worker. Any ministry, remember that Raila, since Moi's time, when he joined Moi, he went to Energy. Energy became the most powerful ministry. He was also at Lands, right? Whenever, not Lands, whenever he will go, even if it was a smaller ministry, roads and public works, he will dedicate himself with a lot of passion to the extent that it became the most powerful ministry. And that just demonstrates how he was, you can imagine how he was working at the same time, balance politics of the day. So, and one more thing, and probably last thing, is of course he believed in justice, which is enshrined in his pursuit for political freedom. And he never slept on that. I mean, and one time we were talking and we were like, you know, we young people, the pressure that we are looking, you know, we are having right now is about economic freedom. So I told him, I know, you open the political space for us to participate in, but the economic freedom is incumbent of us now, the current young generation, to pursue. So sometimes people have been expecting so much from him. He has laid the institution. He has pushed for the institutions and everything, you know, so we clear the bush. So the young generation also needs to take it upon themselves and do it. So I think that's the one thing that he lives with that.
About this man.
But also an elder person. He was an elder.
An elder statesperson.
He was an elder statesperson.
Very good. I want to bring Manu Chandaria here on board, and I want to circle back to, I want to take you back to the year 2009. Raila Odinga was the Prime Minister at that point, and there was this major meeting that brought together players in Kenya's manufacturing as well as business circles. And I was in that room, and this was at the Grand Regency Hotel. I know so many people know a thing or two about the Grand Regency Hotel. And Raila was invited to talk to the business community as well as industrialists. And one thing he told them, and I remember very well, was even in your business ethics, learn to put Kenya and Kenyans first. I don't know whether you can remember that, Dr. Manu Chandaria.
Absolutely.
When you look at how, you know, the Kenyan manufacturing sector, the business community has expanded, do you see the footprints of Raila Odinga in the way they are doing business these days?
Well, we will remember him. At every problem that we find, we'll think about a man, would sit down, listen, argue if necessary, but at the end of the day, he will come out with what's good for Kenya. I think Kenyan business community is going to miss it. Because knowingly, unknowingly, with everywhere, when it came down to the business, he was good, he was okay. And we always respected him. His opinions, his views, his advice, and we always felt he's one of us. In the business community, we always felt he was one of us. And to have that kind of following by community who can make Kenya bring up to an extent is not easy. I think as a politician, it was great. But as a businessman and as a supporter of economy, it was great.
It was great. I also know that, you know, Raila Odinga was a very good friend of the Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. And you are very key in fostering relationships between Narendra Modi and Raila Odinga. What was the relationship between the two, and why was Modi so attracted to Raila's style of leadership?
Well, when he came over here, he came as a private citizen of India. And I asked him, I met him at the Indian High Commission, and I asked him, have you met anybody in the government? The Prime Minister. He said, no. I said, all right, we'll organize. And I had organized lunch for them. The Modi's situation was one simple. Above everything, the goodwill, the good of the people of the country must stand first. You could be right, you could be wrong, but at the end of the day, what's good for the country must come out. And this understanding between the two of them, that we went to see in Ahmedabad, and he was with us at the time, we could understand that me second, nation first. And to be calling the nation first, my interest second, third, fourth. That kind of attitude one has to be able to build. And you need a moral capacity to make very sure that what you're going to do is good for the country. You might miss up in somewhere, but that doesn't make any sense. Overall, if you grant him the marks, he was an excellent person as an individual, he was an excellent business person, he was an excellent politician, and above all, he was a great peacemaker.
The Indian Prime Minister eulogized Raila Odinga as a towering statesman and a cherished friend of India. How has Modi received the death of Raila Odinga, and what was his reaction? And I don't know whether you have managed to talk to the Prime Minister of late.
I think that they were in par in understanding, because their focus was only one. Focus was not individuality. Focus was not me as Modi, me as Raila. The nation came first. Nation came second. Nation came third. And then you follow. And I think that both of them had got that attitude that to serve a community, to serve a country, to serve people, you need humility, you need a feeling that you can feel the pain of the people. The minute you start feeling the pain of the people, your ego melts down. And both of them, very little ego. And I would say that when leaders of that nature type meet each other, their interest, first, second, third, my country, my people. And that's what interesting about those people. And I think that he will be missed. People forget in a few days' time, but overall period, he will be missed. By the business community, by the people who feel that as a peacemaker, we don't have a man who will be willing to stand up and say, I would like to shake your hand.
Very good. If you're just joining us, we're having a very great conversation here in studio as the board viewing of the former Prime Minister process, it looks like it is coming to an end. We're in the great company of Manu Chandaria, philanthropist, industrialist, as well as a businessman, a former chair of Kenya Private Sector Alliance, as well as Kenya Association of Manufacturers, together with East African Business Council. We're also in the company of Dr. Sylvester Kasuku, a long-term advisor and ally of the former Prime Minister, together with the Principal Secretary in the State Department for MSMEs, Susan Mangen, who is also a long-time friend and a political mentor who learned her political ropes. Manu Chandaria, you stand in a very unique position because you used to be a good friend of Raila Odinga's father, that is Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. And because of your age, you have the advantage of knowledge that most of us do not have. We can only read or learn from people like you. And when you look at Raila Odinga and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, do you see the qualities of the two people intertwined?
Qualities were the same. One was very modest. He didn't want to really make a show of it. Mm-hmm. That was the papa. Mm-hmm. Raila made a show, but with everything said and done, it was the show of strength and making Kenya a better place to live, making Kenya a stronger country amongst other countries. Mm-hmm. I think that it's from one generation of Oginga Odinga to the second generation of Raila Odinga. There was a difference of approach, but both of them were committed people for people.
Before I now turn to Sylvester Kasuku, it looks like the body viewing process is winding up. I can see senior military officers now surrounding the casket bearing the remains of the former Prime Minister. And of course, as I told you earlier on, is that the body is going to be moved from the Nyayo National Stadium to Lee Funeral Home. There was a change of plan. Remember, the original plan was to have the body moved to his current residences, where it was to spend the night before it is flown to Kisumu County tomorrow morning. But there was a slight change because of different issues. And so be keeping an eye on what's happening there as we circle back here in studio. Manu Chandaria, as we wind up this broadcast, I also want to hear this from you. Is Kenya becoming, or has Kenya become, the country that Raila Odinga envisioned in his lifetime?
Kenya is poorer than what it was. Mm-hmm. To make and to create another Raila, who is a peacemaker, who was always for the country, for the good of the country, is not going to be easy. Yet, let's not lose hope, because he has left so much of determination in the younger people who recently, many of them are absolutely having nothing but a hope that people like him who led Kenya, hats off to them, hats off to him. Mm-hmm. I lose as a good friend of mine, known him for a number of years. Mm-hmm. And one thing just came out, when you ring, he will pick up the phone.
He used to pick your calls?
Every time,
mm-hmm.
Every time.
Very good. I'll be circling back to you, but let's bring now Kasuku, Sylvester, and I want to repeat the question that I have just asked Madu Chandaria. Is Kenya becoming the nation that Raila Odinga envisioned in his struggle for a better Kenya?
O'Brien, I've worked very closely with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga for now close to 35 years.
Yep.
From the time I was a first year student at the university. At the
University of Nairobi.
Yeah, I started from Kenyatta. Mm. And what I've seen is that he has had a very consistent fight for human rights. He has had a very consistent fight for devolution, equity, and what I may call the sharing of resources, equity and equality. And he has also fought very strongly for good governance, whether you're talking about fight against corruption, you're talking about the rule of law, you're talking about justice. And I want to bring you very quickly to encapsulate his entire journey of leadership, political life, and his contribution to the entire society. I strongly believe that Raila Odinga has left Kenya a better place than he found it, because he has achieved a number of the goals that he fought for very fiercely. Number one, he has left us when we have achieved the Kenya Constitution 2010. And we are now 15 years after the Constitution was promulgated. He has continued to fight for deepening the implementation of that Constitution. And you will remember that recently, the ODM party and the UDA party, under the leadership of the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga and President William Ruto, signed a kind of an accord, a kind of an agreement, or a kind of an MOU, or a framework for implementation of a number of agreed frameworks. Among them, revitalization of the economy, or strengthening economic transformation going forward. He spoke about job creation and the youth inclusion in the economy, which was also part of his manifesto in 2022. In this, he spoke about strengthening the MSMEs and support for MSMEs, which was also part of his manifesto in 2022, in which he had said that the MSMEs are actually the bedrock of the economy, and it is indeed the engine of the made in Kenya.
Just hold on
going
right,
forward.
For a minute, because we need to bring the public up to speed with what's happening at Nyayo National Stadium. As you can see, the casket is being now wheeled out of the Nyayo National Stadium. It's headed for the Lee Funeral Home, and the distance between the two is less than 5 kilometers. And so it is going to be carried by the same military truck. That is what I need to bring you up to speed with. As you can see, members of the Kenya Disciplined Forces from the Kenya Navy, the Kenya Army, as well as the Kenya Air Force officers are now wheeling out the remains of the former Prime Minister. The original plan was to have the body spend the night at Raila's home in Karen, but the plans have been changed because the body needs to be prepared accordingly for the long journey to Kisumu tomorrow, where the public viewing of the late former Prime Minister's body will take place at Kenyatta International Sports Center in Kisumu before it is ferried to Siaya County, Bondo, where it's going to spend the night before the interment ceremony at his burial site in a place that we are calling Konga Kajaramogi. That's right. Kango, not Konga. Yeah, Kango Kajaramogi, the village of Jaramogi. Yes. That's what you said, yeah? Yeah, so that is what exactly is happening here, there. And of course, before that, we had the double images of Kasarani, as well as his Bondo home, where we saw Energy Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Wandayi sending the condolences book at Bondo, as well as Siaya Governor doing the same. Let's come back now to studio, where we continue to look back at the life of Raila Odinga, the present as well as the future. Sylvester Kasuku, please take it up.
Thank you very much. I've just spoken about among the things that he signed together with the President William Ruto, so that the government can now move the country in a more unified manner. He spoke about economic revitalization to drive the transformation agenda for this country. I've talked about the job creation under that economic revitalization, in which he said that the youth inclusion is very important in the economy, and as such to bring them through into the economy through job creation, and also other areas that I'll talk about. But he also said that even those who are currently employed needs to be strengthened in terms of their participation in the economy. and how to make their employment more meaningful. Going forward, he spoke about combating corruption. And I want to, while I'm talking about these policies that he was espousing, I also want to show how they are moving. Because if we do not connect how what they signed about is already moving, then we will not see the real light that these things will actually be done. So in terms of fighting, the fight against corruption, he and the president signed on issues that needed to make sure that within government, government processes did not promote corruption. And as such, among the things that they saw that needed to be spearheaded is actually digitalization of a number of services that would remove the human factor in the provision of services. And you've seen e-procurement currently being pushed forward so that we can remove the human factor and manipulations that have always been done in the procurement process in government that have actually led to loss of massive funds. And in so doing, this is also creating an element of equity and access to government opportunities when you do it through the e-procurement process. So this is what he was really fighting for. Number two, a lot of resources have also been lost in government projects, particularly when the cost of projects are inflated. Right now, as we speak, President William Ruto has established a framework for lowering project costs. He started with affordable housing, in which we are using what is called the first principles approach of how to break down, using the work breakdown structure for project components, costs, so that you really see the real cost of a project rather than looking at it as a capsule or an egg whose contents you might not really be able to vouch for. And if I want to give you an example, the cost of housing, which is currently being put on affordable housing, the unit cost used to be, let's say, 70,000 shillings per square meter when it came in. Currently, when now we've gone into matters governance and lowering the project costs, the cost of 1 square meter has now come down to less than 40,000. Down from 70,000. And even contractors at first, when they were told that now the costs must come down and government is no longer going to allow for loss of funds through construction projects, contractors were not willing to bid. But this is now being realized. He has now escalated this, and there's a cabinet resolution that has now said that this must now be escalated to the rest of the other infrastructure projects. Whether you're talking about roads, you're talking about ports, power, water, irrigation, airports, railways, and I'm the one leading that particular onslaught. And I've got a whole team of competent people, both from private sector and also in government, working on cost items within projects to make sure that if it is matters of steel, you don't have steel costing 3 times in a particular project, and then on the other side it is costing 2 times and another one 1.5. If it is concrete, depending on the classes of that concrete, it should not be varying so badly to the extent that you might not even know that one is being done in Kenya and another one is being done in Britain. It should be that cost of projects in Kenya should be sane. That insanity in the project costs is currently being tackled. If you talk about other government processes, digitization is already going on. In terms of action on audits, there's currently an escalated action plan by the head of the public service in which he has brought together all accounting officers in government. P.S. Mangeni will tell you, he has even held meetings with all accounting officers, even of state corporations and those in charge of oversight, to make sure that government processes no longer lead to resource leakages. So when we talk about what the Right Honorable Prime Minister was fighting for, he is coming together with President William Ruto is actually already bearing fruits. Because when they agreed to fight corruption, you have to go deep down into government to deal with the elements that are actually promoting corruption in government. Then you come to the area where he was talking about governance and institutional reforms. Here, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Raila Odinga, saw that our electoral system has not yet been, reformed appropriately.
Yep.
And he has singled it out and has said that we need to reform IEBC more. And you've seen recently, the new IEBC commissioners was sworn into office. And many other reforms are currently ongoing within that particular space. You look at strengthening democratic institutions and the rule of law. The strengthening of the offices of the ODPP, the Attorney General, the anti-corruption and the judiciary by way of enhancing their capacities in terms of staff and the like, equipment, among many other things, is actually something that is going a long way to show that the goodwill towards strengthening these institutions is moving on and to create independence in them. Reforms that are taking place within the space of the police service, as well as ensuring that the National Police Service get the right number of men and women, as well as resources and equipment, is equally moving in that direction. Decentralization of power and devolution of power. The outstanding area here is in terms of the functions and services that were supposed to be devolved together with attendant resources. And we saw that the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga equally signed on this. And as we speak, there are efforts and there is a level of commitment which we look forward to being pursued further going as the administration continues to roll out implementation of these areas of agreement. Social cohesion and national unity. As we've said that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga has been a peacemaker. He has sacrificed his own self-interest at the altar of national unity. He said that there is nothing that would be so good for him, up to including gaining power, if the national interest was going to be compromised. And he forwent his own personal interests, even in 2008, when he said that he was no longer insisting on becoming president, provided that Kenyans achieved peace through the Grand Coalition government. He also has shaken hands many a times. And in these handshakes, they were not for personal aggrandizement. They were for building national unity. They were for strengthening social cohesion in Kenya and to create bridges across our ethnic and political divides in Kenya. And in this, he has talked about promoting inter-ethnic and interpolitical
Just a minute. Sorry to step on your shoes. As you can see on your screen, the cortege has left the Nyayo National Stadium. It has taken the Aerodrome Road, where it is going to connect to Uhuru Highway, and then it is on its way to the Lee Funeral Home. And I just want to make some quick correction. I had told you that the body will be taken to Lee Funeral Home via the military truck, but I can see it's like there was a change of plan. And I have seen a Volkswagen Martivan from the Lee Funeral Home carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister headed for the Lee Funeral Home. We told you earlier that there was a change of plan. The body was supposed to spend the night at his current home, but after consultation, the Burial Planning Committee has agreed to allow the body to spend the night at the Lee Funeral Home due to the preparations needed for tomorrow's journey to Kisumu County. I told you that the body will be veiled, or there will be public viewing of the body at the Kenyatta International Stadium in Kisumu County before it is wheeled to Siaya County, which is about, you said, about 50 kilometers from... Or less. Thereabouts, eh? Yeah, so that is a quick update. As now you can see the Nyayo National Stadium. The event is officially over, and the body is on its way at the Lee Funeral Home. We have our team at the Lee Funeral Home, and so once we get there, once they are in a position to give us a link and of course give us an update on what exactly will be happening there, we should be going there live. But now we're back in the studio to continue with the rest of the story. Please take it up.
Thank you very much, O'Brien. The next point, the next policy framework that the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga has been fighting for all the years is the issue of promoting inclusivity and equal opportunities in Kenya. The Right Honorable Raila Odinga has always said that opportunities in government should not be a tribal issue, should not be a political issue, but should really ideally be what Kenyans should enjoy of the freedoms, what Kenyans should enjoy from the independence that we achieved, and what Kenyans should be enjoying in terms of our anthem's provisioning of what he said, talked about the abundance of resources and opportunities within our borders. And as such, he has said that there must be policies to ensure this, so that it is not a matter of somebody being in a political party, like a political party in power, or being people being of a tribe of the person who is currently, who is leading in a political process. And there must also be programs that also address actually the marginalized communities within our country, because they've been marginalized as well as the minorities that have not been attended to for many years. And we saw the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga actually championing this particular cause all the way from Bomas. And he has continued to talk about it. And what P.S. Mangeni will tell you, that even in the formation of the Grand Coalition government, and many other formations, including in his party and all other opportunities that he has distributed before,